Packed here of lacrosse. And we are underway. Two-way and Duke's Elite going at it. That's the first matchup here that we have this morning. Here again of the preview series from Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware on this beautiful Sunday morning, October the 5th. Two-way across midfield. And the stick of number 11, that's Danny Stern. And he'll hand it off Charlie Rice. Again, a beautiful morning. If we were outside, you could see the sun shining. But we're inside here at the Chase Fieldhouse. My name, Ryan Holzbus. I'm joined by Ryan DePaul. He's your cameraman and our producer for this Sunday. Zach Morgan, he's the producer handling the ones and twos here on our production. As two-way will play it out to the point. It's Alexander Chang. He'll hand it off for Griffin Hart. Now here's Hart, 6 in black for two-way. Down the right alley. Going to get back to his left. Lets a shot free. Lets a shot loose. And he finds the back of the net. Griffin Hart, 6 in black for two-way. Gets the scoring started. So just to give you kind of some background how the format of our day will go. Each of these games, they're 12-minute quarters, 4 quarters. And they're going to be running clock. And pretty much each game is going to start at the half hour. So this game getting started at 8:30, our next game to get started at 9:30, and so on throughout the afternoon. All the way up until 4:30, we've got 2029's first here to get started. Our first 3 games, followed by the class of 2028 teams, and then class of 2027 will wrap up our day later on this afternoon. A whistle on the face-off. Dukes will control. Ball in the stick of Davis Bullard, 45 in white. He'll play it back to the middle of the field. Gavin Nicholas, his mother a lacrosse player at Georgetown, very talented lacrosse player. A whistle as Dukes is trying to settle in. It's going to be a turnover, and two-way will take over and across midfield. Ball in the stick of 14 in black. That's Cameron Johnson, freshman. He'll be playing at Hotchkiss. As all of these gents out here this morning. For our first 3 games, they're all class of 2029, all freshmen, so no high school experience just yet, unless they got any 8th grade experience. On the doorstep, what a save. In goal for Dukes to get the morning started. That's LaSalle freshman Colin Kent. Collision in the middle of the field, and we will get a whistle. And a stoppage. And looks like two-way will take over and to try to get it across midfield. Starting the stick of Griffin Hart, the goal scorer here this morning, as two-way leads 1-0. Here's Hart. He'll trying to hand it off to a teammate. That was Alexander Chang. And the pass off the mark. And Dukes will take over from their own end line. And now to our near sideline. Trying to get it across midfield. Logan Cummins, LaSalle freshman, get a touch in the restraining box and hand it off to his offense. Now ball on the stick of James McCullum, St. Joe's Prep freshman on the far side of the field, a long pole. And he'll hand it off to a teammate. And now trying to settle in is Dukes. It's Gavin Nicholas, another LaSalle freshman. And now Dukes to settle in offensively. Ball on the stick of Nate DeBlasi. Headed to Springfield High School, 2025 PIAA District 1 and PA State Champs for Class 3A. Along the far wing, that's DeBlasi again, his older brother, a freshman at Robert Morris. And a whistle. It'll be a turnover two-way to take over here at midfield. It's Hart, the Brunswick freshman. He'll step back to where our official is on the far sideline, and he'll kick off this next possession as we just 4 minutes through. I was going to say near the midway point of our first quarter already quickly. Again, a running clock here throughout today's games for 12-minute quarters here for the preview series. Liam Adams, Don Bosco freshman, 16 in black to his right. Strong defense there by Landon Moore, 32 in white. Here is Meehan for two-way, 5 in black. He'll play it behind the cage. That's Holden Hughes. He'll be a freshman at John Jay, or excuse me, that's Jackson Wirtz. He'll be going to Brunswick to play his freshman season this spring. Nice job defensively. Colin Kent in cage, 24 in white, and a good job by the Dukes defense. They played across midfield. However, a offsides. That was 2 in white. Matthew Burt, long pole, stepped across midfield. So that is a offsides turnover, and two-way will take over, trying to add to their current 1-0 lead. Nearing the midway point of our first quarter, ball is in the stick of Cameron Johnson, 14 in black. We'll play it behind. That's Wirtz. And up to our near corner. And towards the middle of the field, it's Holden Hughes. Gets his right hand free, a bounce shot, beats Colin Kent. Holden Hughes will be going to John Jay to play his high school lacrosse. And he makes the score 2-0, two-way, off to a strong start as we creep up on the midway point here in our first quarter. As Hughes, a little nonchalant, and towards the middle of the field. Ended up getting his right hand free there on that goal. He's got a whistle on the face-off. And right to cage for two-way. That's Cameron Johnson, headed to Hotchkiss. Makes the score 3-0, two-way on top. Great job there by Johnson right off the face-off. Trying to figure out who we have a number 5 for Dukes. Don't have a number 5 here, one of their face-off men for Dukes Elite Foals. They're coached by Rob Forster, the director of Dukes Lacrosse. He is the LaSalle College High School head coach. Former UPenn assistant, played at Penn State and LaSalle. And assistant Kyle Long, he's current Springfield High School assistant coach. Off the face-off, ball popped up into the air, recovered by two-way. Quick shot saved by Kent. And quickly Dukes the other way. Melchiani, 8 in white, across midfield. Matched up with Luke Golden down the field. Now Jolie Palmieri get a touch in the restraining box. And out of the substitution box was Drew Selchert. And he'll hand it off back for Palmieri. Shot saved there by O'Hara in cage. First time calling his name here this morning. Quick outlet pass. It's Jack Anderson, and his shot finds the back of the net. Anderson headed to Brunswick. Again, all these guys out here this morning, freshmen, to start his high school career. That's Anderson on the transition. Started with the Blake O'Hara save on the other end. There it is. And then great job by O'Hara. Quick outlet pass. Finds Anderson. And Anderson all the way to cage. Nice slide there by the two Dukes defenders to try to cut off his path to the goal. And now two-way, opting to throw a long pole on the face-off. Nico Zapka, Don Bosco freshman, and Dukes will win that face-off. Back to goalie Colin Kent, however, struggling with it along our near sideline. Nate DeBlasi looking for help, and ball knocked down. However, Dukes will be able to recover. Matthew Burt, and along the far sideline across midfield. Jackson Binsfeld will hand it off for Drew Selchert, who will carry from the point. He's matched up with Charlie Rice, 2 in black for two-way. Rice going to be a freshman at Choate Rosemary Hall. And that shot from kind of like the far wing up over the shoulder of O'Hara. That was Selchert. 33 in white gets Dukes on the board. Look down for a second, look up, and the ball's in the back of the net. We'll see it again here. Here's Selchert. Nice spin move on his defender. And it looked like that was up over the left shoulder off stick side of O'Hara in cage for two-way. And again, that gets Dukes on the board. Not that the score really matters, but obviously guys for both teams trying to win this game, but most importantly this game for recruiting purposes. A lot of college coaches watching these games. The ball comes over towards us. Looks like the table here deflected that ball away from coming towards my feet. Duke's ball on the restart. It's going to be Luke Melchiani as he carries towards the far sideline. He'll check out, and coming towards our near sideline was Binsfeld. Hand is off for Gavin Nicholas. Swim move on his defender. He's matched up with Danny Stern, Brunswick freshman. Pass in front, finds the Tommy Lemieux, and Tommy Lemieux finds back in net for his first goal here of the morning. He's the son of Springfield High School head coach Tom Lemieux. Again, the 2025 PIAA District 1 and 3A Pennsylvania State champs, 24-1 season. Nice pass there from Gavin Nicholas, finds Lemieux right on the doorstep, right on the crease, our near sideline, and he rolls towards top of that crease and able to find the back of the net with the stick in his left hand. As we're inside a minute, get that goal up there for you. 3-2 two-way lead. Scrum for the face-off. Ball still loose. We will get a whistle as two-way picked up the loose ball. It was Drew Rauch coming away with it. And it looks like we might have gotten a timeout, I believe, from one of our two sidelines. Or are they just calling it the quarter? I believe they're just calling it the quarter as we are inside 20 seconds. So a strong first quarter. We will step aside. It's a 3-2 two-way lead. Goals scored for two-way lacrosse. Cameron Johnson, Holden Hughes, and Griffin Hart got the morning started. So we'll step aside for a moment and be back with quarter number 2 live right here from Chase Fieldhouse. Back here, ladies and gentlemen, from Chase Fieldhouse on this beautiful Sunday morning. We're indoors here at the Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. My name is Ryan Holzbus. I'm joined by Ryan DePaul. He's your cameraman and executive producer, as well as Zach Morgan, the producer of our afternoon, or I should say our morning and afternoon, our full day of coverage here from the Chase Fieldhouse of the preview series.
This game being the first of a 9-game slate today.
Certainly, yeah. Full day. Thank you, Zach. 9 games. They're each going to start at the top of each of the half hour. This is our first. And a face-off. It was 5 and white for Dukes. I'll try to get a name for him for our next game, so possibly just a jersey change. And I believe it was Nico Zapka for Don Bosco, or I should say for two-way Don Bosco freshman. Still a scrum for the face-off. It's picked up by two-way. Sam Catanacci, 97 in black, and quickly to near wing, right along goal line extended, and Brady Meehan wisely backs it out, and now back up to midfield. Ball and stick of Griffin Hart, 6 in black, got our goal scoring started. And here's Jack Anderson, scored, I believe it was the 3rd goal. Excuse me, Anderson does not have a goal here this morning. That was Johnson who scored the 3rd goal. Here's Quiet. Ethan Quiet hands off for Jack Anderson. Tries to get his right hand free. Now his left hand as he gets back to his left. Ball on the ground, and it's recovered by Wirtz. His shot saved by Colin Kent. Kent doing a nice job through the first 12 minutes. And loose ball across midfield. Trying to get to it first was Duke's Matthew Burt. So I do have a handful of guys I see all right off the bat. That is Matthew Burt. I think I called it 2 in white, as I do see a 2 in white defensively. So trying to make sure we get that cleaned up going forward on names here. As loose ball recovered by Nico Zapka. Him handed off for Wirtz. As Wirtz was matched up with Drew Selchert. And two-way will play it behind for Brady Meehan. Meehan matched up with that other number 2 for Dukes. It's Logan Cummins, 77 in white, down around goal line extended there for Dukes Elite. As two-way has it up around midfield, ball in the stick of Charlie Rice. Here's Holden Hughes. Has a goal here this morning in our first half. As two-way, a 3-2 lead. Here's Rice. Through Wirtz and behind for Meehan. And now Catanacci. Matched up with Logan Cummins. Cummins, a freshman at LaSalle College High School. Doing a good job against Catanacci. Catanacci going to try to get to the middle of the field, stick in his right hand. He'll flip it off for Hughes. Here's Rice. Dodge down the right alley. And back for, that was Liam Adams. And now behind the cage, Jackson Wirtz. Wirtz draws Drew Selchert, the shorty. Nice job there by Selchert. Ball on the ground. And Rice is going to chase it down along the far sideline. Selchert doing a good job, and really good job there by Selchert as he applied the pressure. And stepping out of play was Charlie Rice. And Dukes will now look to clear from their defensive third through goalie Colin Kent. Nice job there by Selchert. Now he'll carry it across midfield, split 2 defenders, and now head up looking for help. Nice pass, found the stick of Joey Palmieri, and then he was looking for that one more pass to Matthew Burt. He's the number 2 in white for Dukes offensively. And Burt was unable to come up with the pass, and now two-way an opportunity to clear defensively from their own defensive end. And across midfield was Hughes. Ball on the ground, recovered by Dukes. Gavin Nicholas sticking his left hand along the far sideline, and he opts to slow things down, allow Dukes Elite to make some changes as Tommy Lemieux will control, matched up with Jack Anderson along the far sideline. Pass down to goal line extended, finds Gavin Nicholas. And now here's Binsfeld. Back for Nicholas. As I mentioned in the first quarter, his mother, a very good Georgetown lacrosse player, one of the coaches for Dukes Elite, mentioned to me, make sure you say that his mother, that's where he gets his athletic talent from his mom. So here's DeBlasi. DeBlasi matched up with Danny Stern. DeBlasi will hand off for Lemieux. To his left, and his pass off the mark as Palmieri was unable to come up with the pass, set up to try to look like to make a quick catch and shot. And then the run out to our near corner, not like it had to be won by anybody, as it was a pass, a turnover, two-way will take over. I believe it's Jack Anderson to start with it. It is. Matched up with Burt. Anderson will get past the first, get past the second along our near sideline across midfield. And finds help. Cameron Johnson in the middle of the field. And quickly two-way plays it to the far sideline. Sam Catanacci. Here's Rauch. Rauch matched up with Jackson Sheffield. Freshman picks up a long stick and a short stick to play defense. Nice save there by Colin Kent. Dukes will recover the loose ball, play it through Kent. And now playing forward for Dukes Elite. Another thing I just noticed as well, 15 is Palmieri, the freshman, or the defender. So we have another 15 offensively. So we'll try to get a name on him as well to make sure we got everybody correct here. Ball on the stick currently of Gavin Nicholas. Know for certain that's him as he's got his last name patched on the back of his jersey. Here's Burt. Sticking his left hand, carrying, and pass out to the far wing. Drew Selchert got the goal scoring started for Dukes Elite as it is 3-2. That was our end of first quarter score. And no change here in quarter number 2. We didn't start that clock, but again, it is a 12-minute running second quarter clock as Gavin Nicholas gets to the middle of the field, was stripped. Selchert looking for the ball as it was popped up into the air, and the loose ball recovered by Drew Rauch. He's across midfield and right in front of his sideline, pushed out of play, and the whistle will blow our play dead, and a turnover. Dukes will take over, again, right in front of the two-way sideline. Ball and stick of Drew Luviano. This will play it across for, that is Joey Palmieri, and Palmieri will play it forward for the other number 15. Both number 15s with Palmieri stitched on the back, so we'll just have to get a confirmation there. The offensive attackman here, number 15, as it's Burt in the far corner. He's matched up with Luke Golden, number 7 in black for two-way. And now Zapka in defense. Charlie Rice, number 2 in black, been on the field for much of this first half. Nice job there by Luviano. Was going to his left, back to his right, and with his right hand free, sizzles a shot wide. Dukes Elite with the backup. It'll be Gavin Nicholas to start with it from the end line. He's matched up with 23 in black, Shane Sanford, Fairfield Ludlow freshman. Nice sidestep there. Believe that's Charlie Miller, 9 in white. Haddonfield Memorial freshman, however, he did get the ball jarred loose. Cross midfield and a shot from Luke Golden. And I believe he got skied up in the air off one of the pipes. Ball in the middle of the field and a scrum for it. Trying to kick it into the middle of the field was Logan Cummins, 77 in white. Loose ball eventually recovered by the defender wearing number 2 for Dukes. Melchiani will hand it off and head off the field. Selchert. Here's DeBlasi. DeBlasi will be playing his high school lacrosse at Springfield. His shot off the mark, right-handed shot on the run. Headed north towards goal line, extended there on that shot. Here's Selchert, going to back his way in. A bit of a size advantage there. And a shot from the outside, that was Luviano. He'll be playing his high school lacrosse at Germantown Academy. Here's Burt. He's matched up with Shane Sanford. And now again that matchup, Selchert and Rice. Selchert 33 in white. And now a slide from two-way. Danny Stern, 11 in black. There's that was the attackman, number 15 in white, wearing that jersey. Nice outlet pass there off the save from O'Hara. Finds Charlie Rice. Here's Rice looking for help, trying to evade a stick check as James McCullum was trailing. Here's Hart. Handed off near sideline for Chang. Alexander Chang, Bergen Catholic, incoming freshman. Here's Ethan Quiet from New York, who'll be playing his high school lacrosse for Scarsdale. Freddie Meehan will be going to, is at Conrad. All these guys current freshmen, just starting their 4 years of high school. Short pass there. Nice job by Ethan Quiet in the middle of the field to control it. He's matched up with Nate DeBlasi. Quiet split to his left. Now a backside roll to his right. Split back to his left, trying to get his left hand free. A good job there by Kent. It was a weak shot, but he still had to get a piece of it to punch it up over the crossbar. Here's Hughes, left-handed shot. Another nice save by Colin Kent. And even better outlet pass, finds a teammate, Melchiani. And he'll slow things down after getting a touch in the restraining box to allow some changes to be made. Here's Lemieux. And for a moment, Lemieux will control from the point, dodging to the left. What a save. Blake O'Hara. Not too much of a change of planes there, but Lemieux working north-south, sticking his left hand, his strong hand, and nice save there by O'Hara. Two-way, trying to answer with a goal of their own, trying to add to the current one-goal lead. As that lefty shot off the mark, believe that was 15 Alexander Chang. It'll be Brady Meehan to start with it from behind the goal. Trying to get up north of goal line extended with that jump shot. And he was never able to get that shot off. Ball on the ground, recovered by Dukes Elite. And I believe that's going to bring us to our halftime. Again, we got the clock started about halfway through. And we will get to half. Our score 3-2, two-way on top. No goals there in 12 minutes of quarter number 2. So a quick break, and we'll have quarter number 3 in a couple of moments. So don't go anywhere. Live here from Chase Fieldhouse, the preview series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as you are watching the preview series here from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Start of half number 2 between Two-Way and Dukes at the first of 9 games here on this beautiful Sunday, October the 5th. Again, my name is Ryan Holzbus. I'm joined by Ryan DePaul. He's operating the camera, our executive producer here for for today. And Zach Morgan is your producer here. As we get going here for quarter number 3, again, these are 12-minute running clock quarters. And we got games starting at the top of each half hour. You can stay right here on this stream, so you don't got to go anywhere, as we'll be here all day here from Wilmington, Delaware, and the Chase Fieldhouse, bringing you the preview series as Two-Way will start quarter number 3 with possession. Looks like Charlie Rice along the far sideline will hand it for Ethan Quiet. And now Griffin Hart. He got the goal scoring started here this afternoon. Gets stick back to his right hand, was running out of an angle. And from behind the goal, behind the back, feed in front. That was 15 in black, Alexander Chang, trying to just get the ball back in front to a teammate. Ball on the turf as Dukes was trying to clear. Brady Meehan will pick up that loose ball. Heading to Conrad High School. Or again, should say these guys are all freshmen right now at Conrad, or at whatever prospective or whatever high school they're at, I should say. To play this spring their first freshman lacrosse seasons. As Colin Kent will stay in cage, having a good morning. Number 24 in white for Duke, so we'll imagine that the other goalie, Cole Moore, we might see him in the other Dukes game for the class of 2029s, as both of these teams, the first of 2 games, BBL waiting patiently, they'll play next. Just had the schedule up. They will be playing one of these 2 teams, as Dukes will control from the far sideline, as de Blasi will hand off for Drew Selshert. And Binsfeld will carry from the far sideline to the middle of the field. We'll hand it off for Gavin Nicholas as we get whistles. As it looks like a ball got on the field in our near corner. There's the coach to kick it off. As it is the BBL team getting ready, that's over there. So one of their balls would just squirt it on the field. It's Binsfeld from the point, matched up with Jack Anderson. Here's de Blasi, working to his right. Binsfeld with the stick in his left hand. Or excuse me, this is Binsfeld. That was Nicholas, Gavin Nicholas, wearing number 11. Here's Selshert. Try to get the stick back to his left hand. Got a big hit as well, and a flag will come in. And Selshert will buckle over and go down to his knees as he spun, got the stick to his left hand, and tried to fling one more at cage. And then right after getting got trailed from behind, took a shot. As he will get up to his feet. Coach is out to assist. It will be a penalty to come, a 6-on-5 man advantage opportunity here for Dukes Elite to try to tie our score at 3. As there was a lot of scoring in quarter number 1. Two-Way had the 3-2 lead, and we're still at that score, 3-2. Two-Way leads after call it roughly 28 minutes of lacrosse. Dukes will start with it from our near sideline. Already behind with it is Drew Luviano. Now ball on the stick of Lemieux. Quickly, already this is Tano Navarro, was the number 15 offensively. And the number 2 defensively, William Kelly. So we'll make sure we get him called out when the ball goes down the other way. Here's Lemieux. Looks like he had an inside roll and a possible opportunity, but ran out of an angle. It's Gavin Nicholas. He'll bounce below goal line extended. Far sideline for Navarro. To the point for de Blasi. Back to Navarro, and his shot off the mark. Gavin Nicholas will start with it from the end line. Through Lemieux, through de Blasi. And Navarro threatened to let a right-handed shot go. Luviano unable to come up with the pass. Ball on the ground. And a nice ground ball along goal line extended. That's Jack Anderson, Brunswick freshman. Runs through a stick check along our near sideline, and he's across midfield. Here goes Anderson, running through some stick checks as he was getting pushed down to the turf. Got a shot off the mark. And Brady Meehan, a good job with the backup, wearing 5 in black. As here's Drew Rouch. Rouch matched up with Logan Cummins. And Joey Palmieri, again, that number 15 in white defensively, 2 in white, Matthew Burt. See him there to the left on your screen. There's just jerseys, not in yet. Still on order here for, or I should say ahead of the fall season. As here's Griffin Hart. Again, got our goal scoring started in quarter number 1. He carries from the near sideline all the way to the far sideline as we approach the midway point in quarter number 3. Hart is matched up, or was for the moment, with Binsfeld. He'll check out. Hart, left hand free, and his shot gets past Colin Kent. First goal since quarter number 1. And that'll give two-way a 4-2 lead. And here's the replay for you. Like I said, it was Hart carrying from our near sideline to the far sideline, and then gets his left hand free up over the off-stick side, left shoulder of Colin Kent. An infraction on the faceoff. It's against Santiago Loinas for two-way. And now trailing by 2 goals, Dukes an opportunity inside 6 minutes. Try to get one back here. Ball in the stick of Gavin Nicholas. Working to his left, he'll hand it off for Charlie Miller. Miller to the middle of the field, DeCecco. And DeCecco, his pass for Drew Selchert, finds the turf. And a good job defensively. Nico Zapka, the Don Bosco freshman, coming up with that loose ball. And he'll hand it off to the new goalie, it appears. And that is number 17, Landon Hammerling. Playing his lacrosse at Bronxville. Other end, and a goal for two-way. On one end and to the other, I believe that was Cameron Johnson, 14 in black, with the goal. And again, it started defensively with the goal, or with the save, I should say, Landon Hammerling in cage. As that was Johnson, his second goal of the morning, a 5-2 two-way lead. With 4 minutes left to play here in quarter number 3. Face-off played towards our near sideline and then kicked towards the restraining box. Referee gets our play started. A nice ground ball by Drew Rouch along the near sideline. Hounded by 2 defenders, number 5 in white, as well as James McCullum, 22 in white. Ball still on the ground. As it is Rouch, 44 in black, coming away with it to check up in and around his head and neck area. Flag on the play as the ball hits the turf, and we'll get the whistle from our near sideline official. Cross check up around the head and neck area, as this will give two-way a man-up opportunity here. Opportunity to extend the lead. Here's the replay. Great job by Drew Rouch along our near sideline to fight for and win that loose ball, and then draws the penalty. And a 6-on-5. And Griffin Hart will start with it. It's Ethan Quiet. He'll play it behind. That's Jackson Wirtz, 18, played through Charlie Rice. Back in the stick of Ethan Quiet. Drew Rouch on the crease area, 44 in black. Up to Griffin Hart. 2 goals here on the morning. Nice movement from the two-way offense. In front of the goal will be Drew Rouch to start with it from below goal line extended. Here's Hart. Will step into one. And the shot off the mark kicks all the way back towards the middle of the field. So we approach 2 minutes Have to play here in quarter number 3. 2A a 5-2 lead. Long outlet pass up and over the head of Griffin Hart. It's going to be a turnover here at midfield as Dukes looking to work quickly. Melchiani. And that shot, or I should say that pass, up and over the head of James McCollum. As Dukes is trying to push the agenda. We're inside 2 minutes here in quarter number 3, trying to see if they can scratch one across here before the end of the quarter. But instead, a turnover across midfield, Charlie Rice. Freshman for Choate Rosemary Hall, and we'll get a whistle. 2-4-6, not sure what the whistle necessarily was for. However, a turnover, Dukes across midfield to check out. And he'll hand it off for Melchiani. Some changes to be made here from Dukes Elite. Tano Navarro. Griffin Hart there, 6 in black, trying to catch Navarro sleeping. Here's Nicholas. Nice catch to ensure they keep the possession. Splits to his right, gets stick back in his left hand. Pass in front. Nice job there by Gavin Nicholas in front for Tommy Lemieux, who nets his second goal of the morning. And we'll see if we'll face off or if that'll just get us to the end of the third quarter as we are inside 45 seconds. As Dukes will get one back, 5-3, the 2-way lead now. And they will call the quarter as we hit 30 seconds. So we will step aside. 12 more minutes here between 2-way and Dukes Elite for the class of 2029s. Don't go anywhere as we're live here from Chase Fieldhouse for the preview series. Don't go anywhere.
He thinks we'll be all right. That's what he thought. I do.
Twelve more minutes here between Dukes and 2-way here at the preview series. Ryan Holzbus alongside Ryan DePaul, Zach Morgan. Here as we got a full day of club lacrosse. The 2029s getting it started. We'll have 2028 action to follow and then 2027s. But 3 games here with the 2029s. 12 more minutes here between 2-way and Dukes first as 2-way leads 5-3. It's been action-packed. The first quarter saw 5 goals, and then there in quarter number 3 we saw 3 goals. A lot of defense there in quarter number 2. As we do have whistles, helmet comes off the head of Jack Anderson. And it looks like Dukes will start with it here. Off the scrum for the face-off. Dukes Elite, the number 2 club team, I should say, in Pennsylvania. Coached by Rob Forster and Kyle Long. As for 2-way, J.R. Mastro, Vin DiGregorio, excuse me, as well as David Earl, the founder of 2 Way Lacrosse. And a pass up over the head of Luviano. Unforced turnover. Two-way will take over right there in front of the Dukes Elite bench. Cameron Johnson has 2 goals here on the morning. He's matched up with 13 in white Jackson Sheffield, Springfield High School freshman. LSM currently holding a short stick, playing some defensive midfield. Here's Drew Rauch, taking a couple checks. That was from Logan Cummins, 77 in white. Ball back on the ground. And a good job there by Charlie Rice. 2 in black to scoop it up. Ethan Quiet along the near wing, split back to his left. Matched up with Selshire. Nice job there to shield his stick from the defender. Two-way quickly to our near sideline. Sam Catanacci will play it behind and over the head of Brady Meehan. Another unforced turnover, this time from two-way. And Dukes will take over. As it is early, 8:30 start for these two teams. They were both here. I got here around 7:30. They were both here already. Early Sunday morning from the Chase Fieldhouse. BBL ready to go. As in 10 minutes it will be Dukes Elite, or I should say after the 10 minutes pass, and then at 9:30 it'll be Dukes Elite to play again, matched up with BBL, class of 2029s. Nice defense there. Two-way Luke Golden, a Greenwich freshman. His outlet pass comes across midfield, skips across midfield, and Griffin Hart, 2 goals with the ground ball. Looking for the hat trick goal. Instead, a pass on the doorstep. Brady Meehan was unable to control it. But Meehan, pass in front, this time to Griffin Hart, and he was all tangled up, unable to get that shot off. Meehan controls the loose ball and finds Drew Rauch along the far wing. And now Anderson from the point. He's matched up with Luke Melchiani defensively. Two-way, making some changes. Ethan Quiet will check out of the substitution box. A little bit of an unsettled situation, but Duke's able to recover. Nice handle there by Meehan. So he'll get backed out towards the far wing. Now he'll dodge to the middle of the field. He's matched up with Joey Palmieri. Here's Anderson. Draws William Kelly, who was wearing number 2. That is Kelly, 91 in white. Behind the cage is Catanacci. His pass in front finds Meehan. What a save, Colin Kent. On the doorstep, Brady Meehan, a quick stick finish, and Kent with the save. A big collision here right in front of us along our near sideline, as that was Jack Anderson laying down some lumber, and a turnover, as it was Griffin Hart, who was detwigged, was going for a check along our near sideline, and Anderson muscles through right along the sideline right in front of us. And Anderson looking for maybe a goal. He gets tripped up from behind. Will draw a whistle. Ball on the turf. A play on until Dukes Elite able to recover, and maybe a bit of a premature whistle there, as it was Colin Kent coming out of the cage trying to secure that loose ball. However, the whistle will come as it got skipped then south, the goal line extended. So another man-up opportunity to come here for 2A, leading 5-3. Inside 7:30, as I mentioned. BBL ready to go to our right. So sort of just off the screen. And again, it will be Dukes Elite to stay on the field. They will play again, so a full 48 minutes. Or I should say more, a double that. Full 2 hours for Dukes Elite, a quick stretch, and then 2A will play BBL, the final class of 2029 game. That game to start at 10:30. Again, each game to start at the half hours. It's 2A, man up. What a shot off the stick of Alexander Chang. Got his left hand free. He's heading to Bergen Catholic. Gets our fourth quarter goal scoring started. And a 6-3 2A lead. Let's get a chance to see that replay again. Good opportunity there for 2A to get a look there on the man up. Some offensive movement. You see Wirtz checking north from behind the cage. Nice job there by Chang to step into one. A 6-3 lead. Let me get that goal up there for you all. 6-3 two-way lead as we hit the halfway point here in quarter number 4. Whistle on the face-off. It was Santiago Loinas taking it for two-way. And it looks like we'll do it again. This time it will be Nico Zapka, the Don Bosco freshman. Don Bosco fell to Seton Hall Prep, non-public A final this past June. Don Bosco Bergen County champs. Dukes off the one face-off, trying to control offensively. It was James McCullum who was unable to come up with the pass. However, he'll go retrieve that loose ball, and now Colin Kent looking to clear. Long outlet pass intended for number 5 in white. I don't have a name for number 5. However, a turnover will be Cameron Johnson to take over and across midfield for two-way, trying to add to their 3-goal lead. Johnson, a Hotchkiss freshman, as one of the coaches for two-way. J.R. Mastro, the head coach at Hotchkiss School. He was a 2017 Richmond graduate. Drew Rauch controls behind, matched up with Logan Cummins. Rauch keeps the stick in his, or keeps the ball in his stick, I should say. Faked the pass to the far wing, and then his shot rattled off the near side pipe. Kicked its way all the way to the far sideline. Liam Adams, another Don Bosco freshman, will control for two-way. Here's Catanacci. Pass off for Rauch, and as he gets hit, his shot saved by Colin Kent. And Kent will find McCullum, St. Joe's Prep freshman. And McCullum will carry north towards midfield. Thought this was William Kelly, but then we found another number 91, so we'll try to find who this number 2 defensively is for Dukes ahead of the next game. Melchiani will control and hand it off for Tommy Lemieux, son of head coach Tom Lemieux of Springfield High School. The 2025 PIAA District 1 and PA 3A state champs. Shot there by Lemieux, saved by Hammerling. We could hear it all the way over here. Two-way across midfield as it was Golden trying to find a teammate. Ball on the turf. Rauch trying to come up with it. Dukes playing man ball. However, it is two-way coming up with the loose ball. I believe that was Liam Adams. It was, or excuse me, 96 for two-way. I don't have a 96, but we'll play on. Ball finds its way to Colin Kent. And now near sideline, Dukes plays it across midfield. Matthew Burt, however, he's unable to find Tano Navarro. And I think that pass skipped to him. So at the 3-minute mark, 6-3 two-way lead here in game 1 of 9 here on this Sunday, October the 5th. The preview series here from Chase Fieldhouse. Already Plex Films on hand, as Charlie Rice will carry it across midfield from the two-way end line. He's matched up with James McCullum. Charlie Rice at Choate Rosemary Hall, incoming freshman. We approach 2 minutes to play. Johnson matched up with Sheffield. Carries to his left. Skip pass finds Sam Canacci. As here's Canacci. He's matched up with 15 Paul Mary. Hands it off for Wirtz. Wirtz gets north of goal line, extended his left-handed shot off the outside of the near pipe. Ball's loose. 2 and white fighting for it behind the cage. Paul Mary will come help him out. And recovering the loose ball is Charlie Rice. Looking for one more is two-way. His shot off the mark, and a flag will come in from our near sideline official right in front of our little press area. As that'll bring another man-up opportunity. Or did they just quickly pick that up? I believe they just quickly picked that up, as we'll stay 6-on-6 here as we approach 1 minute left to play. It's Canacci from the far wing. Pass to his left, found the stick quiet, but he was unable to control it. Ball back on the turf, out of play along the end line, and a turnover. Dukes will take over. Cummins back to 2 and white, as we should be wrapping up our first of 9 games here momentarily. Two-way, a 6-3 lead, as they'll likely win our first game by that score. Game 2 to follow at 9:30, so we'll have a short stoppage. Duke's trying to add one more, and they do. Jackson Binsfeld off, I believe, the Drew Seltzer pass, so it was Binsfeld saying, hold my beverage, just before we got out of here. One more goal for Dukes, a 6-4 two-way win. And as I mentioned, we have about 5 minutes before we get going here. Again, the next one, Dukes, Elite, and BBL at 9:30 here for the preview series. So we'll just step aside momentarily. Our second game to follow. So don't go anywhere, live right here on RD Plex Films on YouTube. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ryan Holzbus. I'm joined by Ryan DePaul, Zach Morgan. We are bringing you the preview series here from the Chase Field House in Wilmington, Delaware. It's a beautiful Sunday outside, October the 5th. However, we're indoors here at this beautiful complex. The next game on tap, Dukes Elite. They'll play again, and BBL, Building Blocks Lacrosse, at a Florham Park, New Jersey.
I was going to ask what BBL stood for, as a matter of fact. This is the second game of our 9-game slate here at our showcase.
Yep, thank you, Zach. This is full 9 games. They're all going to start at the top of the half hour. Again, a great opportunity for these kids to get in front of college coaches, which is the bulk of our audience here today. Obviously, a lot of parents, grandparents, family tuning in, but just to alleviate the travel aspect for a lot of these coaches, want to bring this right to you if you're at home, in your office, whatever the case might be.
And really get as much film as we can of these kids all over the nation.
Certainly, absolutely. And with the technology we have, we're able to do that. As that was Gavin Nicholas, called his name a lot in our first game, Dukes, with the, a 6-4 loss to two-way. Good back and forth contest there. As now it's BBL trying to, stake their claim here this morning, as each of these teams will play each other. Again, Dukes just played two-way. Now Dukes playing BBL. The next game we'll have at 10:30 will be BBL and two-way. Ball on the stick right now, Jax Monty. He's a freshman at Ridgewood. Trying to get a pass to the middle of the field. Finds Gavin Gibson, freshman at Del Barton. Here's Cole Murphy. Mentioned it at the end of our first game, Seton Hall Prep, is where Murphy will be playing his high school lacrosse, the defending non-public A state champs. Here's Gibson. He'll be going to Del Barton. Del Barton fell to Don Bosco in one of the semifinals. Long weather delay, too, is what kind of kick-started Bosco's comeback. As Gibson, his right-handed shot off the mark. Offensively for BBL, it'll stay right here. It's Max Von Wiegen heading to the aforementioned Don Bosco Prep. As a pass makes its way to midfield. Nice job there for the moment to keep the ball on the offensive half of midfield for BBL. However, a turnover, and Dukes Elite will take over. De Blasi will hand it off for Drew Selcher. Had a goal in the first game for Dukes. As again, this showcase a great opportunity for all these kids to get 2 games in of play. Again, we're running, a full game. It is running clock, and I believe we do have timeouts because there was a timeout taken in the first game. But a great opportunity for these kids to get competition in at a high level against really high-level competition.
And on the Duke side, it's going to be really interesting to see who, after playing a game right before this, still has fresh legs and who can really take it into those later stages of the game.
Certainly. This is, they just played a full 48 minutes in an hour. And now tasked to do it one more time. Selcher, his shot off the mark. In cage for BBL is Harry O'Connor. Freshman will be playing his high school lacrosse for Westfield, one of the top public school programs in the state of New Jersey. Selcher, his shot blocked on its way there. However, Duke's able to come up with the loose ball. Gavin Nicholas, mentioned it on the first game. His mother, a former Georgetown lacrosse player, one of the coaches joking with me, said that's where he gets all his athletic talent. As Nicholas will play it to the far wing, and now back to Nicholas. Late change, it's Tano Navarro, freshman for the Academy of the New Church. Quick slide came from Teddy Dunn. Be playing at Chatham. And ball finds its way back to Nicholas. He's matched up with, that's 22 in black, Max Von Wiegen. Here's Navarro. Behind for Lemieux. And now ball on the stick of Drew Luviano, Germantown Academy. For Navarro. Back to Nicholas. As we approach 5 minutes through our first quarter, Nicholas is shot up and over the crossbar And with the backup is Charlie Miller. That'll keep the possession right here. It'll stay with Dukes. Miller matched up with Brady Dakin. A freshman at Don Bosco. Dakin pushes. That was Miller down to the turf. No flag, no whistle. We'll play on. Here's Navarro to his right. Runs through a couple stick checks and eventually gets the ball stripped. Quick pass from Miller to Nicholas in front for Burt. And Burke stripped from behind as he gets pushed down to the turf. Whistle from our near sideline official. Now we'll keep the possession right here, but Burt is slow to get up. And it doesn't look good either. So we'll try to get a replay here for you. Score 0-0 as we come up on the midway point. Just taken down to the turf, strong. As what we'll do is we'll step aside momentarily as these replays play out. No score here from Chase Fieldhouse, game 2 of 9, Dukes Elite, excuse me, and Building Blocks Lacrosse. Great to see Matthew Burt up to his feet, walking off under his own power. And as I mentioned before that quick break, we're going to stay right here. Six on six, Dukes will start with it from the near wing with Gavin Nicholas. And now Lemieux from behind. Quick step on his defender, Lachlan Wenger. Able to get in front of the goal. Shot off the mark, covered by Luviano. Here's Nicholas. Nicholas matched up with Teddy Dunn. Nicholas able to get a step, however his shot, bounce shot, was a weak shot. O'Connor was able to go get it. And BBL trying to just clear and get it across midfield and settle offensively. That outlet pass unable to be controlled by Gibson. And now here comes Selcher for Nicholas. One more for Lemieux. He was unable to collect that pass. However, again, Luviano, Duke's doing a great job on the loose ball, getting the ball off the carpet quickly when and if it gets there, which has allowed Duke's Elite to control possession for much of this first quarter as we close in on 8 minutes. Here's Navarro, sticking his right hand and running through stick checks. His first goal of the game, or first goal of the morning, I should say. First goal of our game, our second game of 9. And that'll give Dukes a 1-0 lead. Gonna need to get a body on Mr. Tano Navarro. Freshman for the Academy of the New Church. He's a big boy. And it's BBL trying to just settle in and get across midfield. And they're struggling here. They were waiting for a while. And obviously Dukes is not to say that they're fresh. They're kind of the opposite. Dukes just played. You'd think BBL, they're fresh. But maybe credit just this, I guess you'd call it just a little bit of a staleness from BBL. Just trying to get their legs under them. They'll play 2 games here back-to-back as they'll have two-way next. Here we go.
It does seem as though we are seeing a team that has their legs underneath them, is fully warmed up and gotten a feel for where they're at on the day, whereas BBL, they got in a little bit after everyone. They're still feeling things out, figuring out where everyone is on the day. Dukes
in two-way, Zach, had about 45 minutes to an hour before we got going with the entire event to warm up. BBL had like 6 minutes.
Exactly.
So you're seeing a little bit of that right now.
6 minutes, and they were warming up in the corner where their ball got in the way of the first game. So how much could they really warm up?
That was Jax Monty on the shot. He was working east-west to his right. Off the mark, back up, and Max Von Wiegen, 22 in black, is dancing behind the goal. He's matched up with number 2, the defender, Trevor Johns. Jersey still on their way for Duke, so had a mix and match where they needed to First shot saved by Colin Kent. And then the second shot off the mark. BBL the backup, so it'll stay right here. Jax Monty. Freshman for Ridgewood. Skip pass, knocked down. The intended target was Oliver St. John. And the ball will skip its way out of play. And stay right here for BBL. As the team in black catches a break there. As they were on the verge of another unforced turnover. It'll be Oliver St. John, Mountain Lakes freshman. There's a lot of Gibbs Division players here for BBL. That was St. John, bounce shot up and over the cage as he was able to run through some stick checks. A lot of Ridgewood, a lot of Don Bosco, a couple Chatham here for BBL. Coming from behind the cage, that was Von Wiegen. Nice save there by Colin Kent to keep the score at 1-0. Dukes on top. And now Kent in action on the clear. And Logan Cummins will carry across midfield. Good job there by Dukes to clear it. Keep everybody on side. Handoff there from Melchiani to Drew Selshert. And now here's Melchiani back out of the substitution box. A little bit of a cat and mouse game. And then along the far sideline to Blasey, trying to play it to his left towards goal line extended. BBL defender got a stick on it, and now BBL across midfield. Skip pass to the middle of the field, finds Jack Driscoll, a Glen Ridge freshman. And BBL able to get it down in the slot. Ball was in the stick of Dakin. And now Gavin Gibson from midfield. Plays it to the far sideline. And down the left alley. That was Von Wiegen. And it looks like that's going to draw a whistle and a flag from our far sideline official. Push from behind. Or excuse me, no flag, just whistle for the end of the quarters. That snuck up on me there as we get the quadruple zeros there on our scorebook. So we'll step aside. 1-0 Dukes Elite lead from the Chase Field House here in Wilmington, Delaware. You're watching the preview series. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Holzbus, Ryan DePaul, as well as Zach Morgan with you here for U.S. Club Lacrosse, Artie Plex Films, as there was a penalty at the end of that first quarter. So 6-on-5, BBL man up, trying to tie our score at 1 as we get started here, quarter number 2 of game number 2 here of the preview series. Goal scorer for Dukes was Tano Navarro. In quarter number 1, releases the 30-second penalty. We're back to all even as it's Grayson DeCecco scampering back, number 25 in white, to join his defense, trying to keep the score at 1-0. Here's Jax Monty, backs up outside the restraining box. He'll play it to his right for Oliver St. John. St. John is matched up with James McCullum, St. Joe's prep freshman. Big skip there and a shot, and a nice one too. That was Bo Chepkavich, a Ridgewood freshman. His first goal, the first goal for BBL of the morning. Gets them on the board, ties our score at 1. Nice job there. We're going to see that replay as he, big skip there. I was trying to make sure it was 9, not 3, and gets his right hand free with a step or two and goes stick side low on goalie Colin Kent. Just like that, we're all tied up at 1. Scrum for the faceoff. And thought for a moment it was going to be Harrison Meesan coming up with the loose ball. Looks like our official in the middle of the field made the call. Not sure which way we're going. I think it is going to be BBL ball, as it will be. Anthony Chase will go retrieve over by that soccer goal, and he'll get going. Offside is what the call is from our officials. Offsides against Dukes. Be Anthony Chase, St. Joe's freshman, will start with it. And our official is trying to return the respective players to the restraining boxes, as it looks like the play must not have released. Our officials did not release the play prior to a team gaining possession. So we'll get started. Teams are released, and across midfield is Anthony Chase. And on the run, looks like it might have hit the pipe there, or Kent might have gotten a piece of it. Ball on the ground, right in front of the Duke's goal. And now kicked towards our near sideline, recovered by Trevor Johns. And a pass, bouncing pass into the middle of the field, finds its way to Jackson Sheffield, and he's able to recover. Dangerous pass, just trying to get it forward was Johns. And now streaking from the far sideline to the middle of the field, that's Gavin Nicholas. Played off for Selshire. Looking to break the 1-1 tie is Duke's Elite. Selshire to goal line extended for Burt. Middle of the field pass off the mark. And it will skip out of play along the far sideline. Lemieux unable to get there in time. As we close in on 8 minutes to play here in our first half. Dukes and BBL class of 2029 were tied up at 1 here, game 2 of the preview series. We'll have one more for the class of 2029s, and then followed by 3 class of 2028 games, as well as 3 class of 2027 games. Each game to start at the half hour, so our next game start up at 10:30. As we compete with your Sunday after, or more so your full Sunday morning, afternoon, and evening of NFL football.
Quick reminder, if you haven't already, to set your fantasy lineups.
Certainly, yeah. Well, you're late. There was a game over in London that I believe kicked off already. You can get ahead of the 1 o'clock games, though, right, Zach?
Yeah, the stateside games, the ones that we care about.
Certainly, yep. I believe it's the Vikings and who's out there playing the Vikings? I think the Browns are over in London.
We got the Vikings 2 weeks in a row in London.
Yeah, Vikings 2 weeks in a row. That's sort of like the Jaguars treatment.
Oh.
As we're back to action here, closing in on the 7-minute mark here in quarter number 2. 1-1 tie between BBL and Duke's Elite. It's Oliver St. John, Mountain Lakes freshman. Down the far alley, stick in his left hand. Back to his right. He'll play it for Bo Chepkavich, Ridgewood freshman, the BBL goal scorer. Plays off to his left. Anthony Bunnikamp, Gil St. Bernard's freshman. Back for Chepkavich. Chepkavich matched up with Luke Melchiani. Melchiani takes Chepkavich to the turf. That was Dakin trying to get his right hand free, and the ball finds its way to Colin Kent, who plays it to his left for Cummins. Cummins trailed by Monty, and he'll get across midfield. On sides is Dukes. However, it was Cummins trying to find a teammate off the mark. Unforced turnover. BBL will take over from the far sideline. Dakin across midfield, runs through a stick check. Bit of a numbers advantage here Unsettled situation for BBL as Dukes is able to recover. Maybe not. Jepkavich one-on-one with Kent. And I'm not sure if that hit off a pipe or a defender. It kicks its way all the way to the far sideline over where the two-way 2029s are lounging, waiting for their next game, taking some notes on BBL. Again, the final class of 2029 game set to get going at 10:30 in about 37 minutes time. Still a lot of cross left in front of us here between Dukes and BBL. Ball on the ground. Still on the ground, and it's recovered by Joey Palmieri. 15 in white for Dukes Elite. Here's Melchiani. He'll slow things down, allow some changes to be made, some offensive personnel to check in for Dukes. It's Selchert, first one out of the box. And Melchiani for Nicholas. Sticking his left hand, skip pass to Selchert, who will play it off a hop. Selchert matched up with Dakin, playing both ways as a midfielder. Selchert shot off the mark as trying to go off stick side low on the righty Harry O'Connor, who exploded out of the cage to his left. Here's Binsfeld carrying to his right behind the goal. His pass off the mark for Navarro. Or probably less off the mark and more off the stick of Navarro, wearing 15 in white. Ball to play right in front of us along our near sideline. Selchert will step onto the field to play, and the whistle gets our play restarted. 4:20 left to play in our first half. Score tied at 1. Here's de Blasi all the way around from the far sideline and behind the cage, around the crease, into the near sideline. Here's Selchert. Plays it out towards the far sideline for Tommy Lemieux. Sticking his left hand, trying to get to the middle of the field. His shot knocked down by a BBL defender as he gets pushed into his own defensive crease. For goalie Harry O'Connor, and back to Brady Dakin, and we'll play on as Dakin's across midfield. Inside 4 minutes. Dakin's pass not handled by Gavin Glasband. And back to Colin Kent in cage. Picked up a nugget here on the sideline. Colin Kent's uncle Sean was a big-time goalie at Hobart. Here's Selchert trying to add to what is a current 1-1 tie. And I believe O'Connor with the save there on that Drew Selchert shot. And a flag will come in. I got 2, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6. Flag coming here against BBL, and offsides, it appears, as a 7th black jersey will check in. So a pending penalty to come here against BBL. Dukes will try to grab a goal. Here's Luviano from behind. He'll hand it off. It is Nicholas wearing 11 in white. And now Charlie Miller, far sideline. He's matched up with Gibson as Miller hands it off for de Blasi. De Blasi draws the likes of Harrison Meesan, Bridgewater freshman. Here's Nicholas. Meesan will pick him up. And now 12 in black, that's Brady Kopp, Pingree freshman. On the defense. St. John on defense of Luviano. This long delayed penalty for what will be a BBL offsides defensively. Luviano sticking his right hand, split back to his left. Pass in front, Navarro behind the back. Shot attempt off the mark. And we'll get the penalty here inside 2 minutes of the first half in game number 2 of 9 here at the Chase Fieldhouse, the preview series. It'll be Jackson Binsfeld. He'll start with it from behind the cage. Had a goal in the first game. As we're inside a minute 30. As the possession will start all the way up at midfield. The, where is it starting? Far corner, I believe, up around the substitution box. Maybe not. It will start from behind 2, 4, 5 black jerseys, as it was a late BBL player to check in. It will start from behind the goal in the stick of Jackson Binsfeld, or excuse me, was now in the stick of Selcher, and now already to the point for de Blasi. Behind for Selcher. Through Binsfeld, and now through Lemieux, and the shot from de Blasi off the mark. The backup credited to the likes of Gavin Nicholas and Drew Selcher behind the goal. It'll be Nicholas to start with it, sticking his left hand, plays for Tommy Lemieux. Here's de Blasi. Pass trying to find Tano Navarro, never got there. And a nice ground ball. That's Brady Kopp, Pingree freshman, number 12 in black. Through O'Connor. And now for Chase to be the one-man clear across midfield. Runs through some stick checks. And here goes Anthony Chase, 28 in black. Trying to get it back towards the far sideline. And we get some sort of stoppage. It will be the halftime stoppage as we tick down to the quadruple zeros. All tied up at 1, a defensive battle here in game number 2 of the preview series between Duke's Elite and BBL class of 2029s. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back momentarily with half number 2, quarter number 3, live here from Chase Fieldhouse. Half number 2 action, ladies and gentlemen, underway here from the Chase Fieldhouse. Tie score at 1 here between BBL and Duke's Elite. Duke's Elite Foals, the number 2 team in the state of Pennsylvania among club programs. And I believe that was per U.S. Club Lacrosse. Obviously, all of the a lot of the high school information I have from Inside Lacrosse, the commitments once we get to the 2027s later on today. But this event, the preview series, more so for the coaches, the college coaches, so they don't need to travel all the way here to Wilmington, Delaware for this event. We can just get, the 3-4 of us to come here and stream it. On behalf of those coaches, you can watch it from home, on your couch, in your office, whatever is the most comfortable thing for you. As these kids starting their high school lacrosse journeys. They're all freshmen at their respective schools. We've been trying to call them out here throughout the morning. Here's Drew Selcher. He's at LaSalle College High School. That's where his coach, Rob Forster, coaches, one of the assistants. Selcher as he was getting taken down to the turf. We're able to get that pass over to Luviano as it's Grayson Lovecchio on the defense. Had to sound that one out there the first time I said it. Grayson Lovecchio, Ridgewood freshman. Yep, happens to the best of us. First time, looked right down at it. Here's Miller. Bit of an easier name there for me. To Luviano. When you got it all hyphenated out, you got to say it once or twice before you can just rattle it off easy. Here's Lemieux, far sideline, sticking his right hand. Seen him a lot here as there you go, puts the stick in his left hand. Was going to say, he's had the stick in his left for much of the morning. However, there, puts it in his right, step down shot, saved. As a new goalie for BBL, it's Jed Sobler, excuse me, Clarkstown North, New York goalie. This ball back on the turf, and a ground ball by Gavin Gibson. And his pass up over the head of Jax Monty, unforced turnover, and Dukes will take over along our near sideline. Low-scoring affair. It was 10 total goals in our first contest between Dukes and Two-Way.
5 of those coming within, it seems like, the first half of the first quarter.
Five goals in the first quarter. And it was Two-Way who scored the 6 goals. But a low-scoring 1-1 score here through coming up on 3 minutes in half number 2, quarter number 3 of game number 2 of the preview series. Great event put on by these teams. I believe in talking to some of the coaches ahead of the event, it was BBL who spearheaded this event. Got Two-Way on board. They've got a team competing in all 3 levels. Dukes Elite has a team competing here in 2029. We'll see Dukes Elite for the 2028s, and then the 2027s, they got Team 10, one of the programs here in Pennsylvania, to be that 3rd team for the class of 2027s. Again, much of those players announcing their commitments over the last couple days, as we're into September prime time for those recruitment announcements to be made. As now through 4 minutes. In quarter number 3, de Blasi will hand it off for Charlie Miller, the Haddonfield Memorial High School freshman. Here's Luviano, Germantown Academy. He's matched up with 13 in black. That is Lovecchio. See, it comes off easy. Second or third time you say it. Miller matched up with 31 in black. That's Jack Driscoll, the Glen Ridge freshman. And here's Navarro. Matched up with 21, Anthony Bunicant. And Lovecchio will come away with the loose ball. And all the way over towards us. Hit one of our friends over here, the Dukes Elite cameraman. Turnover, and it'll be de Blasi to start with it from midfield here along our near sideline. Here's Nicholas, matched up with Teddy Franchetti IV, a Del Barton freshman. As Franchetti goes stride for stride with Nicholas, as Nicholas goes from our near sideline around goal, along goal line extended to the far sideline. Here's Navarro, has the only Dukes Elite goal here this morning in this second game. Here's de Blasi, sticking his left hand, bounces and a split to his right, and now around the crease, behind the cage and along the far sideline now. Here's Navarro. Puts a stick in his right hand for Nicholas. Started to his left, now split back to his right. Right hand free, and a great save there from Jed Sobler off his helmet. As he watched that one all the way in, keeps our score at 1. Tied up at 1. As quick stoppage from our officials ahead of the restart as we approach the midway point here in quarter number 3. It's Jackson Binsfeld. From behind the cage, matched up with Brady Kopp. Binsfeld will play it towards the top of the restraining box. Ball now in the stick of Nate de Blasi. We've seen him on both sides of the offense, the right-hand side, the left-handed side. Here's Nicholas. Started to his left, back to his right. His shot sails high and over the crossbar. As some more players and coaches and family members begin to pile in here at the Chase Fieldhouse. There's another stoppage, a turnover, and BBL will take over. As you see some fans up on just there, you saw him right there in the frame, that Chase Fieldhouse banner. We got some fans up overlooking essentially you're looking the long ways of the field. We've got some fans in that corner. BBL obviously staked in our near corner to the right. That is where the 2029s have their gear and whatnot. As we're going back and forth, 5 minutes left to play here in what's been a low-scoring second game. No scoring here in our third quarter, as Duke's Elite going to try to change that here and take the lead. Luviano at goal line extended, curls it back behind the cage and plays it near sideline. In front for Selchert off the Nicholas pass, as Drew Selchert now has a goal in each game for Duke's Elite. Some nice movement there. We'll see the replay in a moment. But he was in front of the goal on the crease. You'll see it here. Nicholas, look at the movement from Selchert. Just flashing in front, stick up, quick catch and finish. Nice spot, too, there from the LaSalle College freshman. Makes it 2-1 Duke's Elite with just coming up on 4 minutes left to play in our third quarter. Throw that goal up there for you. My mouse. Got it. Thank you, Zach. Selcher and Navarro, the goal scorers here for Dukes in this second game. As BBL control out of the faceoff, right in front of the substitution box. No out of play. Dukes coaches can't believe it. And they'll get it here on this one. As Dukes Elite will kickstart this next possession from right in front of their bench. The Charlie Miller 9 in white to get things started. Cross field pass, bounce pass, and up and over the head of Logan Cummins. So Gavin Glasband will start it here for BBL. Coming up on 3 minutes here in quarter number 3. St. John. Pass it up for Chepkavich, has the only goal for BBL here this morning. Glasband races north. One more change made for BBL. Checking in is Gavin Gibson. And here's Jax Monty. Along our near wing. To his left, back to his right. Trying to get to the middle of the field, and Colin Kent, another nice save. Been a brick wall here all morning, playing in both games here for Dukes Elite. And up across midfield, however, BBL able to steal it back. Nice outlet pass, unable to come up with it, however. That was Teddy Franchetti. Nice outlet pass from Sobler. And a touch in the restraining box here for Chepkavich. We'll hand it off for Gibson as we approach 2 minutes to play here in quarter number 3 of game number 2 of the preview series here from Chase Fieldhouse. My name is Ryan Holspus. I appreciate you joining us here on YouTube and Artie Plex Films production. Our executive producer, Ryan DePaul, he's also operating the camera here this morning. And Zach Morgan, your producer, has a BBL goal. Great job there. I believe that was Jax Monty, the Ridgewood freshman. We'll see that replay one more time, as it's BBL able to tie our score up at 2 here before we get to the third quarter break. It was Monty. Working left to right, splits 2 defenders, and a bounce shot sneaks its way under Kent. Nice job there by Monty to get to the middle of the field, get a good look. We're all tied up at 2, $1:30 left to play here in game number 2. Nice job on the faceoff. That's Jack Van Orden handling that draw for Building Blocks Lacrosse. Won the faceoff and able to scamper to our near sideline to recover the ground ball. 1 minute left. Here's Glasband. Gets past Palmieri and is shot into the back of the net. And that'll get us to the end of quarter number 3. Great job there by Gavin Glasband. One-man show, gets to the middle of the field and gives BBL their first lead here of the morning here in game number 2. Here's that replay. Glasband off the face-off win. Short time, could hear the seconds ticking down from one of our officials or our scorekeeper. And Glasband evades the trail check and gets that shot past Colin Kent. So 2 quick goals by BBL to wrap up quarter number 3, a 3-2 lead for BBL. As we'll get to a quick break ahead of quarter number 4. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the preview series live here on YouTube, Artiplex Films. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the preview series from the Chase Fieldhouse here in Wilmington, Delaware. BBL, 2 quick goals to wrap up quarter number 3, and that gives BBL a 3-2 lead with 12 minutes left to play. Again, here for the preview series, we're running 4 12-minute running clocks, so no stoppages of the clocks. There was a timeout, I believe, in the first game. I think each team does have 1 timeout here. I'm not sure if it's per half or per game. We are going to get underway here with quarter number 4 as 2A starts to get loose again. It'll be 2A and BBL to start in about 16 minutes for the 3rd and final game for the class of 2029s here for this preview series event. Scrum on the faceoff, recovered by Anthony Bunnecant, Gill St. Bernard's freshman, 21 in black, as he carries into their straining box and far sideline to get a touch. And he'll hand it off to an offensive player. That's Jax Monty, had the first of those 2 goals there at the end of the 3rd quarter. It was the goal that tied our score at 2 from Jax Monty, a Ridgewood freshman. As these lads down on the field going to some big-time programs to play their high school lacrosse. Monty going to Ridgewood, one of the better public schools, multi-time Group 4 champ. I got Seton Hall Prep players on here. They just won non-public Group A. Don Bosco Prep lost to Seton Hall Prep in that championship game. Bosco beat Del Barton. Got a couple Del Barton guys. Westfield, one of the best public school programs. I got Bridgewater on here as well. Mountain Lakes.
I heard you mention Bergen
Chatham
Catholic
as well.
before.
Yep, Bergen Catholic. I had Don Bosco and Bergen Catholic in the Bergen County final at Mahwah High School this past spring. If I remember correctly, Bosco 9-5. It was definitely Bosco. I believe the score 9-5. So here's BBL. A man up to 4-5. It is 6-on-5 for BBL. Nice job there by Monty. Nice handle. Here's a shot from the outside, saved by Colin Kent. He parried it, and then he went and dove on top of it. And another nice save there as BBL was able to get the ball. Another opportunity here, and Kent, not sure if he was able to get a piece of that one as well, if that one just missed the cage. Colin Kent, 2 or 3 big saves there to keep the deficit at 1 goal here for Dukes. As we're back to all even, 6-on-6, Kent unable to dig that one out. Jax Monty, 2nd goal of the morning, number 3 in black. And that extends BBL's lead to 4-2. Here's the replay here. We'll see it in a sec. A couple nice saves from Kent. Would have been great to see a few of those, but we'll see it here. This goal, St. John working to his left, hands it off for Monty, and then we're going to get the face-off in a sec. Monty will do it all himself from there. This stream will be available for playback, right? It'll be available on demand, so you can go check out that goal as well as all the goals you'll see this morning, afternoon. We got 7 more games following this one. So it will all be available on demand. Here's one more shot there. That was from Gibson. I thought it was from Monty along the far sideline. Gibson, we'll see that goal again. Here's Monty. He was matched up with, that's Grayson DeCecco. And he goes 5-hole on Colin Kent, who's played 2 full games coming up on now. So seeing a lot of rubber as we are playing with a yellow lacrosse ball. Just with, obviously you see all the white walls, helps our goalies a little bit. Cole Murphy will hand it off for Bo Chepkavich. Got the goal scoring started for BBL. Chepkavich along with Monty, our Ridgewood freshman. Here's Gibson going to Del Barton. As I was just mentioning earlier in this quarter, just the New Jersey teams, I'm much more familiar with the Jersey teams than I am with Pennsylvania and Connecticut and New York. But obviously on that side as well, got a couple guys going to Springfield. They just went 24-1, state champs, district champs. LaSalle, College High School, St. Joe's Prep. I know on the Dukes teams and the Team 10s teams, we got some Malvern Preps as well. Nice save there from, that was Sobler. And then one more from Dukes as well. One more chance at Sobler, another big save as he shuts the door there on that scoring attempt from Dukes Elite. Keep our score at 4-2. Let me add that goal for you if I can use my mouse. I can't. So 3-2 on your scoreboard. It is 4-2 BBL. Ball on the ground. Thank you, Zach. Shot from Bo Chepkavich, was looking for his second goal of the morning, and it was a bounce shot up and over the crossbar. Back up by BBL. A nice job there from Cole Murphy, Seton Hall Prep freshman.
If there is a window that will allow, I will throw up those saves from our Dukes goalie from before.
Certainly, from Colin Kent, made a couple big saves there to, at the time, keep the score 3-2. And there's a goal from BBL. Let's see if we can get the number on that one, 22. That's Max Von Wiegen, Don Bosco Prep freshman. And the score is now 2-5. Or 5-2, excuse me. I just wrote it down on my board. I got Duke's score first. 5-2 BBL. And we'll see that goal one more time from Max Von Wiegen. And some contact there with the goalie, Colin Kent, on the end of it. So a 5-2 lead for BBL now. Loose ball off the face-off, recovered by BBL. That's Jack Driscoll, the Glen Ridge freshman. And he's across midfield, looking for help. Finds it in the form of Anthony Bunnecant, Gill St. Bernard's freshman. And now here's Von Wiegen, the most recent goal scorer. Bunnecant will hand it off. St. John, wearing his Mountain Lakes orange helmet. At least that's what I believe it is. Plays it to his right and stripped. And it's Trevor Johns defensively trying to pick up that loose ball. Another nice check there by Johns. Ball skied up in the air. Melchiani, number 8 in white, recovers the loose ball. As we come up on 5 minutes to play here in our fourth and final quarter of game number 2 of 9 of the preview series here from Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Here's Selshert. His right-handed shot off the mark, was going for that far high corner and was just a little bit high and wide there. As Duke's trying to cut the deficit. It's currently a 3-goal BBL lead. Here's Nicholas. Gavin Nicholas got north of goal line, extended his left-handed shot off the mark and winning the run out to the near corner. Believe that's Grayson Lavecchio. And it was 13 in black. Grayson Lavecchio, the Ridgewood freshman, wins that run out to our near sideline corner. 4:30 left to play. BBL looking to add to their 5-2 lead. Here's Bunnecant. Right hand free and off the mark. Looked like he was going off stick side, about hip level on Kent. Kent was quick, though, to react to it. Shot was off the mark, however. Here's Murphy. Play it for Monty, who's got 2 goals here in our second half of game number 2. Selshert will come over to press him towards the far sideline. 4 minutes left to play. Here's Cole Murphy from behind. He's matched up That's 15, Joey Palmieri to the point for Chepkavich. Chepkavich matched up with Jackson Sheffield, both an LSM and defensive midfielder. As Chepkavich, right-handed shot on the run, saved by Colin Kent. Ball making its way all the way to our near sideline, almost pushed into Ryan DePaul. He's up on a little bit of a stand. Sheffield will recover and get back defensively. As BBL recovered that loose ball, possession will stay right here as we're inside 3:30 to play. As the class of 2029's BBL looking to add to this 5-2 lead. This is Von Wiegen, or excuse me, that was 20 in black, Gavin Glasband. Glasband's got a goal here in this morning's contest. It was the third goal for BBL to give them the lead. And BBL's held that lead, 5-2 now, with 3 minutes left to play. Here's Monty looking for goal number 3, and the hat trick for the Ridgewood freshman as he made his way from the far wing. Looked like he was, for the most part, a long goal line extended. And is able to, with a little angle, we're going to see it again. He slots home his hat trick goal, as he was, for the most part, a long goal line extended. That 18-yard box line of the soccer goal is a couple yards north of goal line extended, but as you see, he's just south of that 18-yard box. Didn't have too much of an angle, but Monty able to net the hat trick goal. So we approach 2 minutes left to play, ball out of play along the far sideline. And it will be Tommy Lemieux to kickstart this next offensive possession. So we hit the 2-minute mark. Here's Nicholas. Called his name out plenty over the last 2 hours as Duke's playing back-to-back here in the 8:30 and 9:30 slot. BBL will now play back-to-back in the 9:30, 10:30 slot as that shot off the mark. Believe that was Tommy Lemieux on the under end of it. In two-way, the 8:30 and 10:30 slots for the 2029s as more teams begin to file in. So we got some class of 2028s showing up. They'll be getting going at 11:30 for their triple header. 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. Ball on the ground, recovered by BBL as we close in on a minute. It's 13 in black. Grayson Lavecchio, the Ridgewood freshman, along the far sideline right in front of the substitution box. He was running out of room and tried to just flick it back towards the middle of the field. A whistle gifts possession back to Dukes. Trying to add one more here before our fourth quarter buzzer sounds to signal the end of this game 2. It's Tommy Lemieux. He's north of the restraining box. He'll hand it off for Nate DeBlasi. DeBlasi to his left. The slide second defender came over. DeBlasi will play it to his right for Nicholas. Nicholas pass in front for Tano Navarro. And Navarro was unable to come up with it. However, able to go retrieve that loose ball. Got a wide open Selcher, 33 in white, in the middle of the field. He was all for your screen. But for momentarily there, he was wide open calling for the ball, but never received it. 20 seconds left here. Duke's going to try to add one more on the run. It's Drew Lavino. And his shot saved by Jed Sobler. And that should all but do it here for game number 2 of the preview series. That's our final whistle as BBL a 5-2 win here in game number 2 of 9 from Wilmington, Delaware. Again, the preview series from Chase Fieldhouse. BBL a quick rest, and 10:30 they'll be back and playing two-way. As for Dukes, their morning is wrapped up.
And here's that final goal, the replay of the final goal that we got.
Certainly.
Quick right down the middle, behind the net.
Any chance, Zach, before we kick it over to a quick break here in between games, we can try to get those Colin Kent saves?
Oh, absolutely. Here we go.
As ladies and gents, we'll just run some highlights here from this game. I'm going to step aside, grab a quick sip of water. 10:27 in about a couple minutes. Again, 10:30 is when that next game would be set to kick off. Two-way, retaking the field now for quick warm-ups as BBL a rest. So, yeah, we're going to play some of these replays and be back momentarily with game number 3 of the preview series here from Chase Fieldhouse. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 underway here in the preview series from the Chase Fieldhouse here in Wilmington, Delaware. My name is Ryan Holzbus. I appreciate you all joining us here on what is a beautiful Sunday outside. We're indoors here at the Chase Fieldhouse. A beautiful Sunday, October 5th, the preview series, as we appreciate you joining us. I know we got a lot of college coaches that are likely tuning in, as right now the class of 2029s, a lot of they're all freshmen here for this morning. Again, our third game, the final game for the class of 29s, as the class of 2028 teams start to file in. For this third game, it's BBL, Building Blocks Lacrosse, and Two-Way. Two-Way played the first game, beat Dukes 6-4, and then BBL, just in the game that we just watched, took care of Dukes Elite. So both of these two teams trying to stay winless here, and not really it's not like this is a tournament format where they're necessarily trying to win, but obviously, you're always trying to win, trying to perform at your highest level. And you're also always obviously trying to put up great tape here, as this is, more so what this event is for, to put out tape for coaches, and, it's your high school coaches, college coaches to all view this information and, put these players in the best position to succeed. As we are a minute through our first quarter. Ball on the ground as BBL will begin our third game here offensively. For the moment, Two-Way had picked up the loose ball. Cameron Johnson had 2 goals in the first game for Two-Way. Whistle, and BBL will keep possession right here offensively. Bo Chepkavich had a goal there in game 1 for BBL, as I'll just start referring to him as game 1 for each of these two teams rather than game 1, game 2. Brady Dakin having some trouble here. Nice defensive play there, and a big collision. That's 7 in blue now for Two-Way. Luke Golden, freshman at Greenwich. As it was the goalie, Harry O'Connor, coming up with the loose ball. His outlet pass to Lachlan Wenger. Gets there, Wenger across midfield. Here's Jax Monty, had a hat trick in game 1 for BBL. There's goal number 4 of the morning, and the first here in our third game. Jax Monty, Ridgewood freshman, makes the score 1-0 early here for BBL. Replay here. Nobody picked him up. Nobody slid to him. 23, 7, 14. They were all sort of watching. As Monty, if you're not going to step to him, he's going to take it all the way. Gives BBL an early 1-0 lead. As it's Jack Van Orden, 7 in black for BBL to take the faceoffs. For Two-Way, it's number 8, Santiago Loinas. And it's going to be a whistle called against Loinas, an infraction there on the faceoff. So BBL look to add to their 1-goal lead. Get that goal up there on the scoreboard for y'all watching at home. There we go, 1-0 BBL. Yeah, nice defensive play there, Two-Way. Again, it's Luke Golden. A couple of moments ago had the big collision on the other side of midfield as Two-Way was trying to get across midfield. That time turned into a BBL possession. This time it's going to be Two-Way, or I might have jinxed it. Trying to get it up across midfield. Sanford was unable to control it, but it's Jack Anderson, the Brunswick freshman, who gets it across midfield. Two-Way to settle into their first offensive possession here, 3.5 minutes into quarter number 1. It's Alexander Chang, Bergen Catholic freshman, who'll hand it off for Ethan Quiet. He'll be playing his high school lacrosse at Scarsdale. Plays catch with Griffin Hart. A couple Brunswick freshmen here for Two-Way. I mentioned it at the, I think it was at the end of the last game. Just some big-time programs, whether it's public schools or some of the big private schools up in Connecticut and New Jersey. I'm personally just much more familiar with the Jersey teams. I cover some of the New Jersey private schools. So just a little bit more familiar, but definitely just know, your Fairfield Preps, your Archbishop Stepinac, your Brunswick schools. Some big-time programs up there in Connecticut and up in New York. As the Two-Way offensive possession stalled, BBL quickly the other way and into the stick of Jax Monty. Total of 4 goals this morning, and he has 1 here in BBL's second game of the morning, this being game 3. As we're 4.5 minutes through, Gavin Gibson The Del Barton freshman will control from the near high corner of the restraining box, now on the far high corner. Hands it off for Oliver St. John, Mountain Lakes freshman, one of those New Jersey public powerhouses that just seems to be in the Final Four for, I believe, Group 1. Pass up to the point. It is Anthony Chase, St. Joe's regional freshman. And again, the defensive play made by Luke Golden. Greenwich freshman that's how the ball got on the turf. And with that orange helmet, St. John able to recover the ground ball. Played through Chase. Here's Gibson. Gets to dancing against Griffin Hart. Right-handed shot. A sizzler up and over the Belief stick side high over Blake O'Hara. Gavin Gibson, Del Barton freshman, his first goal of the morning, gives BBL a 2-0 lead. Let's see that one again, Zach. That was a sizzler as he started to his left and got back to his right on the run. And looks like that was up over that stick side high. What a shot there from Gibson. 2-0 BBL lead. After they just played a full 48-minute game. 2A had a hour break. And 2A off the faceoff, able to control the loose ball. Drew Rauch, the Cheshire freshman. Rauch head up, looking to the crease, and realizes that his team does not have the numbers. And he'll carry along the end line, allow his two-way offense to make some offensive substitutions, get some personnel on the field. Here's Rauch, head up, nice pass, finds, that's 15, Alexander Chang had a goal in the first game for two-way. Now spun to Hughes, and that's 96 in blue. We don't have a 96. But regardless, it's Chang to his left. He's matched up with, that's 21, Anthony Bunnecant, Gilles St. Bernard's freshman, 96, left hand free off the mark. And I don't know where the ball went, and players don't know where it went either. It's all the way up at the point in the stick of Gavin Glasband. Or excuse me, that's 20 in blue, Jack Anderson. Called out Glasband for BBL. Here's Chang, working east-west from his right to his left, passes it back to his right, and this is now Sam Catanacci, sticking his right hand, running out of an angle, and his bounce shot, looks like O'Connor got a piece of it, the BBL goalkeeper. And the shot will skip its way all the way to the far corner, and our official will award two-way the closest there. And that's where Drew Rauch will start with it. And now Holden Hughes running away from his defender, Lachlan Wenger, Randolph High School defenseman matched up with him. That was Anderson trying to get a quick pass to Zapka, and the two weren't on the same page. Ball had to play along the BBL end line, and with a 2-0 lead, 4 minutes left to play in quarter number one, BBL will clear it from their end line. Dangerous outlet pass from O'Connor. Found its way to Bunnecant, and he's trail checked from behind. Here's Anderson, two-way, trying to get a goal on the board as Catanacci got his right hand free, but he also got trail checked, and the ball's still on the ground. Rauch able to come up with the loose ball, faked the pass to the middle of the field, then looked like he was going to make an attempt to goal, pass back to Catanacci, and a big-time save in cage by Harry O'Connor. Ball still loose along the far sideline. A couple blue jerseys over there, now black jerseys in the area, and coming up with it, Drew Rauch. Seemingly has picked up every loose ball offensively here for two-way, and their first goal here in game number 2. Jack Anderson, Brunswick freshman, makes the score 2-1. And it all started with Drew Rauch. Jack Anderson, bounce shot, beats O'Connor. Get that goal up there for you, 2-1 BBL lead. Anderson, his first goal here this morning in their 2 contests as we close in on 2:30 left to play in our first 12-minute quarter here from Chase Fieldhouse. You're watching the preview series. Big time recruiting event here. 2A lacrosse, Building Blocks lacrosse, Duke's Elite, as well as Team 10 fielding a class of 2027 team. Nice trail check from behind. I believe that was, who was that? That was Von Wiegen, I believe, who was looking to skip into a left-handed shot, got trailed from behind. 2A, now offensively, Drew Rauch will play it to Charlie Rice, 2 in blue. And now Ethan Quiet, as 2A will look to tie our score at 2 inside 2 minutes before we end quarter number 1. Here's Rice, right-handed shot, sizzled up and over the far high corner. As we get whistles from our officials. Quick stoppage. Looks like we had multiple balls on the field of play. And Sam Catanacci will start with it from the end line. $1:30 left to play here in our first quarter. Catanacci matched up with Brady Kopp, Pingree freshman. Catanacci, defenders for BBL on the turf, and Sam Catanacci able to skip into a right-handed shot. It's off the mark, and Drew Rauch able to get there to our near corner, keep the possession right here with 2A. And it looks like a penalty flag is down in the far corner below goal line extended. So we're inside a minute. And it looks like that's just going to wrap up our first quarter. 1 minute left to play. And we're going to have a penalty, a 6-on-5 man advantage for 2A on the other side. So a little bit of a long timeout for us. We're going to step aside here live from the Chase Fieldhouse. You're watching the preview series on RD Plex Films. Don't go anywhere. We're live right here on YouTube.
How are we doing? Good? No hiccups? We're good? No, I mean, I stopped fucking around with it.
Quick restart, ladies and gentlemen, for quarter number 2, live here from Chase Fieldhouse. You're watching the preview series live right here on YouTube, RD Plex Films. 2A, trailing 2-1, a chance here to tie our score at 2, as that was a skip pass. Griffin Hart found Drew Rauch in front. Rauch went for a shuffle shot. Or is it a shuttle shot? I always get myself confused when I'm trying to term that, but saved by the goalie. It's still Harry O'Connor. He had the first half in game 1 for BBL, taking care of half 1 as well here in game number 2. As O'Connor keeps the score at 2-1, BBL leads. Anthony Chase carries behind. He's matched up with Nico Zapka, defenseman. He'll be playing his high school lacrosse at Don Bosco. And BBL trying to work it along the far sideline, pass off the mark. And 2A will take over. Charlie Rice. His pass in the middle of the field finds Danny Stern. And now Stern hands it off for Alexander Chang. Pass behind. Kanachi will recover what was a loose ball for a moment. And now here's Drew Rauch. Cheshire freshman gets around Lachlan Wenger. Pass in the middle of the field for Charlie Rice, and his shot saved by Harry O'Connor. And O'Connor will collect the loose ball. Outlet pass finds its way to Oliver St. John. Here's St. John. Defender is Anderson. Trips up and sprawls out on the turf. However, he's back up to his feet. And St. John will hand off to an offensive teammate. That's Bo Chepkavich. Got the goal scoring started in the first game for BBL. Now here's St. John. St. John matched up with Griffin Hart. 2 goals in the first game for two-way. Here's Cole Murphy, Seton Hall prep freshman. Big collision there at the end of that one, as well as Brady Dakin took one more hit from Luke Golden as the ball made its way out of play along the end line. And two-way will take over defensively. Here goes Jack Anderson right in front of us along our near sideline, sprinting and bulldozing through stick checks. And a unforced turnover. Anderson, after all that hard work, trying to find Charlie Rice, and it goes up off the head of his stick, up off the plastic, and it skips out of play along the two-way sideline. BBL will now take over. 9:30 left to play here in half number 1. And across midfield for BBL is Brady Kopp, Pingree freshman. Hands it off for Jax Monty. Total of 4 goals through a game and a half for BBL. It is number 3 in black, Jax Monty. He'll be starting his high school lacrosse career at Ridgewood up in Bergen County, New Jersey. My neck of the woods up Bergen Passaic County. Here is Monty, who was working for the moment against Cameron Johnson, the short stick, and then switched off. Another short stick. Anderson took over. Ball jarred loose. O'Hara with the loose ball. Quickly the other way. Rauch. One more for Anderson. And a nice save there by O'Connor. More so got a piece of it. But that Anderson shot is going to find the back of the net, and that ties our score up at 2. Quickly from the collect from O'Connor to Drew Rauch. Rauch head up and is able to find, it's Jack Anderson on the run, his second goal here in this second game for two-way. And that ties up our score at 2. Face-off won momentarily by Santiago Loinas. Rather than the ground ball, looked like he was trying to just push it forward to himself. And then that shot in transition is easily handled by, that's Blake O'Hara. Right, yeah, 0 in blue, Blake O'Hara. And we got 0 in black, or more red, it's Harry O'Connor. Here's Rauch, 44 in blue for two-way. Up around midfield, allows one more offensive substitution to be made. It was Holden Hughes, had a goal in the first game for two-way. As we approach the 7-minute mark here in half number 1. Liam Adams, Don Bosco freshman, to his right now, back to his left. Here's Rauch. He's going to dodge to his right. Middle of the field, nice hesitation there, and on the shot attempt off the mark, up and over the crossbar. Back up by two-way, and Brady Meehan will keep possession right here. Nice job there by Rauch on the redodge after Adams went left and then to his right. Adams will pass it off back to Rauch, and now behind for Brady Meehan. He's matched up with Lachlan Wenger. Or excuse me, that's 37 in black, Teddy Dunn, Chatham High School freshman. Here's Adams. Playing at Don Bosco come this spring. His pass to Holden Hughes, not handled. Here comes Gavin Gibson the other way. Quick passing, finds its way to, that's 18, Christopher Wells, past Cack Hills freshman, and his shot was off the mark. And now a bouncing ball across midfield will make its way all the way to Harry O'Connor. Ball still on the ground. Nico Zapka pushes it forward. And a wide open in front. And what a save! Harry O'Connor on the doorstep as it was Charlie Rice one-on-one. At least I believe it was Charlie Rice. No, I don't think it was Charlie Rice. Maybe Meehan one-on-one with Harry O'Connor. And O'Connor sends that one back. What a save by the Westfield freshman. Keeps our score at 2-2. Down the other end is Cole Murphy, Seton Hall prep freshman. And that breaks the 2-2 tie and gives BBL back the lead. Stay north of goal line extended as he already was, and there's good stick skills there by number 4 in black. Gives BBL a 3-2 lead. As we're inside 5 minutes, approaching halftime here in game number 3 of the preview series. Final game between the class of 2029 teams. Santiago Loinaz will win that face-off in the ground ball, won by Cameron Johnson. Johnson trail checked from behind, loose ball. Rouch had it for a moment. Ball skied up in the air. It's going to be won by Brady Meehan. Or he was at least the first one there, but unable to win that ground ball. Long outlet pass. Harry O'Connor finds a teammate. That's 12 in black, Brady Kopp. Here's Murphy, the most recent goal scorer for the defending non-public A state champ for New Jersey, Seton Hall Prep. That's where Murphy will be playing his high school lacrosse. Here's Oliver St. John. He'll be heading to Mountain Lakes. Matched up with Griffin Hart, freshman at Brunswick. And Oliver St. John, his first goal of the morning, started to his right, then back to his left on the spin. And able to get his left hand free. Back of the net gives BBL a 4-2 lead. Started to his right, spin, left hand free, and a bounce shot. Stick side low on Blake O'Hara. BBL 4-2 lead now. Add that goal there for you. 4-2 lead. Gonna make it live. There we go. 3 minutes left to play here in half number 1. Scrum for the loose ball. It's recovered by Jack Van Orden. Quick pass out to the far wing and a step down shot. That was 20 in black. Gavin Glasband, his first goal here in this second game, second goal of the morning. And BBL starting to stack on some goals here. It's now a 5-2 lead. All started with the face-off winning ground ball, though, from Van Orden. And the catch, step down, and finish. Sniper shot there from Gavin Glasband. Now has 2 goals on the morning, an infraction called on the face-off against Santiago Loinaz. And that'll give BBL another offensive possession here, coming up on 2 minutes to play in our first half. Here's Monty from up at midfield. 4 goals here on the morning. Just 1 goal here in this second contest. Here's Chip Cavich. Scored BBL's first goal of the morning in game number 1. And now here's Brady Dakin, Don Bosco Prep freshman. A couple Don Bosco Prep players on both teams. As BBL out of Florham Park, New Jersey. Two-way out of Connecticut. I believe Greenwich is their main headquarters where they have much of their operations out of. Here's Monty. Again, goal gets north of goal line extended. His 5th goal of the morning, second here in this second game. Now a 6-2 BBL lead. Here as the class of 2029s compete. Monty playing his lacrosse at Ridgewood as Anderson tried to get a trail check in on him. Nice stick work there from Jax Monty. Now a 6-2 lead. I got to add 2 goals on there for you all at home. 6-2 lead now for BBL. Looks like we're going to get a loose ball push, and two-way will take over in their defensive third. It'll be Charlie Rice, Choate, Rosemary Hall, freshman, and he plays it forward for Shane Sanford, who'll be playing at Fairfield Ludlow. Here's Drew Rauch. Called his name plenty. Right hand almost free. Fake jump shot, and then a bounce shot sneaks underneath Harry O'Connor. Wonder what we're going to do here with this one. I think they blew it dead for the quarter break as we come up on the end of our first quarter, and I don't think that goal will count, but a great job there. We'll call it out by Drew Rauch on the fake jump shot and then a bounce shot under Harry O'Connor, but we will get to halftime. BBL a 6-2 lead. Don't go anywhere. Be back in a couple moments for half number 2, live from the Chase Fieldhouse. You're watching the preview series live right here on YouTube, RD Plex Films.
Nice inside, right?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half number 2 underway here between 2A and BBL. Our third and final game for the class of 2029s will be followed by class of 2028s next. As here's Jack Anderson, fresh off the face-off win. His team trailing 6-2. 2A trying to get some goals on the board here. So I believe we have a goalie change. It was Harry O'Connor in goal for BBL in half number 1 of both games. Jed Sobler, as he did in game number 1, takes over here in half number 2. Likewise for 2A, it was Blake O'Hara in cage. It's now Landon Hammerling, Bronxville freshman, number 13 in blue. Or excuse me, 17 in blue for 2A. That shot was off the mark. BBL will take over from their own end line defensively. And through goalie Jed Sobler. And across midfield along the far sideline. Brady Dakin. A couple really talented Bradys have gone through Don Bosco. Brady Scaletti is a senior, just finished his Don Bosco career. He'll be playing at Duke in the spring. All-state player. As there's Dakin, pass for Anthony Chase, and didn't really get pressured much. Sort of just waltzed his way towards goal. See that replay one more time, but that is the St. Joe's regional freshman. Anthony Chase was able to get past Griffin Hart. Gives BBL now a 7-2 lead. but a lot of really talented Brady's. Scaletti, Brady Kushner will be a senior this spring, and he's committed to Loyola, Maryland. And early there from two-way, saw it. I mean, I'm right along midfield, but I was able to see that live. Luke Gold, I was Santiago Loinez just a little bit early there on the faceoff. So BBL a chance now to continue adding to their current 7-2 lead. St. John, 11 in black, wearing that orange Mountain Lakes helmet. Now back to his left, keeps that stick in his left hand. Now back to his right, on the run, nice save by, that was 17 in blue by Hammerling. Hammerling had to go dig that one out too, had to go down and get it. And then good job there by Hammerling, making himself available there as an option as he had a teammate looking for help. And now two-way, it was Sanford starting the offensive possession, finds Drew Rouch, his shot off the mark, and we should stay right here on that shot attempt, and we will. Sam Catanacci, who will start with it from the end line. He's matched up with Harrison Misan. Misan, a Bridgewater freshman. Bridgewater Raritan. Here's Jack Anderson. Matched up with Brady Dakin. Anderson keeping the stick in his right hand to Rouch to his left. Rouch looking for a shot, and he'll get something off. And Sobler will collect. And BBL to clear up along the far sideline. Sobler, outlet pass across midfield, finds its intended target. Quickly now to the long pole, Grayson Lovecchio. And as he was seemingly winding up to take a pass or take a shot, looks like they do deem it a pass. He gets laid out to the turf. And now it does look they do change it to a shot. BBL will take over. At first it looked like two-way was going to kickstart and clear. And instead our official will award BBL the possession. They're winning 7-2. Looking to add to that lead. We're 4 minutes through quarter number 3. Here's Chase, most recent goal scorer for BBL. His shot off the mark. Here behind is Max Von Wiegen. Had a goal in quarter number, or maybe in the last game, Von Wiegen had a goal, is what it was. Don Bosco prep freshman, that pass off the mark and a skip out of play. And two-way will take it from the far sideline as that's the Dukes Elite Class of 2028 team. Getting ready, we got the BBL Class of 2028 teams right 2 hour right along the near sideline as Anderson makes his way over towards us on the near sideline across midfield. Skip pass in front, unable to handle it was 14 in blue, Cameron Johnson. And now here's Johnson behind the goal. Skip pass towards the far wing, far sideline. Here's Griffin Hart, had 2 goals in the first game for 2A. However, he's been quiet here in game number 2. Now Charlie Rice. Handoff for Ethan Quiet. He's been quiet on the scoring sheet, but I've called his name plenty. Number 3 in blue, Ethan Quiet. Here's Griffin Hart. Pass behind the goal for Sam Catanacci. Skip pass in front. Drew Rouch was cutting towards the crease from the top of the restraining box. Ball kicks its way across midfield. Recovered by Monty. Looking for goal number 6 instead. He'll play it off to his left. And an easy one-on-one and a goal. Christopher Wells, the Pascack Hills freshman, nets his first goal of the morning. Now an 8-2 BBL lead. Very unselfish there by Jax Monty. Already 5 goals on the morning, 2 goals in this game. Draws the slide and an easy bounce shot from Christopher Wells. As we're through the midway point here in quarter number 3, inside 6 minutes, it's a 7-2 BBL lead. Loose ball on the face-off, recovered by Building Box Lacrosse. 8-2. Thank you, Zach, for updating the score for us. My apologies if I read off the wrong score, even though I have it here on my score sheet correct. Ball to play. Two-way will take over. And a whistle from our official in the middle of the field. And we're back to underway. Cross midfield, it's the long pole Shane Sanford. Fairfield Ludlow is where he'll play his high school lacrosse. Here's Drew Rauch. Working east-west to his right. Ping-ponging off some defenders. He had 34 Lachlan Wenger, 24 Harrison Misan, meeting Rauch as he was doing his best to try to just get to the middle of the field and try to get some sort of an angle for a shot. Here's Catanacci dancing behind the goal, and his pass is off the mark. And it will skip out of play. BBL will take over at midfield, far sideline. Here's Zapka. Or excuse me. That was Dakin for Gibson. And now a save from Hammerling, and we get a whistle. Flag is down at midfield on the two-way defensive half of midfield. So BBL about to be man up here. 6-on-5 man advantage. Not sure who necessarily that penalty came against. Looks like number 11 in blue. That's Danny Stern. He'll take a knee down in the penalty box. So a 6-on-5 man advantage here for BBL, an 8-2 lead, and a chance to add to it. Chance to also be methodical here. If they had some sort of play right that they want to execute, it's a good time to do it. Leading by 6 goals. Here is Monty. Has 2 of those 8 goals. 5 on the morning. Dakin. Back to Dakin. As he plays catch with Oliver St. John along the far sideline. As we're back to all even, penalty is released. 6-on-6. It's Cole Murphy behind, the Seton Hall Prep freshman. As the Pirates look to defend their 2025 New Jersey non-public A title. Quickly, two-way, a chance to cut the deficit, and they do. It's Alexander Chang, Bergen Catholic freshman, his first goal here in game number 2. And that'll make the score 8-3 BBL. Nice job there by Luke Golden. The long stick in transition keeps his head up. Had a third goal there for two-way 8-3 BBL lead with 2 minutes left to play. And again, our third and final game for the class of 2029s. We'll have 3 games to follow for the class of 2028s. And then 3 more for class of 2027. Two-way win that face-off. Here's Jackson Wirtz behind the cage. He'll pass it off for Catanacci, wearing number 97 for two-way. Ball and stick of Liam Adams. Don Bosco going against Oliver St. John. Likely matchup that you could expect going forward into the future with 2 Gibbs division teams play each other every year. Bounce shot off the mark. Two-way. They win the run out to the end line. It'll be Jackson Wirtz to kickstart this next offensive set. $1:30 left to play here in quarter number 3. It's Chang, most recent goal scorer for two-way. Sticking his left hand, he'll play it to the far wing for Catanacci. It's Liam Adams, hounded by Harrison Misan. And Misan gonna win that battle. Out along the far low corner. And Misan will play it to goalie Jed Sobler as we hit the minute mark here in quarter number 3. An 8-3 BBL lead. After they won, I believe it was 6-4 over Dukes in the last game. BBL kicks it forward, and we get a whistle from our, I believe that was our far sideline official. Quick stoppage and a restart as we're closing in on 30 seconds. Here's Jack Anderson for two-way. Runs through a stick check, and stick in his right hand. They call that a Canadian release with the stick in his right hand, and it was, that overhand finish as Two-Way able to cut the deficit down to 4 goals, an 8-4 BBL lead as we'll end the third quarter and get to the quarter break. Nice job by Anderson there. Again, running through stick checks as you see there, sticking his right hand and just with his hands, just, fix the hands and reset them. That Canadian release makes it 8-4 BBL. We'll step aside for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the preview series live from the Chase Fieldhouse.
Yo, get some lines. Let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 12 more minutes of lacrosse for the class of 2029s here from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. As you are watching the preview series, game 3 of 9. We have 3 class of 2028 games on tap and then followed by 3 class of 2027 games. So make sure to tune in. I know we're competing with NFL football, but if you've got a split screen, make sure to get us going here on YouTube live, an Artiplex Films production. My name is Ryan Holzbus. I'm joined by Ryan DePaul. He's operating the camera, our executive producer, and Zach Morgan is our producer here this morning into afternoon.
Happy to join you guys.
Certainly, yeah, we appreciate you being here, Zach. Obviously, Ryan organizing this between the 3 of us. And a great event, obviously, for the kids and trying to highlight them here. Understanding that obviously a lot of friends and family tuning in, but this is for recruiting purposes. So obviously our general audience being a lot of those college coaches that didn't have to make the trip all the way here to Wilmington.
Friends, family, college coaches. The big thing here is that they are all over the country. We are streaming
Certainly.
worldwide.
Nice job defensively there by BBL. And then an errant pass, skips across midfield, and BBL will take over offensively from midfield. But yeah, just allows for these coaches not to have to come from all over the country. No commits yet. Obviously, once we get to the 2027s, I'll start calling out college names because a lot of those guys have committed, whether they did so, weeks and months ago or, if, in here into September, this being a hot time for those announcements to be made. A lot of those coaches not having to make the trip and join us here on the what is the near sideline, the opposite sideline of the teams. Typically, you'd have coaches lined up here for this whole day. Instead, it's just the 3 of us here doing it for you. Hopefully, adding some good commentary as well. Trying to make sure we highlight high schools, and again, once we get to the guys that are committed, where they're committed.
What a shot.
What a shot there, yep. You called it, Zach. Oliver St. John, that's his second goal here of this game. They get 9-4 BBL.
Take a look at that replay.
Nice job there by St. John. Mountain Lakes freshman playing in the Gibbs division. As I mentioned, I believe they're the Group 1. I had done Group 2 or Group 1 and 2 a couple of years ago, the championships, and Mountain Lakes had won that season. That was 2024. As Two-Way wins the faceoff, it's Cameron Johnson, had 2 goals in the first game for Two-Way. On the run, Alexander Chang, Bergen Catholic freshman. That's a nice shot rip there, sticking his left hand off the mark. It'll be Jackson Wirtz to start with it from behind the goal. So we're 3 minutes through our 4th quarter. BBL class of 2028 getting ready to our right and left. As you see there, the far side, that's the Dukes Elite class of 2028. As Alexander Chang, 3rd goal of the morning, 2nd here in game number 2 as he works to his left down our near alley. Nice job there by Chang to get Two-Way on the board here in quarter number 4. 9-5 lead now for BBL. Chang, a freshman at Bergen Catholic, playing the non-public B. There's plenty of players on both teams in the NJ non-public A and B. Bergen Catholic, you got Bosco, Del Barton, some Seton Hall Prep. Here's Griffin Hart, 6 in blue. He'll play for Drew Rauch. Inside 8 minutes. Here in the preview series, game 3 for the class of 2029s. Rauch will hold on to it. He's matched up with Grayson Lavecchio. And here's Griffin Hart, one of a handful of Brunswick freshmen and Brunswick high school lacrosse players between these 3 levels for Two-Way. As we'll see their 2028s in a little bit, as well as their 2027s later this afternoon. Bounce pass finds Ethan Quiet. Not that it was exactly intended to be a bounce pass, but Quiet, a good job recovering that loose ball. Here's Drew Rauch to the middle of the field. Right hand free, and a nice save by Jed Sobler. Has been called upon a few times here in half number 2. And Sobler keeps our score at 9-5 as we approach the midway point here in quarter number 4. Two-Way trying to get the ball forward. Black jersey hit the turf. Ball still loose in. Ground ball recovered by Cole Murphy, Seton Hall Prep freshman. Bonnekamp. Play it to his left for Gavin Glasband. And now here's Chep Kavich. Chep Kavich and Jags Monty. And even Grayson Lavecchio, defender, 3 Ridgewood freshmen.
This next group of BBL kids are just chomping at the bit to get on the field.
Oh, they're waiting. They've been down here for probably since like 10:45, ready to get on the field. So it's going to be exciting as that game gets going at 11:30. That shot hit the outside of the netting. I believe that was Christopher Wells,
Had
18
me fooled
and
for a
black.
second.
Here's Two-Way trying to get one back here. Inside 6 minutes. It's Jackson Wirtz. Wide open shot. Nico Zabka, Don Bosco freshman, let a left-handed shot go. Or was that number 19? I believe that might have been 14. It was Cameron Johnson, so my apologies there. Hotchkiss freshman Cameron Johnson, his 3rd goal of the morning. 1st goal here in this 2nd game for Two-Way. It's now a 9-6 game, so Two-Way starting to mount a little bit of a comeback here in this preview series game. Let me get that goal up there for you. 9-2-6 with 5 minutes left to play. Yeah, we'll see, Zach, how that next game shakes out, because these BBL guys by us are ready to go. Looks like the Dukes guys have kind of just been sitting over there hanging out for the last 20 minutes or so.
I would like to, at this point, shout out the coaches from BBL for not letting your players hit us in our nice, convenient little setup here on the sideline.
They were. We had drills going on each side, to our rights and to our lefts. They're using the whole sideline here. As Two-Way trying to add one more right in front. Oof. And
good movement.
I'm going to say it was a goal with the stick fakes from Brady Meehan. That's his first goal of the morning. They're going to count it. It sounded like it hit a couple pipes and the bar jarred out of the goal, but nonetheless, that's 3 straight goals for Tuwe and a 9-7 lead for BBL. You see it did. It hit the near side pipe and then the far side netting. So it is 9-6 BBL. Face off one for the moment by Loinas. However, a great job there. Fighting for it was Van Orden. And the ball will kick its way out of play. And two-way possession along the far sideline. Trailing by 2 goals. Get that goal up there for you. 9-7 BBL with 3:30 left to play. Not that this game, wins and losses, really means anything for these 2 club programs, but really just bragging rights, as I mentioned. A lot of guys, on each of these 2 teams will be playing high school together. They, play probably against each other and with each other. Plenty players from each of these 2 teams, especially being that this is, Connecticut, New Jersey-based programs. A lot of New Jersey players on two-way. New York players playing for each. Inside 3 minutes, BBL looking to add to their lead as that shot came off the right hand of Anthony Chase, St. Joe's freshman. Off the brick wall there behind the goal. As it's Dakin, carries to his right and up towards midfield for Bo Chepkavich. 1 goal this morning. It was the first goal for BBL in their first game against Dukes. As for Jax Monty, he's got 5 here this morning, 2 in this second game. Looking for an assist as well to tally on with it, however, unable to come up with the pass. I believe that was Brady Dakin. Two-way goalie Landon Hammerling, Bronxville freshman goalie, will carry it forward. 2 minutes left to play. Luke Golden sends a pass forward in the direction of Alexander Chang. Chang was unable to come up with it and now kicked forward towards midfield. Loose ball. Sticks
in the
hit
air,
the turf.
contact.
Oh, man. Yellow flags, dirty laundry all over the place. Got a flag from each of our 2 officials. So inside 2 minutes, approaching a minute 30. We'll get this sorted out. Our officials will come together. And we'll see how much action we even get here with as we're, minute 20 left to play.
Taking a look at the
BBL
replay.
at 9-7 lead. Yeah, let's get that replay. Anderson shoulder to shoulder. And that's where that flag came in. Looked pretty clean on the replay. But it will be Anderson to take a kneel down. That'll pretty much wrap up his day. There's just 1 minute left to go here for the class of 2029s here at the preview series. If you're a college coach tuning in, we hope you enjoyed our coverage here for the class of 2029s, and make sure you stick around. Class of 2028's coming up next. Dukes Elite and BBL to get us going is our first game on tap to start at 11:30, so just in about 5 minutes or so. As we're inside a minute, and it looks like that should pretty much all but do it. If they're just going to let the clock run out, we might as well just whistle it dead at this point. Yeah, it's a great showing, though, from our 3 teams for the class of 2029. As I say that, they add one more.
Why not?
One more, Christopher Wells, the Pascack Hills freshman. And that'll make the score 10-7 BBL. That should all but do it.
Someone was complaining about a lack of offense before. We'll find that guy.
17 total goals. I think that probably was me, man. 2-1 after the first quarter. BBL turned it on there in quarter number 4. So BBL a 10-7 win to wrap up the class of 2029s here at the Chase Fieldhouse for the preview series. Don't go anywhere. As I mentioned, class of 2028 is next, as you see there on your screen. 3 games to start at 11:30. BBL and Dukes Elite in about 4 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with full coverage of the preview series live from Chase Fieldhouse. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Chase Fieldhouse here in Wilmington, Delaware, as you're watching the preview series here at the Chase Fieldhouse. Great event organized, BBL being the spearheaders of this event. They will be the first class of 2028 team to compete, as we're on to the class of 2028s. Dukes and BBL, the first matchup here, an infraction called on the faceoff against Dukes. BBL will start the morning, as we still are in the morning, 11:31, the morning into the afternoon. They'll start this game 4 of 9 with possession of the lacrosse ball. As we just finished up with the class of 2029s, if that's what you're looking for, make sure to rewind, as this entire stream, we're doing the full, however long this ends up becoming, the 8:30 all the way to probably like 5:30 post. We got the whole stream. It's going to be all available after today's event, so be sure to check it out here on YouTube, RD Plex Films. My name's Ryan Holspus. I'm joined by Ryan DePaul. He's your cameraman and executive producer, as well as Zach Morgan. He's the producer here this afternoon. As BBL controls, first offensive possession, ball was in the stick of Trace Larson, Del Barton sophomore. As all of these class of 2028s, for the most part, sophomores. I think I saw one that might have been listed as a junior, but I'm not sure if that was a typo or what the case might be. Regardless, all sophomores. Some guys have some varsity experience, but for the most part, a lot of these lads were JV or possibly freshman players last season, set to likely step up into a much bigger role here into this spring and going forward. Ball is currently in the stick of Trace Larson, one of those players for Del Barton, looking to hopefully get a bigger role moving forward. His pass for Jack Rendy, fellow Del Barton midfielder, and his shot's off the mark. Back up, we'll stay right here with BBL. Quick pass in front, off a pipe. Trace Larson on the other end of that pass, I believe 47 Jace Stiansen, Sparta High School sophomore. I believe he initiated the play from the end line and distributed to was Trace Larson, 17 in black, and he'll kickstart this next offensive possession. Larson, pass to his right for Jack Gonzalez, Bergen Catholic sophomore. And his ball skipped its way towards midfield. A nice job there by Owen Higgins, Mountain Lake sophomore, to keep the possession right here with BBL. Here's Trace Larson, far side of the field for Jace Stanson. Stanson to his left. Left hand free, and his shot beats goalie James Kyle. So the Sparta sophomore Jace Stanson gets the goal scoring started here for the class of 2028s, and for BBL, it's a 1-0 lead. We're just about 3 minutes through our first quarter. Takes the pass from Larson. We won't get this full replay in time. Back to face off, and another infraction. Kehan Petok is the Dukes face-off man, number 48 in white. Back-to-back infractions, another offensive possession for BBL. That shot off the mark. Back up by Evan Kang, Don Bosco Prep freshman. And in this game, he is the only stat that I have. One goal in the non-public A quarterfinal versus Immaculata for Kang as a freshman in 2025. And that was a blowout, an 11-4 Don Bosco win in the quarterfinal. It's a home win on a Tuesday afternoon. As BBL looking to add to their lead. Here's Frankie Scally, Gill St. Bernard's sophomore. He plays it behind for Liam Haggerty. Rumson Fairhaven sophomore. Inside for Cooper Rosen. Goes to Westfield, but a nice save in cage by James Kyle, Malvern Prep sophomore. And again, I don't know if Kyle got a save on that one, but ensuring no angle there, as that was Jack Gonzalez trying to gain an angle, and a shot attempt goes wide. Here's Gonzalez, Bergen Catholic sophomore, hung up behind. He's covered by Kevin Stahl, LaSalle College High School sophomore. Here's Jay Stanson, the goal scorer. Matched up with Gabe Ryan, 5 in white, and that shot, I think, got knocked down on its way there. Run out to the far sideline is won by BBL. Stall over there, 26 in white for Dukes. Stiansen is who the officials award possession to for BBL. Here's Kang. To his right, to his left, now back to his right. Sidearm shot on the run, and he gets taken down at the turf following the shot. It's off the mark. Now possession will stay right here with BBL. Here's Gonzalez, and he stings the far high corner. Maybe a little bit of pipe as well for Jack Gonzalez. Gives BBL a 2-0 lead. See that replay again here, Zach. That was a nice one from Gonzalez.
Here we go. Quick, right over the shoulder.
Certainly, north of goal line, extended and up and over the off-stick side of James Kyle, up over his left shoulder. And a clean face-off there, won and played forward by Ethan Suwanski. Newark Academy sophomore for Building Blocks Lacrosse, class of 2028. Quick shot off the mark. Possession will stay right here with BBL. Dukes in the first 6 minutes, as we're halfway through quarter number 1, haven't even gotten it across midfield. BBL controlling the face-off. BBL staying composed offensively, and if the ball hits the turf, they've been coming up with it. And finding the back of the net. Their opening shots here. It's going to be Trace Larson, Del Barton sophomore, initiated from the far sideline. Now Jace Stiansen, Sparta High School sophomore. Here's Rendy, sophomore at Del Barton. Hands it off for fellow Del Barton sophomore Larson. And here's Owen Higgins. This has that orange Mountain Lakes helmet to his right, to his left, now back to his right, looking for a some shooting window. Instead plays it to his right, now behind. That's Gonzalez with that gold Bergen County dome. Here's Rendy trying to get to the middle of the field. There's a face dodge trying to get to the crease, and now Duke's able to get it across midfield. Brady Wainwright. Wainwright attends Springfield High School, the 2025 PIAA District 1 and Pennsylvania 3A state champs. 24-1 season for Springfield High School. A couple of Springfield High School players here for Duke's Elite, the number 10 club program in the USA for the class of 2028, number 2 in Pennsylvania. That's all per US Club Lacrosse. Here's Dominic Charlesworth, sophomore for the Hill School. He'll play it off for 44 Connor Mulligan, Hunt School of Princeton. Now Mason Becker played JV for Springfield. Ball now in the stick of 21, that's Mason Smith. LaSalle College High School got some action too as a freshman. Ball on the ground, recovered by BBL. And across midfield is Jack Rendy. Unsettled situation here for BBL. Pass to the right, finds the stick of, who is that? It's number 8, Owen Higgins. Should have known right away with that orange helmet, that orange Lakers helmet. Owen Higgins, his first goal of the morning, and BBL a 3-0 lead. Nice job there by Rendy. And the handoff for Higgins and the finish. It's been all BBL here through our first 9 minutes. 3 left to play here in quarter number 1. An infraction off the face-off. It'll be Dukes to kickstart this next possession. Mason Ellis, he was a contributing player for the Springfield varsity team that I mentioned before, won state championship. However, Ellis is stripped there as he was trying to get to goal. Long outlet pass finds its way to KJ Wade. Montclair Kimberly Academy sophomore. He hands it off for Frankie Scally, sophomore at Gill St. Bernard's. Haggerty, Rumson, Fairhaven. And some new names getting out there. This is Jackson Cheney, a CBA sophomore, Christian Brothers Academy. Here's Haggerty. His shot off the mark. As much of our first quarter played on this left end here at the Chase Fieldhouse. Gonzalez, north of goal line, extended right-handed shot, just skips wide of the far pipe. And Haggerty will control, plays it to the point for Frankie Scally. Scally to his left, bit of a hesitation there, plays it to goal line extended for Haggerty. Gonzalez up to the far high corner. Here's Cheney, that bright blue helmet. Shot was knocked down on its way there. Loose ball scrum, and it's won by Sean Flaherty. 49 in white. Sophomore at Springfield High School. His cousin Pat is a freshman at the University of Maryland. As Flaherty across midfield gets the ball into a stick of his offense. Dominic Charlesworth now handoff here for 94's Talon Fry, Academy of the New Church sophomore. Here's Gabe Ryan, 5 in white. We'll play it behind for Mason Ellis. So we're inside a minute here in our first of 3 games for the class of 2028. It's the 4th of 9 here from Chase Fieldhouse, a part of our preview series. That Duke shot off the mark. Duke's elite with the backup. We'll keep it right here. Dominic Charlesworth from the near wing. Matched up with Liam Haggerty. Charlesworth able to get a step on Haggerty. Right-handed shot, jump shot. Skips wide to the far pipe. And the run out to the far corner is won by BBL, but that's going to take us to the end of our first quarter as our first quarter clock does continue to click down. 3-0 BBL lead after 12 minutes of play. Don't go anywhere. Quick break. We'll be back with quarter number 2 live right here on RD Plex Films live on YouTube. Back here, ladies and gentlemen, with quarter number 2 action. Game 4 of 9, the first of 3 here for the class of 2028 here at the Chase Fieldhouse. If you're watching the preview series, we appreciate you all joining us. A lot of friends and family, and mainly the reason for this event, it's not like these teams are really competing in any sort of tournament format or anything like that. It's, 2 scheduled games for each team, 3 games per level, and this is all for recruiting. These guys trying to put really good tape, or really good film on tape, I should say.
Recruiting and bragging rights.
Certainly.
You cannot undervalue bragging rights.
And really, as we were talking about in the last game that we had, BBL versus 2A, not really more so for this matchup or the 2A Dukes matchup, because Dukes is a team from this area, Wilmington, Philadelphia area. 2A is out of Connecticut, BBL is out of Northern Jersey. So those are where you see a lot of, you're looking at those 2 team rosters, and I got guys from the same high school on both teams. So that's where those rivalries, those bragging rights really come into play there.
Absolutely.
But certainly, I'm sorry, Zach.
Yep. Great goal. Do you take over?
Trace Larson, first goal of the morning. Del Barton, sophomore. And that makes it 4-0 BBL.
And yes, I was just saying what you have there are bragging rights between high school teammates.
Certainly. And these teams, like these players, they grew up playing against each other. They're going to be playing against each other many, many more times, whether it's at the club level here or at the high school level. Face-off won there by Keehan Peddock. And a quick shot from Mason Smith off the mark. Peddock struggled in the first quarter. 2 quick infractions on his first 2 face-offs, been able to get a big win there. And now Duke's looking to settle in offensively early here in quarter number 2. As it was pretty much all BBL offensively through our first 12 minutes. There's Mason Ellis. Got a lot of burn for Springfield's varsity team this season, the team that won the state championship. Mason Becker at Springfield and got a lot of action for the JV freshman teams. Loose ball, BBL momentarily had it. Ball's back on the turf. And BBL will scoop up that loose ball. Connor Albert, Pingree sophomore across midfield. Big man too. Big boy. I wish I had a height on him. Stanley had to be 6'1", 6'2", if not more.
At least. He spent a good amount of time warming up next to us.
So you had you the front row seat for him, yeah.
Towering
Towering,
over me
man.
as I sit down.
Cooper Rosen, Westfield sophomore, hands it off for Liam Haggerty. Rumson Fairhaven. Skip pass there, didn't get to its intended target, but finds its way to Liam Haggerty. And here's Jack Gonzalez with his gold Bergen Catholic helmet. Bounce shot off the mark as he curled his way north of goal line, extended around the crease. Bounce shot up and over the crossbar, back up by Jackson Cheney in the light blue CBA helmet. Cooper Rosen plays it behind for Cheney. Cheney matched up with Kevin Stahl. Cheney back to his right. Get his right hand free. Gonzalez right there to field the missed shot. Gonzalez matched up with Mason Ellis. And that shut off the mark. A diving attempt from the goalie, James Kyle. But our officials will award BBL with possession. And we do have another ball on the turf, so that's the one we'll play with. Slight issue that you run into with the wall being right there, backing up some of these shots. As BBL will play it back to the point. Evan Kang had it for a moment, and now Frankie Scally, Gil St. Bernard sophomore. Here's Cooper Rosen at Westfield, along with Ridgewood, a Group 4 power, being Westfield High School in the state of New Jersey. For the Publics. Ball skirts across midfield, unforced turnover. Dukes will take over. Here's Mason Ellis, sticking his right hand. Puts it back in his left, now back to his right, running out of an angle, and a nice save, Maddie McGinty in goal for Building Blocks Lacrosse. Del Barton, goalie, makes the big save there. As you thought for a moment that Ellis was going to get a good look. And now across midfield is Liam Haggerty. Middle field for Jack Rendy. 9 minutes, or probably a little bit less. I think we started that clock a couple ticks after the quarter got started.
I do believe we're closer to the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, so probably about 7:30 left to play here in quarter number 2. BBL a 4-0 lead. Looking for one more, the jump shot attempt from Jackson Cheney. I'm going to guess it's a crease violation. And Dukes will take over and look to clear here. What an effort, though, by Jackson Cheney.
I don't see how it could be a crease violation. He didn't get a foot down in there.
Yeah, well, if he cleared the crease, I couldn't see it from here.
Take a look at that replay. Up.
Ball down, recovered by Owen Higgins. Here's Higgins. Gonna make his way towards our near wing, slow things down a little bit. Yeah, the college rules is there's a mouth, and in the PLO and NLL, as long as the ball crosses, I think the goal line before a foot or a body part comes down. But high school and at this club level, I can't imagine they want any crease violation. They don't want anybody in the crease. We want to keep the goalies safe. And we might have gotten another one right there as our officials stop play and award Dukes a possession. James Kyle will start with it. Long pass across midfield, finds its intended target, Logan Corns, a Suited-in area high school sophomore. This time it's number 3 in white, that's Chris Tuhey, also a Suited-in area high school sophomore. Here's Talon Fry, wearing 94 in white. Tuhey matched up with Owen Higgins for Mountain Lakes. Has a goal here this morning. Talon Fry's shot off the mark. Back up by 71 in white, Charlie Jones. Keep possession right here. Fry, one more attempt, but a trail check. And the ground ball recovered by Marcus Flushy. Flushy will find Connor Albert. Albert looking for help in his defensive third. It'll be the goalie, and it will be the goalie, Maddie McGinty. And now towards midfield, up near us, Trace Larson across midfield. As Connor Mulligan almost came and joined us.
Ref's calling it out of bounds back by us.
Looks like we're going to play on, though, here. So we hit the midway point, or at least on our game clock, we hit the midway point. BBL trying to add to their 4-0 lead. I believe that was Kang. Nice movement here from BBL. This ball finds the way to Jack Gonzalez. However, his shot saved by James Kyle. Evan Kong will start with it from the near sideline. Again, the only high school stat that I have for either of these two teams, it's Evan Kong, a non-public Group A quarterfinal goal versus Immaculata in what was a big 11-4 Don Bosco win. Pass off the mark intended for Jack Gonzalez, and Dukes will now clear from their defensive third. And they'll do it through goalie James Kyle. Kyle out of his crease. Beat Brady Wainwright across midfield. And it looks like we're going to get a offsides called against Dukes. So a turnover, and BBL quickly across midfield. Here's Connor Albert. He'll gallop into the offensive third. See how long he sticks around as he quickly makes his way towards midfield. That'll allow Jack Rendy to check on offensively here for BBL as he controls. Rendy to Larson and to Cooper Rosen, and now back to Rendy. Near wing, matched up with Talon Fry. Push south, the goal line extended through Gonzalez. And now the ball into the stick of, I believe that is Larson, as we did just hear the announcement. 3 minutes left to play here in half number 1. Duke still looking for their first goal here this morning. That was Freedom McCray. Now ball on the stick of Mason Ellis, 10 in white. He's matched up with Trace Larson, who's been out there for much of this first half. Ellis down the far right alley. Plays it for Connor Mulligan. Ball now on the ground. Gabe Ryan unable to come up with it. And a nice ground ball there by Marcus Flushy for BBL. Ridgewood sophomore. And BBL trying to play it forward, unable to connect passes. And the ball make its way out of play along the end line. It's about 2 minutes left here in half number 1. James Kyle will start with it from Duke's defensive third. Kyle will play it to the far sideline for Sean Flaherty. Flaherty looking for help. Two black jerseys. He's able to evade both. And unable to play it forward to teammate Mason Becker. As Flaherty did invite some contact after he got rid of that pass. Here's BBL as we're closing in on a minute to play. Cooper Rosen and Building Blocks Lacrosse, class of 2028, is looking to add one more goal here before we get to halftime. Higgins, a goal here in this first half. Left-handed shot, jump shot, saved, or either saved by Kyle or knocked down on its way there. Ellis with the ground ball. Plays it forward. And ball on the turf, but ground ball, Logan Blair. He's able to get a pass off. And it looks like that'll wrap it up here for half number 1. A 4-0 BBL lead after 24 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with half number 2 shortly here from the Chase Fieldhouse, the preview series, live right here on YouTube. And we're back here, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be quarter number 3 action here between BBL and Duke's Elite class of 2028s. Live here from the Chase Fieldhouse as you're watching the preview series live right here on YouTube and RD Plex Films. On this beautiful Sunday, October the 5th.
Going
Going to have some NFL football starting up soon. Hopefully you'll stick here with us. As again, this is the first of 3 games for Class of 2028, and then we'll have 3 Class of 2027 games to follow. So a full afternoon still of club lacrosse here from the Chase Fieldhouse. Good job by Evan Kang to evade pressure as BBL looking to add to their 4-0 lead. There's Jack Rendy behind. A nice pass in front for Cooper Rosen, his first goal of the morning. That's quickly just became the afternoon here at 12:01 Eastern. So now a 5-0 lead for BBL. Again, Rosen, his first goal. 5 different goal scorers for Building Blocks Lacrosse here in this 2028 matchup. Add that score in there for you. 5-0 BBL. And an infraction on the faceoff called against BBL. So quickly, here comes Dukes. Kian Pedok. And ball gets skied up in the air as he tried to put together a shot on the run. And we get more whistles here. Just to back up, looks like KJ Wade back around goal line extended. And that's where he'll look to clear and get things started. Finds Jackson Cheney along the far sideline. Now here's Cooper Rosen, or excuse me, Trace Larson, saw the 7. Trace Larson plays it off for Jackson Cheney, wearing 98 in black. And here's Larson, working to his left. Behind for Rosen. Now to the far wing and quickly up to the far high corner. Spin move, Cheney. Right hand shot off the mark. Possession will stay right here with BBL. Trace Larson with the backup, and he'll go dig it out from the end line, and that's where he'll kickstart this next stretch. Larson matched up with Dominic Charlesworth, 46 in white. Larson to his right, finds Rosen. That is BBL. Quickly and easily changes fields. Haggerty. Back to Haggerty after he played catch with Jay Stanson. Ball now in the stick of Stanson, far wing. He's matched up with Kevin Stahl, 26 in white. And Stanson gets to the middle of the field and nets his second goal of the day.
Taking a look at this replay.
Nice job by Stanson. He's matched up with, that's Kevin Stahl. Backs out towards the wing to isolate that matchup. And then it's just a foot race from here. And enough room is exactly that in lacrosse. A stick up in your grill, up in your right arm. And as long as you're able to stretch out and get those arms free, you've got an angle, and showing it right there was Jay Stanson. Dukes will look to clear. New goalie for Dukes Elite is Mikey DePetris. Let me see if BBL made a change as well. As it was Maddie McGinty in half number 1.
Traveling goalie.
As it is, yeah. DePetris across midfield, going to draw a slash, going to draw the flag. So a penalty to come for, against BBL for the benefit of Dukes. So delayed penalty, 2 flags down from each of our officials. It's Gabe Ryan, near high wing, sticking his right hand, trying to improve his angle towards cage. Took a big shot, and ball on the ground, out of play along our near sideline will bring the penalty. It was a slash as Mikey DePetris, the goalie for Dukes, was across midfield trying to find help. Start along our near sideline, near alley. The new goalie for BBL is Luca Zuena. Both Matty McGinty was the one name that I thought might be a typo. I have him listed as junior here, but both McGinty and Zuena, goalies here for this Building Blocks lacrosse program, also at Del Barton. We're going to see if Dukes can try to get a goal across here. Trailing 6-0. 9 minutes left to play in quarter number 3. And a 6-on-5 man advantage, and they're able to do just that. Talon Fry, left-handed underhand shot. And that beats Zuena. And that gets Dukes on the board here for the class of 2028s. Nice ball movement as Charlie Jones finds Talon Fry. Fry about 6 yards or so north of the goal. And that's going to make it 6-1. BBL wins the ground ball off the faceoff. It's KJ Wade. One more, and you can hear the BBL coaches yelling hold as Building Blocks Cross will slow things down. Ball in the stick of Frankie Scally. And now Jack Rendy, one of the many Del Barton sophomores here on this BBL squad. Owen Higgins. And a shot saved by DePetris. Everybody got knocked down on its way there. Rendy faked the pass. Able to get around his defender. It was Stahl. And then his shot off the mark. Back up by BBL. Scally will keep play right here. North of goal line extended. Again, a good job there by Mikey DePetris to stay low. Evan Kang, the near sideline. Now the middle of the field. He's matched up with Logan Korn, 7 and white. Kang will play it to our near wing. It's Higgins looking for his second goal of the afternoon. Quick restart off the missed shot. It's Cooper Rosen. Westfield sophomore plays it for Rendy. Now near side Scally as he runs out of an angle. Slide came from Stahl. As at the moment that there was a moment there were 3 white jerseys right there in the area for Scally. This is Jay Stanson, has 2 goals today. The skip pass skips its way towards midfield. That's where Kang runs it down. Dodges down the alley to his left. Now back to the middle of the field for Higgins. Far wing, Rendy. BBL taking their time, but Rendy's pass up over the head, and a nice job there to run that one down is Cooper Rosen, but unable to tiptoe the midfield line. Turnover, Dukes, unsettled situation here.
Absorbing a lot of contact there.
A lot of contact, absolutely, yeah. Trying to look down to see if I had a number there for the one player come across midfield.
21.
That's Mason Smith. Thank you, Zach. Mason Ellis from the far sideline will hand it off for Mason Becker. And now Charlesworth, middle of the field. That's where he will initiate his dodge. Downhill, and there's a goal for Dukes. Dominic Charlesworth, the Hill School sophomore. And that's sometimes what you gotta do. North, south, dodge, downhill, get a step on your defender. A nice overhand finish. We'll see it again right here. Gets a step on Rendy. And an overhand bounce shot. Stick side low. That makes it 6-2 BBL. KJ Wade wins the loose ball. And Evan Kong will control matched up with Kevin Stahl right in front of us along our near high wing. And it's Liam Haggerty skipping towards the far sideline. He'll hand it off for Higgins. Or excuse me, that was Gonzalez. I tried to guess. I saw the glowing helmet. I thought it was the orange helmet. Instead, it was the gold helmet for Jack Gonzalez of Bergen Catholic. Nice save there by, that was Mikey DePetris. And it's Chris Tuhey, Cedarton area sophomore across midfield, as Dukes trying to add another one here. 6-2 deficit coming up on the end of our third quarter. Quick shot off the mark. As our 3:32 clock on your screen is not accurate, I believe they're down to about a minute here. Officials on the field do have the correct time. Here's Tuhey. To his right, matched up with Trace Larson. Stick back in his left, and a nice save by Lucas Zuena. And Tuhey took some contact there at the end of that shot. Flushy will play it back for Zuena. And now Connor Albert, Pingree sophomore, along the far sideline. Sticking his left hand, looking for an outlet pass. He finds Liam Haggerty. And Haggerty will control. Got to still get a touch. They're able to do that right there. As this is Frankie Scally. Trying to get one more shot on goal. Cooper Rosen, bounce shot off the mark. And that's going to wrap up our third quarter. 6-2 BBL lead after 36 minutes of lacrosse. Don't go anywhere. We got 12 more minutes, fourth quarter action on the other side, live here from the Chase Fieldhouse. And you're watching the preview series. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, 12 more minutes of lacrosse here for the first of 3 games for the class of 2028. This is our 4th of 9 games here today. BBL and Dukes, first of the 2028 matchups as we're underway. Like I said, 12 more minutes of lacrosse. BBL a 6-2 lead. Not that the win or loss really matters. Don't really think that factors in any way. This event more so being held. A lot of college coaches watching this event here today, or will watch sometime this week or in the weeks to come, as this game will be available. The stream will be available on demand following today's event. It's Gabe Ryan, far wing. Nice defensive job there by Jack Rendy. We've seen him, or been calling his name out on both sides of the ball, offensively, there defensively as well. Trying to do it all himself, coast to coast, his right-handed shot on the run, just high and over the crossbar. Take this quick opportunity to introduce the coaches here for these two programs. For BBL, Brian Cavanaugh is the head coach, however, not able to attend. He's an assistant coach also for Don Bosco and the PLL's Archers. The acting head coach is Brian Armstrong, the director of BBL Boys. He's assisted by Byron Collins, who's the head coach at Gill St. Bernard's, as well as the BBL recruiting director. And also assistant coach is David Cormack, the assistant director of BBL Boys. As for Dukes Elite, as Trace Larson jabs, and he's matched up with Logan Blair As for Duke's Elite head coach Rick Smith, he's the Penn High School head coach. He's been on the Duke's Elite coaching staff since 2015. And Rob Forster, director of Duke's lacrosse. He was the 2029 coach. LaSalle College assistant, former UPenn offensive coordinator. Played at Penn State as well as LaSalle College High School. And also Mike Murphy, former Penn State defensive coordinator and former Whipsnakes defensive coordinator of the PLL, multi-time PLL champ as well. So just some information there for you all watching and listening at home as BBL, a 6-2 lead, looking to add to it. Jack Rendy been calling his name out all morning into the early parts of this afternoon. He'll hand it off here. This is number, who is this, 14 or way off? 88. Frankie Scally. Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, you know, they're close.
So I'm looking at the field on our monitor here. I'm like, what number is that? 14? No chance. It's 88. This is number 50. Evan Kang, far sideline here for BBL. Right hand free, and he sneaks that shot underneath goalie Mikey DePetris. Kang, first goal here today. Gets the goal scoring started for BBL here in quarter number 4. 7-2 Building Blocks lacrosse lead. See it again right here. Matched up with Connor Mulligan wearing double fours. Not even really like a bounce shot either. Just a snipe there from Kang. Finds his spot. And it's a 7-2 lead for BBL as I get the score on there for you. Scrum for the face-off. Dukes comes up with it, plays it through goalie Mikey DePetris. And across midfield into the stick of Chris Tuhey. And that bright orange helmet for, I'd have to guess, Suderton Area High School. Here's Dominic Charlesworth. Down the alley to his left. Great trail check. That was KJ Wade, 14 in black. And he comes up with the ground ball. And now a cut back to the middle of the field, tries to outrun a defender. Instead, he'll play it to his left along the far sideline to a teammate. And that's Christian Kennedy, number 20 in black, Don Bosco, sophomore. And here's Owen Higgins. Has a goal already here today. Adds another one there. And now an 8-2 BBL lead. Second goal of the day for Higgins.
Quick juke step.
Right here, you think he's lulling you to sleep, and just a re-dodge.
Looking for that space, looking for a little bit of daylight.
It's a good job there by Higgins to stay composed and find his spot there in front of the crease. Not much space down there in front of the crease. A lot of white jerseys, but Higgins was able to find that spot. And now a 9-2 lead, or excuse me, 8-2 lead. I already put it up there for BBL. Suwanski, Ethan Sue after winning that faceoff. Newark Academy sophomore is shot off the mark. As we approach the midway point here in our fourth and final quarter of our fourth game of 9 here from the Chase Fieldhouse, a part of the preview series. First of 3 games for the class of 2028. Nice defensive play there. That was Isaac Barone, 67 in white. He knocked down that Jack Gonzalez pass. Here's DePetris looking for help. Bounce pass and never gets there. Unable to cleanly come up with it was number 14 in white. As I search for a 14 in white. Post whistle, it'll be, I believe, still 6-on-6 it is. Ball on the stick of Talon Fry, number 94 in white. It's Mason Ellis. Still controlling, now north of goal line extended. Gets stick back in his left hand. Exactly what he was trying to do as well, and his shot just over the crossbar. A little bit gimpy coming up after that as well, grabbing his back, but looks like he'll be okay. It's matched up here with KJ Wade along our near wing. Below goal line extended, swim move attempt. Now north of goal line extended. Plays it for Mason Smith. Smith giving some direction, and he'll play it now for Mason Ellis. So Mason to Mason. Here's Ellis. Matched up with KJ Wade as we're inside 5 minutes. BBL an 8-2 lead over Duke's Elite. And there's Mason Ellis doing it all himself, from the point. Call that a hammer shot. And that makes it 8-3 BBL. We'll see that replay here momentarily. As there's a couple steps, 2-3 steps for KJ Wade. Got to try to cut that space, and see he did there as Ellis winded up for the shot. So an 8-3 lead now for BBL. Chance here to add another one for Dukes. That was Keon Pedek off the face-off win, and the ball ends up finding its way to Luka Zuena in cage for BBL, and out of play along our near sideline. Scally went down. He's going to have to try to get back there and recover to the hole. A nice pass in front finds Colin Murphy, the long stick midfielder, making his way north to enter the action. I'm going to give a shot on this one. Wissahickon High School sophomore Colin Murphy, his first goal of the afternoon. It was a quick restart. Logan Blair found Mason Smith, and then Smith one more for Murphy. So he was making his way to goal. Approaching 3 minutes left to play, an 8-4 BBL lead. Get that goal on there for you. And BBL going to try to add to one more, and they do. That's Jack Gonzalez in that gold chrome Bergen Catholic helmet.
Can't look away for a second. You'll miss the action.
Mm-hmm. Lacrosse is quick, man. 9-4 BBL lead as we're inside 3 minutes. They call it the fastest game on 2 feet for a reason. Quick face-off win. That was Ethan Suwanski. And just a catch and release there from Jack Gonzalez, his second of the game. Scrum for the face-off. Paddock won it momentarily. He'll play it forward. Ball still loose and on the turf, and recovered here by Duke's Elite, Logan Blair. However, ball back on the ground. And skied up just over the head of Mason Smith. And the ball will make its way out of play along our near sideline. Possession will remain turnover. BBL will take over. Thought the official just right here in front of us pointed to the Dukes player, to the guy on the sideline to pass the ball back, in play. BBL will take over. Just about 2 minutes left to play. And two-way getting ready. They will be playing next.
Wow.
Nice pass in front. Good ball movement. Evan Kang, second goal of the afternoon off the Liam Haggerty pass. Just call pretty lacrosse right there.
That's the second instance I can recall, at least of this showing, where we've seen the BBL players just, without looking, know exactly where their teammates are.
See that replay again here. Haggerty, Kang, good job off ball, working east-west in front of the crease. Nine for BBL, coming up on 1 minute left to play. 10-4, excuse me, up. So a strong showing from BBL. 2 goals from Owen Higgins, 2 goals from Jack Gonzalez, 2 goals from Jay Stanson, Evan Kang, 2 goals, and a goal apiece from Cooper Rosen and Trace Larson. I believe those are all our goal scorers there for BBL. As we're inside a minute. Next game to follow very shortly, about 5 minutes or so. We will be back to action for game number 2 for the class of 2028. So let me pull up my Little picture to get you that matchup. Next game will be 2A and BBL. So BBL, fresh off this 10-4 lead, likely a 10-4 win, will stay on the field to play 2A. As we're inside 20 seconds, Duke's across midfield, going to look to try to add one more. Believe we're inside just a couple seconds as they're counting it down. One more big save for Luca Zuena, as that'll wrap it up for our first game of 3 for the class of 2028, a 10-4 BBL win. So we'll step aside. Again, BBL and 2A to follow here, live right here on YouTube, RD Plex Films. You're watching the preview series at the Chase Field House. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back momentarily. Game 2 for the class of 2028s. run across the field. And we welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Holzfuss alongside Ryan DePaul, Zach Morgan, your executive producer, cameraman, and producer, respectively. And again, my name is Ryan Holzfuss. I'm with you here. An all-day affair. We're here with you at the Chase Fieldhouse for the preview series. Our next matchup here, Two-Way and BBL. As BBL just won, it was a 10-4 win over Dukes Elite in the last game of the class of 2028s. So now game 2 of 3 here, and game 5 of 9 on the afternoon. So Zach, we are almost halfway through.
No, we are halfway through. We're at game 5 of 9. We're halfway through.
But I feel like the halftime will be halfway through.
Halftime of the last game.
Oh, you're right. I didn't think about it that way. There you go. There you go.
Score 1 for the color guy.
There you go. Game 5 of 9. I'm already starting to feel the voice get a little bit raspy. But we're going to be okay. This is my biggest one. As I was explaining to some people before we got going, I've done some New York high school soccer championships, and it's like 7 games over 2 days. But this is a big one. 9 games, talking all day, but we love it. Here we go. BBL. Sorry?
Big one here at the Chase Fieldhouse. If anyone wants to feel generous and
Absolutely,
Uber Eats us some waters, I'd be more than welcome.
Yeah, what's the address on this place? I'm sorry.
Oh, quick Google search.
All right, so we got a new team out there, Two-Way. Haven't seen them yet. This is Maxon Nijadlik, who's trailing. That was Jack Gonzalez. So we know BBL well. Just watch them. And that was Sam Kelleher, 77 in blue. This is 88. Will Motland in defense of 47. That's Jace Stanson, for BBL. And that was Rendy. Called his name a bunch there in that first game. Ball on the ground. Nice job by Kelleher to kick it to the near sideline, but I think he just didn't know where he was on the field in terms of the line. Just, essentially momentum took him out of bounds.
Yeah, I was about to say momentum carried him over. You saw him try and save it.
Yeah, it's sort of like last minute he realized where he was in the field, given that, there's a bunch of different lines here on this indoor field here at the Chase Fieldhouse. As again, you're watching the preview series, U.S. Club Lacrosse recruiting event featuring these two teams, BBL and Two-Way. They got a team competing in each of the 3 levels, 27, 28, and 2029. Great save there from Luca Frisco, number 0 in cage for Two-Way. And across midfield, here's Sam Kelleher. Austin Tuttle on the run. Great pass, and trying to be a little bit, you can call it too cute with it. Colton Berge, he's stuffed. As that is McGovern in cage. Is not McGovern, is it? Might be the other keeper in cage there. We'll get a confirmation on that in a sec. But what a job there
Looks like
by the goalie.
0.
It's 29 in goal for BBL. Is it? Oh, it is number 0. You're right. So I was correct the first time. It's McGinty. Matty McGinty, what a save. Del Barton goalie. Keep our score at 0-0. Thank you, Zach. Here's BBL coming down the other way now. Skip pass up to the point, even though Trace Larson wasn't necessarily at the point. And that was Jack Rendy, his shot off the mark. Up and over the crossbar, no backup for BBL. So Two-Way will take over defensively from their own end line. James McGinty, the one-man clear across midfield. A Brunswick School sophomore is McGinty. He'll hand it off for number 99. I don't have a 99, so we'll have to come on for confirmation on that. Ball on the stick of 26, that's Parker Barris, Brunswick School sophomore. He's matched up with Rendy, who's a sophomore at Del Barton. Switch defensively from BBL into the stick of number 99 for Two-Way. And that shot off the mark. Michael Giordano. Or not Michael Giordano, Holden Halajan, Don Bosco Prep sophomore is number 9 who's holding the ball here. Holden Halajan. There we go, clean that up there. And they'll get across midfield. Ball on the stick of Jack Rendy, number 3 in black, with his white Del Barton helmet. He'll play it to the middle of the field for Frankie Scally. Now checking it out of the box is Cooper Rosen. Behind and swung near side for Gonzalez. Takes a hack off the helmet. Don't see any flag down, but don't really need one. Jack Gonzalez, his first goal here in game number 2, third goal today. What the morning turned into the afternoon. So a 1-0 lead here for BBL. Gonzalez doing it all himself. Spin move, matched up with Maxim Nijelek, and able to get to the middle of the field. Sidearm shot finds its way home. So a 1-0 lead here for BBL. A nice face-off win from Ethan Sue, Ethan Suwanski, Newark Academy sophomore. Nice play there defensively. That's Sam Kelleher, Malvern Prep sophomore, 77 in blue, picked off that pass and plays it forward for Austin Tuttle. Be a sophomore at Brunswick next spring, as will James McGinty, number 8 in blue. As he hands it off for 23 in blue, that's Luca Bartolotta. And back to McGinty, and now Owen Moret. Here's Moret. Back to the point, 99 in blue. Left hand free on the run, and a bounce shot beats McGinty. So two-way ties our score at 1. It was number 99. I unfortunately don't have a 99 on my team sheet.
It's definitely not Wayne Gretzky, though.
It's not Wayne Gretzky. It's not Paul Rabel. Definitely not Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge is up in Toronto. Yankees needing to even the ALDS at 1-1 here later today. And it's also not number 98, Alex Vlasto, because he's the face-off man for two-way. So I'll try to get a name there for number 99 in blue, who just scored two-way's first goal of the morning, or of the afternoon, I should say, at this point. 1-1 score and a great save from McGinty.
Who was that, number 26 showing off the Jets? Good speed?
Absolutely, yeah. And a great ground ball. That's McGinty across midfield. Defender trailing, and McGinty. A bounce shot goes, and a flag following the play. So two-way likely to be man up as well here following that goal. Zach, we got to see that one again.
Oh, absolutely. Here, let's take a look at this replay. Streaking down. Good speed, quick shot, bang.
And a 1-1 tie here, as we won't have a face-off with the flag down. It'll be the goal will count.
Two-way taking the lead.
Yep, so two-way, a 2-1 lead. And no face-off following the penalty. So two-way, after making it 2-1, a chance to add to it. 6-on-5 man advantage opportunity here. And that one rings off the near pipe, and Zach, that was making its way. You got to thank that guy right there. You got to thank that guy right there. That thing was I looked over. I said that thing. It's on its way to us. And
Can I thank you instead? I don't want to thank the man in the Saquon Barkley jersey.
Had these camera fellas not been over here, that was coming your way, man. Ooh. Here's another one, number 99 in blue, looking for his second goal here this afternoon. Left-handed underhand shot skipped wide. He is sporting his Saquon Barkley jersey. Mr. Cameraman here on the side, that just saved your life, Zach.
I will show him thanks later.
99 again. There's some people over there. They better be careful. Those people over there in the far corner. I'm going to get a name for this fella, number 99, but he is letting him go here from this near wing right in front of us. And yeah, I think those people over there might want to rethink where they sit. Pass in front for Berge. And he plays it behind for, that was Moret. Now ball in the stick of Austin Tuttle. He'll hand it off for Bartolotta. Luca Bartolotta matched up with Frankie Scally. Scally mentioning his name many times throughout the last game as well as this one, playing both sides of the ball as well. As we approach 2 minutes left to play, two-way trying to add to their 2-1 lead. It's Berge, north of goal line extended. Nice save by McGinty, however, he's slow to get up. Looks like that might have snagged him somewhere in like the midsection or...
I think it got him right in the shin.
Yeah, as now he is holding his shin. I'm seeing the replay on the live YouTube feed below it. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was his shin or his midsection, but
Let's take a look
he's
here.
down on the ground, gloves off. We'll see the replay again here. Nice rocker step there from McGinty. Yeah,
Oh.
maybe his left shin.
Oof.
Maybe his left shin, but a nice rocker step there from McGinty to get his hands free. So, as you see, about 1:30 left in the first quarter. We're going to step aside, quarter break, and we'll be back in a little bit. Hope the best here for McGinty, but we'll see what BBL decides to do here, quarter number 2. We'll be right back. You're watching the preview series live right here on YouTube, an Artiplex Films production. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here at the Chase Fieldhouse. We're about to get your stream live and up in a second. Here we go, underway. I'm not sure if we're in quarter number 2 or if that was a quick stoppage. Quarter number two, perfect, all right. So start of quarter number 2, and a pick. Wide open goal for a moment, and the shot is off the mark, and that'll be a turnover. Not too sure. I was getting number 99 in blue. I got to go get his name here at halftime. But I could see if he was sending a shot towards goal to get the backup, but I'm not really too sure. And that one just picked off. Nice job by Liam Doherty. And on the other end is Austin Tuttle. First goal today for Tuttle. And two-way now a 3-1 lead.
Take a look at that replay.
Off the interception here by 16, that was Doherty, who started this little unsettled situation. And yeah, just no one going to slide to him. Tuttle just walking his way in, and bounce shot goes.
3-1 two-way.
Face-off win there for MJ Maraglina. And Moret with the ground ball. That battle was Maraglino and number 10, Ethan Sue for BBL. As BBL controlled much of the pace of play in their first game against Dukes. However, it has been two-way controlling the pace and the kind of how this game's playing out. See it right there, Parker Barris, 26 in blue. However, looks like our official, that goal will count. Parker Barris, 26 in blue, his first goal of the afternoon. On the run, head of steam, right hand free. We'll see it again here. Looks back to see how much room he's got. In comes the hit, and that is actually what drew a flag. So taking a kneel down over in the opposite penalty box is Marcus Flushy for BBL. So now a 4-1 lead here for two-way. The fatigue, as we were talking about earlier this morning, maybe settling in here for BBL. They just played for that full 11:30 slot, having to now play 2 hours in a row. There's number 99 again, his second of the day. Makes it 5-1 two-way.
And the final score of that last game for BBL was 10-4, but Dukes made them work for every piece of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a hard forward, especially once we got into the second half.
For sure.
The first half, again, the first half, BBL controlled the pace of play, and then it got more back and forth as we got into half number two. This one has, on the flip side, been more two-way, controlling the pace. And how do you change it? You change it right here at the face-off stripe. Ethan Sue with the win, but the ball back down on the turf, and MJ Maraglino able to control or collect the loose ball momentarily. Ball kicked out towards the defensive third of BBL and controlled by Owen Higgins. Higgins had 2 goals in the first game for BBL of this preview series. And the new goalie,
number 22.
Yep, Luca Zuena. He takes over for Matty McGinty after we had the stoppage at the end of quarter number 1.
We do hope that Matthew McGinty is okay.
Certainly, absolutely, yeah. Whistle from our near sideline official. You see him right there. There's a push from behind called against two-way. So BBL, 8 minutes left to play here in the first half. Going to try to cut up this 3-goal deficit, or 4-goal deficit, excuse me. It is currently 4-1. We'll get that live.
Nope.
There we go. Good ball movement here from BBL. And the shot finds the back of the net. That's Liam Haggerty, his first goal today. And for BBL, that's their, they got the goal scoring started, BBL did, in the first quarter. So that's going to break the 5 unanswered.
Good passing, quick juke. And just right over the top.
Nice job by Haggerty. Rumson, Fairhaven, sophomore. Now quickly, BBL trying to grab a couple goals, and right off the face-off win, Ethan Sue, his first goal of the day.
Wasting no time at all.
Back-to-back goals after we were just talking. They went, 5 unanswered. Two-way was on a run, and now 2 quick goals from BBL. I mean, that's lacrosse. Can't get comfortable for a second. A big hit as well on the other end. Max Marshner, 24 in blue, laying a hit on Sue, but Sue, the shot, the goal, and we got a 5-3 game. And Sue with another big face-off win. He'll play it to the middle of the field for KJ Wade. Wade looking for help. Sam Kelleher covers him closely. The double team came from Max Marshner. And I think this should stay with black here. And it will. Jay Stiansen, Sparta High School sophomore, will start with it from our near wing. It looks like for a moment I thought there might have been a penalty, and now maybe. 2, 4, 5 blue jerseys in the huddle. So yeah, it looks like there might have been a foul down, or a flag down, excuse me. So will be a 6-on-5 advantage here for BBL. Opportunity to get this down to a 1-goal game. Just a couple moments ago, it was a 4-goal game. So a chance here for BBL to rattle off 3 quick goals and get back into this one. About 5 minutes left to play. Gonzalez from behind, up to the point for Scally. Near wing for Stiansen. Shot from the outside off the mark. And Gonzalez there behind the cage along with Jackson Cheney. It's Gonzalez to go dig it out from the end line. And then quickly back to the point for that's Scally. Playing catch along the far sideline. Move through Stiansen for Cheney. Bit of a bobble. Scally able to control. Far sideline. Gonzalez. Here's Haggerty. Last goal scorer, or one of the last 2 goal scorers for BBL. Nice ground ball there by Stiansen. Keep the possession here with BBL, and a quick catch and shot from Cheney. He gets blown up. Maxon Jadlik, number 4 in blue, laid the hit on Cheney as he was trying to get rid of it on the shot. And a good save there for BBL, or for two-way, excuse me. And the ball to play along the end line, the BBL defensive end line. And as we're building blocks across, we'll reinitiate. Christian Kennedy will play it through Lucas Zuena. And out of the far sideline, Connor Albert. Owen Higgins, middle of the field, covered closely by Sam Kelleher. And Higgins will find help in the form of Liam Haggerty. Haggerty back to Higgins here. Inside 4 minutes, coming up on 3:30. As Jack Rendy and BBL trying to cut this 2-goal deficit in half down to 1. Cheney, left hand free, stick side high, beats Luca Frisco. And we got a 1-goal lacrosse game. Jackson Cheney, CBA sophomore, got his left hand free and he went stick side. And just like that, 3 unanswered goals from BBL. We'll see it again right here. Great spot to catch and shoot, stick side high. Called Luca Frisco guessing. And again, just like I said, went from 5-1, now 5-4 two-way inside 3 minutes. And a big face-off winning ground ball there for two-way, and a shot from MJ Maraglino is off the mark. Back up by Colton Berge, Avon Old Farms, Connecticut High School. Now here's Parker Barris as one of the 5 goals, excuse me, for two-way here in this 5th game, 5th of 9, 2nd of 3 for the class of 2028s. James McGinty also has one of those goals.
Wow.
Spin move to his right and a bounce shot beats Lucas Zuena. Great sequence there. Gets a wow out of Zach. How about it?
Let's take a look at this. Just right from the top. Gets the ball. Slows it down. It's the stop and go of it. Because right here, he takes that first step.
All
boom.
about that change of direction. Able to get that right hand free and
Bounces
that
right
hammer
in.
bounce shot. Bounce shots go, fellas. And another face-off win for Maraglino. And a great trail check following the face-off loss, however, by Ethan Suansky. And now as we approach a minute left to play in the first half, BBL trying to get one more here. We'll get the score updated for you. Is it 6-4, possibly about to be 7-4? That was a really good job from Austin Tuttle to 99. That's his 3rd goal, but Austin Tuttle, got to shout that out right there. That was unselfish as that'll wrap it up here for the first half. We'll maybe see that replay again here.
Right here.
50 in blue. I mean, look at this. You take that shot 9 times out of 10 instead, hands it off 99 easy. And that is the hat trick goal there for number 99 in blue. I'll go grab a name from him in a second. But a 7-4 lead for two-way here as we've hit halftime. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the preview series from the Chase Fieldhouse live right here on YouTube, RD Plex Films. All right, ladies and gents, half number 2 underway. We're into quarter number 3. As you see me right there on the screen, I ran across. I just saw it on my live feed. Came across from the far sideline. A late addition to the two-way class of 2028 team is Aiden Fournier. He's wearing number 99 in blue. So I just want to make sure we credit him with his 3 goals there from half number 1. Again, that's Aiden Fournier, number 99.
First half hat trick, wow.
Mm-hmm. And across midfield, Parker Barris had a goal there for two-way. One of the 7 goals for two-way lacrosse there in half number 1. And as two-way settles in. High scoring second game here. Big collision there. That was Christopher Horner for two-way wearing 17 in blue, and then KJ Wade, 14 in black, playing defense for BBL. Now here's Barris, Brunswick School sophomore. He's matched up with Liam Haggerty, Rumson Fairhaven. Barris will play it to the middle of the field for Liam Doherty, sophomore at Archbishop Stepinac in New York. Matchup with KJ Wade. The slide came quickly. That's number 33, Samuel Choi, Seton Hall Prep sophomore. Big collision. And the ball's on the ground right in front of the crease. Ball's still loose. Kicked out. And a nice stick handle there by Aiden Fournier, who we just grabbed the name for number 99. Hat trick in the first half. Here's Fournier. Hands it back off after playing catch with Parker Barris. And Barris will carry behind. Along with his matchup is Liam Haggerty, 19 in black. Big collision, lowered his shoulder. It was Barris. Wasn't sure. I didn't look up who the black jersey was that was on the other end of that collision.
Hang on just a second.
Here's Tuttle. Handed off for Fournier. His shot rattles off the near side pipe. Fournier able to grab his own rebound. Pass in front, finds the stick of Doherty. His behind the back shot off the mark. And now BBL a ground ball in across midfield. And just about to say almost an unforced error. Haggerty, but right there was Jack Gonzalez.
And I just want to highlight that once again, we've seen BBL, they set themselves up. They have players in position to make up for those errors. There was a number 11 backing up the pass to
Certainly
get there, be Johnny on the spot for it.
I know you noticed it before. I don't know, was it the first game where it was the shot didn't score, but we saw two offensive players curling around north side of the goal, and obviously it was the second player that ended up receiving the pass.
Yeah, it's just we've seen it consistently now. They have guys that are there to back up the players that are supposed to receive the pass for whatever reason in case they miss it.
Certainly very high level lacrosse here, especially at this level. What a save. Luca Zuena just stared that thing down all the way. Big save there for the sophomore, for Del Barton. Two-way quickly the other way, or excuse me, I was off on that. Goalie is Reese Tooney, I believe, for two-way right now. So my apologies there. Reese Tooney, Brunswick School sophomore. Looked at my wrong sheet accidentally. That is 29 in goal for two-way. So great save by Tooney, Reese Tooney. Here's McGinty, 2 goals here already on the afternoon. This is Luca Bartolotta. To his right, plays it behind the cage for Colton Berge. Avon Old Farms sophomore. Carries against his defender. That was Christian Kennedy, it was. Don Bosco Prep sophomore. Here's Bartolotta. Comes the slide. That was Marcus Flushy, number 6 in black, bringing that double team. BBL doing a good job, switching off, trying to make sure they have the correct defensive matchup that they want. That was Austin Tuttle. Working east-west to his right. Bounce shot up over Zuena. His second goal here of the afternoon. Makes it 8-4 two-way.
Take a look at this replay.
Two big guys there going at it. Two big bodies.
Two big bodies that don't need a lot of space.
Yep, Scally and Tuttle. Back to the face-off. We're going to get some whistles as we approach the midway point here in our third quarter. Connor Albert will play it forward. And then stick of Jack Gonzalez. And now Jack Rendy will play it for Jackson Cheney. Jack Gonzalez, Jack Rendy, Jackson Cheney. I don't have another Jack on here, do I? Don't. Here's Cheney. He's matched up with Christopher Horner, 17 in blue for two-way. I believe that's Stiensen, who was 47 in black for Cheney. Skip pass is off the mark. However, Gonzalez there along the end line to keep the possession active. Gonzalez matched up with Maxon Jadlik. Here's Cheney. His pass off the mark again, though, almost in the right place at the right time, was Stiensen, who was looking for a ground ball pickup and shot on goal, it appeared. However, we are going to get a stoppage, a flag down, so man-up opportunity to come here for BBL. Trailing by 4 goals here, 5 minutes left to play in our third quarter. As you are watching the preview series, game 2 of 3 for the class of 2028 group. One more for class of 2028 to follow. It'll be two-way and Dukes, as BBL beat Dukes in the first game between these 3 classifications. That's Stiensen, Had 2 goals in the first game against Dukes, 1 goal now here against Two-Way. And that makes the score 8-5. Two-Way still on top.
Taking a look at the replay. Just good passing, good shot, a lot of space.
Just stepping into a lefty shot. Nothing better than skipping into one like that. Face-off 1, ground ball 1, MJ Maraglino. Or Maraglino, excuse me. Plays in the middle of the field for James McGinty. Has 2 goals here in this game. Has his team Two-Way an 8-5 lead over BBL. Again, game 2 of 3 for class of 2028, game 5 of 9 here for our full day here at the Chase Fieldhouse. Fournet, cross field pass in the middle of the field for Barris. And now behind for Berge. Colin Berge, step or two on his defender. And if that's going to happen, you got to get a slide there. Colin Berge showing off his speed. Again, around the edge, north of goal line extended. And now a 9-5 Two-Way lead. See it again right here. Three minutes left here in our third quarter. As NFL football is underway. Hopefully you've got a split screen or you're sticking around with us.
Or if you're a New York football fan, you're just avoiding it. But no reason to even switch to it. We've had an exciting 5 games here so
certainly,
far.
yeah. These have all been action-packed. Honestly, I mean, the last one here between BBL and Dukes was really the biggest margin, and Dukes, you know, kept it competitive, stayed in it. See if BBL can try to cut the deficit here for this class of 2028 team. This will be their second and final game. So, want to leave it all on the line here for this final 12-plus minutes. That was Bartolotta. And now carrying behind is the last goal scorer, Colton Berge.
Good move.
And again, using his speed, spin move, skip pass in front. It was intended for Owen Moret. However, he was unable to come up with it. Long outlet pass finds Connor Albert, who steps across midfield, lowers his shoulder into Gavin Topor. And here's Albert. Bounce shot goes for Gavin Albert, Connor Albert.
Too big.
Using his size, the Pingree sophomore cuts the deficit down to 9-6. As we're back to a 3-goal game, our officials letting the players know 1 minute left here.
Just lowering his shoulder into the smaller defender. Then lower shoulder, gets around. No one to be in the way there.
Well, what it was is first he lowered his shoulder into him and knocked him.
Yes.
And then he went and did it again, and the defender, you know, you're trying to play for it, trying to, you know, wait for the contact to come to you. Instead, there was no contact. Albert just snuck under right there. So a great goal by the long pole, Connor Albert. And now closing in the end of our third quarter, Jack Gonzalez, BBL, trying to get one more. Here's Liam Haggerty, a big collision. A nice save. That was Reese Tooney in goal for Two-Way. Here's Evan Kong, looking for his first goal in this game, running in circles. And here's Rendy, right-handed shot from the far high corner, and a great save cleaned up by Reese Tooney. That'll wrap up our third quarter. 9-6 lead for Two-Way, 12 more minutes left. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the preview series live right here from the Chase Fieldhouse, live on YouTube on RDPlex Films. 12 more minutes for our two teams, 2A and BBL, as 2A leads 9-6. This will be the final game for this BBL Class of 2028 group. As for 2A, they'll play Dukes Elite, our final Class of 2028 matchup here of the day. And then we'll be followed by 3 Class of 2027 games. So make sure to stick around, tune in. I know football, NFL football just started. So these guys are putting on some fantastic showing here today, though. I was going to say, these kids out here doing a great job. So make sure to stick around and tune into the other athletes besides just the NFL guys performing here on this beautiful Sunday, October the 5th.
Well, the way I see it, you can watch NFL Sunday almost any Sunday.
Yeah.
You're only going to get to see this preview today.
Mm-hmm.
Or on demand at any time that you would like.
Yeah,
RB
absolutely.
Plex.
Yep. Yeah, the stream will be available once the event wraps up. We'll get it posted live or get it posted on demand for everybody to watch from home. This is Owen Higgins with that orange Mountain Lakes helmet, skipping into the restraining box, getting a touch. And now Cheney for Jack Rendy. Here's Rendy, matched up with James McGinty. McGinty's got 2 goals here in this game. Far wing. It's Jackson. It's not Jackson Cheney. That's 50 Evan Kang. I was going to say, he doesn't have that blue helmet that Cheney has. Kang trying to get a right-hand shot off as he was currently north of goal line, extended along the crease. Got knocked down on its way there. However, BBL, loose ball, able to control. And then the ball hit the turf again in 2A like a vacuum. Great job is James McGinty now along our far sideline. That's got to be a hold of some sort.
Flag just went flying.
I was going to say, the NFL guys would have got that too. So the penalty will come against eventually Owen Higgins. But at the moment, we're playing 6-on-6. Ball on the stick of Owen Morit. To his right, back to his left, now back to his right. Plays to the middle of the field for Austin Tuttle, who has 2 goals here this afternoon. McGinty also has 2 goals. Brunswick School sophomore. Plays it forward for Tuttle, also attends the Brunswick School. And we will get those whistles as BBL recovers the ball. Ball on the stick of Luca Zuena, the goalie. So 2A will go man up here. Be a hold against Owen Higgins for BBL. So he'll go take a kneel down in the box. As we're inside 9 minutes. Official on the far sideline having a conversation with one of the two-way head coaches, and we're back to action here. And there's a sniper shot. My goodness.
Great goal from Aiden there.
That was Aiden Fournier, his 4th goal here in this game. A late addition, so much so we didn't have him on the rosters that were submitted. He was a late add, and he's got 4 goals.
Just a vicious shot.
I'll say, is there any way we can see it again
Absolutely.
for this face-off as they get ready? Oh, my goodness. Not much of an angle either. He's only like 6 yards or 5 yards north of GLE, which is the invisible line that goes from sideline to sideline along the goal line.
He had the ball in his stick for all of, 2 seconds before he fired that shot?
Just a lot of skill, a lot of wall ball, a lot of reps. Whistle on the face-off, violation against 2A. So Rendy now trailing by 4. Let me get that goal loaded in there for you all. 10-6 2A lead now. And back to all even. So that was a power play goal there for Fournier. And his 4th goal in just this game alone. He's counted for 4 of the 10 two-way goals. And that's just in goals scored, not factoring in assists. Nice trail check. That was Garrett Berube, 87 in blue. He's now across midfield and into the offensive end. As Austin Tuttle runs away from pressure. And Tuttle loses his stick. Marcus Flushy in defense. Nice job there by Flushy, but Tuttle able to recollect and able to play on here as we approach the midway point in quarter number 4. Again, for all you watching and listening at home, this is game 2 of 3 for class of 2028, game 5 of 9 overall here for our full day here at the Chase Fieldhouse, covering the preview series. This is Owen Morit looking for help. Fournier, skip pass in front. Nice handle by Tuttle, and Tuttle, while continuing to keep his feet moving, he's working his way towards the far sideline, just shifts his hips and finds the back of the net. What a goal there from Tuttle. Hat trick on the game here for number 50 in blue.
Taking a look at the replay here.
And this is where it starts. Great find, but just great movement there by Tuttle to initiate. You saw, had an opportunity to find some open green grass. He took it, received the pass, and great goal there from Austin Tuttle. Brunswick School sophomore.
Makes it 11-6.
Cooper Rosen, after a face-off win, ball made its way down towards, it's not Frisco and Cage anymore, it's Reese Tooney. So here's BBL, trailing by 5 goals. Under 5 minutes left to play. That was Higgins. Knew immediately by just his orange helmet. And that's Frankie Scally. His shot, I believe it went off the outside of the netting. And Tooney quickly across midfield to find Sam Kelleher. As we close in on 4 minutes. Parker Barris has a goal here this afternoon. He's covered closely by Jackson Cheney. In front for Tuttle. And the ball finds its way to the stick of Luca Zuena. Next game upcoming will be two-way and Dukes Elite as Dukes starts to get ready, gets warmed up. 2 hours left. That game will start at 11:30, or excuse me, around 1:30. I was looking up at my clock. I'm 2 hours off. 1:30. And a nice find in front, Evan Kang. His third goal, or excuse me, it's his first goal in this game, third goal of the afternoon. And that'll make the score 11-7. Again, we'll see it here on the replay. Nice off-ball movement by Kang as he went and found some green grass.
Just rapid fire.
It's now an 11-7 4-goal game. And two-way comes up with the loose ball off the face-off. Liam Doherty. Now inside 3 minutes. Here's Gavin Topor for Fournier. 4 goals in this game for Fournier, 3 for Austin Tuttle, 2 for James McGinty. Here's Gavin Todor. To Fournier. Two-way trying to add one more here before the wrap-up of this game. Fournier is checked. I believe that was 14 KJ Wade. Got the stick check in there. Two-way, however, able to collect and keep possession. This is Moret working down the near left alley. Maybe trying to get back to the middle of the field and just took a stick right to the chest.
Stick to the chest,
Oof.
elbow to the chin.
Oof. You could hear that thump of the head of the stick, the plastic, hitting against his chest protector. Nice ball movement.
And he gets the last laugh with a goal.
Yep, one more goal there. Owen Moret buries that one home, makes the score 12-7. And we do have a BBL player down, though, along our near sideline as coaches come running over.
So let's start this replay from the jump.
It's a nice one, too. I was about to say,
While we hope that everything is okay over there.
Moret.
Right there's the contact.
Oh, this is where that check comes in. Maybe, maybe not.
And recover. No, we missed it. The check happened already.
Let's see. Here's the fake as our game is wrapped up. Dukes has taken the field as final score 12-7 here in this one. As we're going to get, unfortunately, the injury over here. But we are trying to just get to the goal.
We will get to the goal.
We will get to the goal. Here's
I wanted to
Boris.
show all the contact.
Or excuse me, that's Doherty. And the skip and a step down.
Beautiful.
Can't teach you much better than that.
No, you cannot.
And with that, we'll bounce out here. Again, there's your schedule. Next game coming up in about 5 minutes. Two-way and Dukes Elite live here on YouTube. RDPlex Films live from the preview series live from Chase Fieldhouse. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Again, two-way and Dukes Elite coming up next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're at the Chase Fieldhouse here in Wilmington, Delaware, as you're watching the preview series live right here on YouTube. RD Plex Films, the final game for the class of 2028's 2A and Dukes Elite. 2A took down BBL in the last game. There's Sam Kelleher, a long pole, 77 in blue, scoring his first goal here of the day here in transition. An early 1-0 lead for 2A. Just as I was recapping it, 2A knocked off BBL in the last game we just wrapped up. Final score, I have it right here, 12-7 2A. And then BBL took down Dukes, though, in the first game for the class of 2028. I think that was a 10-4 finish. If I look over at my sheet, it was 10-4 finish. So Dukes now well rested, looking for hopefully a better showing here against 2A here in this one. I'll get your score updated. 1-0 2A leads as we're just over a minute through our first quarter.
If I'm not mistaken, Duke's looking for their first win on the day.
I believe so. If I think back, I got all my score sheets are all laid out behind us. But yeah, no, absolutely. And there's another one here for 2A. This time it's Owen Moret scored a goal in the last game. Now second goal here this afternoon gives 2A a 2-0 lead.
Take a look at this replay. Off the pass. Just giving him too much space to step into his shots.
I like that little skip into it too. I like that little skip into it and then a little split dodge at the end. It was nice there by Owen Moret. I'll introduce our coaches here real quick. For 2A, Vin DiGregorio, as well as David Earl. David Earl being the founder of 2A Lacrosse. And then as for Dukes Elite, it's Rick Smith. Mike Murphy is one of the assistants, as well as Rob Forster. Rob Forster, director of Dukes Lacrosse. He's LaSalle College High School assistant coach. His father is the head coach. And then Mike Murphy, a big name in the lacrosse world, Penn State defensive coordinator, former Whipsnakes defensive coordinator of the PLL, multiple-time PLL champ. Was head coach at the Hill School for a long time as well as stops at Colgate, and Army. Great steal, Sam Kelleher. In this game, I mean, he was flashing everywhere in the first game as well, but in this game already, a goal, and essentially stole that one away. He'll hand it off for Doherty. And now here's Fournier.
4 goals in the last game for Fournier.
Yep, and his skip pass across the field off the mark. Yeah, for Fournier, 4 goals there in that first game against BBL. For his first 3 goals of the first half, we'd have a name for him. He was a late add-on, so he wasn't even on the roster. I know we had some guys for Dukes, for instance. I have a couple guys, they came to me this morning and today with, hey, like we have different guys wearing different numbers and whatnot. But for 2A, this was just a complete add-on to the roster as that ball goes up and over Fournier's head. Unforced turnover, and Dukes will take over here and look to clear along our near sideline.
Good spin.
Yeah, nice job there. That was Blair, Logan Blair. One more pass, and the shot from Mason Smith was just off the mark. Looks like it might have got deflected as well on its way there, but it was off the mark along our near pipe. 2A will now look to clear. It's McGinty. Had 2 goals in the first game. Colton Berge behind. He'll play it to the far wing. This is Austin Tuttle at hat trick. And I believe called for a ward here. And a quick turnover. Dukes heading the other way. This is Logan Blair, 41 in white. Sporting a red Suderton area helmet with that white stripe down the middle. He's working against Ebbett Straub. Played behind to Connor Mulligan. And a nice save there by Tooney. Gabe Ryan will initiate from behind the goal. Draws the matchup of 23. That's Luca Bartolotta, and then the quick slide from Sam Kelleher ended up knocking the ball loose. Unsettled situation though there. That was 94 Talon Fry. And a whistle. Officials back up Gabe Ryan out of the restraining box, and we'll restart play. Here's Blair. Matched up against Parker Barris. Blair looking for help. Behind the cage. And this is Connor Mulligan, or excuse me, Talon Fry, wearing 94, not 44. He'll hand it off for Mason Ellis. Ellis, one of the only players of all the 2028s. I believe it was him and Evan Kang. Evan Kang for BBL, who just finished up their day. And, excuse me, where's his name go? Mason Ellis. Mason Ellis for Springfield was told he was a contributing player last season on their state championship season, their run there. As for Evan Kang, scored a goal in the non-public A quarterfinal for Don Bosco. The two 2028s that had big contributions at the varsity levels for their respective high schools there this past spring when they were freshmen. We got a flag down. It's too many men against Dukes. They got 7 white jerseys on their defensive half, not including their goalie, so it will be a flag down. Penalty upcoming. Unless Two-Way has something to say about it and gets a goal in the back of the net. Here's Parker Barris. Some tough contact. Trying to get to the middle of the field.
Wow.
Does shuttle shot. And it beats Mikey DePetris. What a job there by Barris. Doing it all himself. And the shuffle shot at the end of it. And that gives 2A a 3-0 lead as we hit the 4:30 mark.
Take a look at this replay. Really doing all of it, starting from behind the net. Absorbs the contact. More contact. And then backhand.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Zach. Great look there for Barris. And I'm slacking here. Let me add a goal here. 3-0 Two-Way over Dukes. Whistle on the face-off. It's going to go against Two-Way. This is Freedom McCray looking for help. He's able to find it. Now Two-Way able to get the ball back behind the goal. Quickly, Two-Way, and a great trail check from behind as Garrett Barub was trying to get a shot off. Stick was in his right hand. We'll recover and get back defensively. So we got 3 minutes left to play here in our first quarter. Two-Way a 3-0 lead. As Dominic Charlesworth will get across midfield. Now controlled by Mason Becker, 1 in white. Up at midfield, he'll hand it off for Charlesworth. He'll dodge to his right. Quickly came that double team. That was Drew Beard, number 22 in blue. Skip pass did not find its intended target. We have a push called against, I believe, Will Motland, number 88 in blue. As it was Talon Fry crashing towards the cage, and Motland essentially took him out. We'll watch it on the YouTube stream below. So we start play here, coming up on 2 minutes left to play in our first quarter. And what's been a back and forth here in this one. Duke's trying to get their first goal across. Nice jab step there by Mason Ellis. Gets it back to Mason Becker, excuse me, and his Sidearm righty shot sizzles high up and over the crossbar.
Just over the crossbar, too.
It was a good look. Here's Mason Smith. Punches it out for Becker. Now Mason Ellis. Mason Smith to Mason Becker. And now Mason Ellis. Jab step to his right. Jump shot with the stick in his right hand, and it got knocked down on its way to goal. And then some contact there along the end line. And it's going to be a delay of game called against two-way. Or called against Dukes, excuse me. Two-way possession along their own end line. McGinty with a spin move around Fry. On the cage for Berge. And now it is, let's see if he turns, it might still be Berge here, 6 in blue.
14.
Now Moret 14, yep, thank you. For Fournier. Skip pass in front, didn't find its intended target, however, Doherty able to collect. His right-handed shot saved by DePetris. And Moret will keep the ball in play. It was on its way out of play, but rather than the backup, he'll keep it in play. Here's Fournier. Pass in front, finds Moret. Right-handed shot off the mark, almost took the head off Colton Berge. And that's going to wrap it up here for our first quarter. Two-way, a 3-0 lead after 12 minutes of action. Don't go anywhere. Quarter number 2 on its way next. You're watching the preview series live right here from Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back for quarter number 2 here between Two-Way and Dukes. Class of 2028 is going at it. This will be the third and final game for the class of 2028. As BBL took down Dukes, and then Two-Way took down BBL in the previous 2 games. Great job there. That was Liam Doherty, Archbishop Stepanak sophomore, doing it all himself after Two-Way scooped up the loose ball on the face-off. And just no white jersey slid to him there. We'll see it again right here. Doherty with the spin move on his defender, that's Colin Murphy. And just hesitate, slide, no slide, and
Goalie went down before the ball came out.
yeah, I mean, as a goalie, you got to do your best sometimes to guess.
Of course.
Yeah. Just hoping, and defensively, we got to get a slide there, got to get a body on him. As again, here comes Doherty, trying to maybe add a second one. Quick pass for Tuttle, and one more for Topor, and his jump shot off the mark. And Dukes will win the run out to the end line, and that's where they'll kickstart this next possession. Isaac Barone starts at number 67, finds Freedom McCray, number 61. Takes a hit up around the helmet. However, no flag there. One more pass, shot off the mark. That was off the stick of Mason Ellis. Talon Fry with the backup. Mason Ellis on the far wing takes a pick from Mason Becker. And now will retreat outside the restraining box. He's matched up with Luca Bortolotta. Ellis, a Springfield High School sophomore, had some action with varsity in his freshman year. Shot off the mark, however, right there is Mason Smith. Ball back on the ground. Smith looking for it. Also looking forward and grabbing that loose ball is Max Marshner, Brunswick School sophomore. And a spin move on Smith down around goal, or around the end line, excuse me. His pass up towards midfield controlled and then punched forward, and the ball in the stick of Christopher Horner. Now Tuttle, back to Horner. As two-way allows for a pull to get back across midfield, that was Kelleher. That'll allow Owen Moret to check in for two-way. Here's Fournier. Duke's defender loses his stick, goes and retrieves. Fournier skips into one, and a left-handed shot, sidearm shot off the mark. And DePetris will kickstart it from his defensive third. DePetris running out of time. Defender there as well, long pass downfield, finds Dominic Charlesworth, and Charlesworth takes it all the way. How about an assist for the goalie, Mikey DePetris, as Dominic Charlesworth scores his second goal, or excuse me, his second goal of the afternoon, first goal here in this game. Now a 3-1 lead, or a 4-1 lead, excuse me.
We'll come back to that replay shortly.
Or two-way. Loose ball along our near sideline, more like a bouncing ball. Duke's able to control in their defensive end. And the ball loose right in front of the substitution box. And the ball to play will be two-way possession. And it will be James McGinty, sophomore at the Brunswick School. He will start and now have the ball back in his stick. 7 minutes left to play here in our first half. Two-way, a 4-1 lead by way of goals from Sam Kelleher, and followed by Owen Moret, Parker Burris, and Liam Doherty. This ball hits the turf. Quick pickup and shot. That was Parker Burris looking for his second goal of the game, third of the day. McGinty along the far sideline trying to scoop up that loose ball. Duke's defenders trying to do the same. Thrown towards the middle of the field and still loose. Talon Fry kicks it ahead. Two blue jerseys in the area, just one white jersey, now some more whites. And nice pickup there. That's Boris looking for help. Now ball in the stick of Marshner. Marshner tackled down to the ground and a draw flag.
While they're sorting that out, let's take a look at the previous goal.
It's a nice one there from Charlesworth. Yeah, that was off that feed from the goalie, DePetris.
Seen DePetris make a lot of plays on the ball, making a real effort to distribute to his guys up front, his forwards.
Absolutely, yeah. Hey, goalie, obviously you're in between the pipes, got to make the saves, but just as important is kickstarting the transition the other way. And if you can get a goalie that can place it into a basket like DePetris seemingly has been here today, there's Tuttle. That's his first goal of this game, 4th of the afternoon. That gives 2A now a 5-1 lead. Nice look there from the sophomore at the Brunswick School. Get that replay here. Again, just a couple steps north of goal line extended, goes stick side low against DePetris. And we go back to the face-off stripe. Alex Vlasto matched up with Kihan Patak. This one won by Vlasto over the ball, back on the ground. Vlasto fighting for it. And it will be Charlesworth who comes away with the loose ball. Approaching 4:30 to play in our first half. Charlesworth matched up with, that's Alex Vlasto. Two-way makes a defensive change to get Vlasto off the field. He is the face-off man for two-way lacrosse. Here's Fry trying to get a hand free. Looked like he was going to try to let a shot go with his right, then got it back to his left. Thought, oh, maybe he's going to take a shot there. Here comes Becker down the right alley, forced south of goal line extended, and in comes a penalty flag. And that shot there off the mark from Mason Smith. So two-way a 5-1 lead, and they're about to go on the man down here. Opportunity for Dukes. Try to get one of these goals back, trailing by 4. We're approaching 3 minutes left to play in our first half. Again, our final of 3 class of 2028 games. We'll have 3 more games to follow, all class of 2027, set to start at 2:30, 3:30, and 4:30 here this afternoon. Shot from Talon Fry off the mark. Left-handed shot wide of the far pipe. Just to make sure that you all know, there's some more lacrosse following this game. Split screen with Red Zone. Probably the best bet for you. Here's Smith. Covered closely by Maxon Nijadlik. Nijadlik?
Wow.
Nijadlik, I think is what I've been saying. We got a goal there for Dukes. Off the stick of who I looked down trying to figure out Nijadlik's
Looks like
name.
Mason
Was it,
Smith.
say Smith or Ellis? 21 Smith?
21.
Very nice.
Take a look at the replay.
And that's going to make the score 5-2. Here's the replay.
Here, let me skip you ahead a little bit. Too much, but it was Mason Smith.
Now a 5-2 lead for two-way. I believe we're inside 2 minutes. We are. And again, it's not like that's a concrete 2 minutes. They've kind of just been calling it as they see fit. Nice ground ball by Mason Smith following the recent goal. Looking for trying to get one more. He's all tangled up. And now trying to come up with the ground ball here is Gabe Ryan. And he's going to take a push to the back, loose ball push. Possession will stay right here with Dukes. So it's James McGinty playing some tough defense. Pass in front, nice cut there by Chris Tuhin, and even better find by Gabe Ryan. To no avail. Connor Mulligan now controls behind. As we hit the minute mark. Here's Mulligan matched up with Christopher Horner. And Mulligan down to the turf. And it's going to draw a whistle.
Taking a quick look at that goal again. Nope.
Here's Gabe Ryan. Swung across the top of the restraining box. Now to the far wing. Here's Mason Smith. To his left, back to his right. Tried to get it to Mason Ellis. Ball on the ground. Kicked ahead towards midfield. And a really nice ground ball. Alex McCormack. Can he finish it? Ball skied up into the air. And Kelleher will snag the loose ball. Excuse me, it might have been, rather than McCormack, it probably was Kelleher who had that nifty ground ball coming across midfield. A turnover. Duke's going the other way. We're inside 10 seconds on our scoreboard, our clock. And that's going to end our half. A 5-2 two-way lead after 24 minutes of lacrosse. Don't go anywhere. As again, we're live right here on YouTube from the Chase Fieldhouse with the preview series. 24 minutes of lacrosse here for the class of 2028's two-way and Duke's Elite on the other side. Don't go anywhere. And as we're back, ladies and gentlemen, you see that schedule right there. The class of 2027's coming up next, 2:30 start for two-way and Team 10. Team 10 will be the team replacing Dukes for the group of three for that class of 2027. It'll be two-way BBL as well as Team 10 out of Pennsylvania. I believe Malvern is where they officially kind of have their roots staked. So we're in quarter number 3, a 5-2 two-way lead. As two-way, this class of 2028 team has dominated both against BBL and now here against Dukes. Pass flipped in front, didn't find its intended target, and instead it's the new goalie checking in, James Kyle. As Mikey DePetris had half number 1 in this game, James Kyle will get half number 2. Same with two-way. I believe it was Reese Tooney there for half number 1. It'll be Luca Frisco, number 0, for half number 2. Here's Charles Worth. Down the alley to his right, put the stick back in his left hand at the last second to increase that angle. And the shot skipped wide of our near pipe. Back up by Mason Ellis. As he draws Colton Berge. Quick slide came from Will Motland, Brunswick School sophomore, and shot from the outside from Logan Blair was off the mark. Blair, sophomore at Suderton Area High School. And Gabe Ryan will control behind. He's matched up with 22, Drew Beer. And Gabe Ryan able to get that shot up and over the shoulder of the new goalie, Frisco. First goal of the afternoon for Ryan. And that'll make it 5-2-3. Two-way on top. We'll see the replay again right here. It's a nice spin move to increase that angle, and then up over the off stick side, so up over the right shoulder there of the goalie, Luca Frisco. All that Frisco could really do is kind of just toss that shoulder up as close as he could to that upper 90 corner and just try to, take as much goal away as possible, just unable to get there in time. Quick face-off win by Dukes. Chance here to try to string some goals together. Shot off the mark from Ellis. Ball on the ground, recovered by Gabe Ryan. And a flag to come in. Ryan took a big check there, a big slash. It'll be one of these two blue jerseys, 24 or 22, to head off to the sideline. It's going to be number 24, Max Marshner. So a 1-minute penalty upcoming here against two-way, a 6-on-5 man advantage opportunity for Dukes Elite. Number 10 club team in the U.S., number 2 in the state for the class of 2028 classification, or more so age class, I should say. As Dukes man up, trying to cut this 2-goal deficit in half down to 1. Got a full minute here on the power play to try to do so. It's Connor Mulligan for Fry. Or excuse me, that was 21, Mason Smith. Thank you, Zach. You don't even have him in front of you. You probably at this point know him better than me.
I can't pretend that I do.
Here's Ellis. One more, finds its way to the far wing for Talon Fry. His left-handed underhand shot off the mark. Here's Mulligan. Penalty has been released. We're back to all even. Becker to Talon Fry along the far wing. He's matched up with Liam Doherty. Fry, an academy of the New Church sophomore, plays it behind for Mulligan. Hun School. To the point for Becker. Played behind for Mason Smith. Smith finds Connor Mulligan, and that was a right-handed underhand snipe right there from Mulligan along our near wing. Just off the mark from the near pipe. But the backup by Dukes Elite will keep the possession right here. Coming up on 7 minutes left to play in our third quarter of our third and final game for the class of 2028s. 3 games to follow, all for the class of 2027. Start at 2:30, 3:30, and at 4:30. Full day here from the Chase Fieldhouse. That shot from Mason Smith off the mark. Mason Becker will go chase it down along the far sideline in the far corner. He draws the matchup with James McGinty. Or excuse me, that's double eights, 88 Will Motland. Now here's Smith. Guarded closely by Christopher Horner. Able to get a step on his defender and above goal line. Extended, however, the shot off the mark. Duke's putting together a good long possession here. And a lot of good opportunities, creating a lot of good chances. Here's Fry, sticking his left hand, was in his left hand the entire way in an attempt to try to make sure he had a good angle. And it was a nice save by Luca Frisco. Stick side high, keeps our score at 5-3. Liam Doherty plays it to our near sideline, right in front of us. Drew Beer across midfield. Hands it off for Sam Kelleher. Kelleher backs it out. Beer will make his way back to midfield. And now settling things down is It was 17. Chris Horner. And now the ball in the stick of Parker Barris. 2 goals here this afternoon. 1 goal in each game. And now Fournier. Been quiet here in this game. Had 4 goals in the first game for two-way. Here's Barris to his right. Back to the middle of the field for Tuttle. Tuttle hands it off to his left for Topor. 5 minutes left to play in our third quarter. Topor moving to his right, passes it to his left, and some tic-tac-toe passing. I think that was Austin Tuttle. It was number 50 in blue. His second goal of the game, 5th of the afternoon. That extends two-way's lead to 6-3.
Here's that replay of that goal. Pass from Parker right away.
Yeah, it's just a good job of spatial awareness, knowing where he was on the field, knowing where the defenders were, and just knowing that, hey, I got to just make this catch, turn, and I'm going to have a clear shot on goal. It was a good job there by Austin Tuttle. Again, his second goal of the game, 5th goal of the afternoon for the Brunswick School sophomore attackman. Wearing number 50 in blue. Been a big day for Tuttle, Fournier, James McGinty putting together a good afternoon as well as Parker Barris. Dukes trying to settle after winning the faceoff, and a great trail check as Nathan Smith gets pickpocketed, and what a catch and finish. So let's start with the check. Drew Beer just completely detwigged. Well, he didn't cause Smith to lose his stick, but a great job by Drew Beer. Started that whole sequence with the trail check from behind, the ground ball, and then just what a pass.
Let's see if we can get this full sequence.
Certainly, yeah, if we can. Let's see. There was the trail check and the loose ball from Beer. And he's about to find a streaking Colton Berge as he's losing his footing. And 6 in blue makes it 6-3 or 7-3. I think 7-3 here
yes.
up to this point. So back-to-back goals there for two-way. For Berge, it's his first of the game, second of the afternoon. And Dukes not going home without a fight, trailing by 4, a face-off win. And Logan Blair will carry behind the goal. Solid, crisp passing here from Dukes. And white jersey ended up in the crease. But it will be a push into the crease. It was 44 Connor Mullins, or Mulligan, excuse me. 44 Connor Mulligan.
I just want to see.
Who ended up in the crease, I'm sorry?
We might have enough time. I want to get this in slow motion again, just because I'm amazed by this. And we do have a little bit of time, it looks as like.
Yeah, a little bit of a stoppage. Look at this catch.
Catch, and then in one motion, the shot. Unreal.
That was a good find there, Zach. Great job by Colton Berge to keep his footing and just, the concentration there to follow that pass all the way in, and then obviously, you're losing your footing just to have the wherewithal to just fling it towards goal. What a job. As Mason Smith will check back in for Dukes Elite. Took a break on the sideline momentarily. His two-way leads Dukes Elite 7-3. Ball loose in front. And Frisco trying to find it. Goes for a walk or a run, I should say, all the way around the goal. And then Mason Ellis, a sniper shot off the mark. Mulligan will kickstart it. Wide open Mason Ellis. His shot off the mark, righty sidearm shot. Mulligan carried north, the goal line extended. And now he'll attack his matchup with Maxon Nijelak. And a triple team there from two-way on Talon Fry. Didn't really stand too much of a chance there. Streaking downfield is Drew Beer. And Beer was trying to find a teammate. I think it was Tuttle was the teammate he was trying to find, and the pass was off the mark. You see there on the far sideline, Team 10 has arrived. Two-way is going to be in this left corner, wearing the black jerseys. There they are, the 2027s getting ready to play next. And here's a goal for Dukes. Let's see, that's 14 in white. Question is, I don't have a 14 here on my sheet.
Let's take a look at the
number
replay.
14, yeah, we'll get a look at this replay. 41, that's Logan Blair, hands it off for 14. And I don't have a 14, but that's a goal for number 14 in white for Dukes Elite.
Makes it 7-4.
In the end of the third quarter, so I'll step aside momentarily. Quick catch of the breath. And we'll be back. Fourth quarter for, again, this is the third and final game here for the class of 2028. We appreciate you all watching and listening from home. So we'll be right back to preview series. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, 12 more minutes here for the class of 2028 to shine here at the preview series from Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. It's been a great day of lacrosse. It's now our 6th of 9th game that we're looking to conclude in the next 12 minutes or so. Or next 12 minutes, again, this is running clock, so not 12 minutes or so. Within the next 12 minutes. As all these student athletes doing a fantastic job here on this beautiful Sunday. The 2029's up early with us as we had games start at 8:30, 9:30, and 10:30 between these three groups, two-way, BBL, and Dukes Elite, and then followed that by the 2028s, which is wrapping up here. BBL, two-way, and Dukes Elite. And then for the 2027s to follow, it'll be two-way, BBL, and we'll see Team 10 first. Team 10 out of this Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area. Luca Bartolotta working east-west, sticking his right hand as he got to the middle of the field, let a right-handed shot go. It was off the mark. So the possession will stay right here with two-way after the backup. And the ball in the stick of Aiden Fournier. No-look pass-esque-ish. Wasn't exactly no-look. Could see where he was looking, but a great job there to kind of just sell it with the body language. And then a great job by Gavin Topor, his first goal of the afternoon. And that'll give two-way an 8-4 lead. There's that replay here. Topor running through some stick checks, and I think if I'm 67, I mean, I was never a defender, never used the pole in lacrosse, but you got to go out with the stick in front of you. Got to have that thing extended out and hit the hands as soon as possible. Can't have it down at your side. We'll let the coaches coach, though. Here's Tuttle. And settling down is James McGinty. 2 goals in the first game here for two-way. Brunswick School sophomores will slow things down. 10 minutes left to play. As I mentioned, will be followed by the class of 2027. About some updated 2027 recruiting class rankings from Inside Lacrosse. North Carolina at the top. Notre Dame, number 2, has 4 5-star recruits for North Carolina. They have 6 5-stars. There's a goal from Tuttle. His 3rd of the game, now a hat trick in both games for big number 50, Austin Tuttle. And it's now 9-4, two ways on top.
Here's that replay.
Jab step, got the defender to bite.
Every time it seems as though number 50 Tuttle is touching the ball, gets the ball, he is looking to shoot it as fast as possible.
And even there, it was just that quick jab step that got the defender to continue the defender's momentum forward. And that's what forced him, or helped him get to the middle of the field there to get that open look. So great job there by Tuttle. Again, all these class of 2028s are uncommitted. Again, just a few of them that I had among the three teams that really had any high school varsity stats of note. Mason Smith being one of them, number 21 in white. This is Mason Ellis. Also was a contributing player for Springfield. Mason Ellis at LaSalle College High School. So really it was those two, the two Masons, Ellis and Smith, as well as Evan Kong for BBL. And that ball hit that woman over there in that far corner. I told you, they got to be careful over there.
You did call it out. You called it out an hour ago.
I warned them. And hey, that was before when Aiden Fournier was letting those shots rip here from right in front of us.
Oh, right, yeah.
So is he back? No, they're on the other side. They're down here.
I don't understand. I can't find the guy on offense on the defensive zone. Bad joke, I'm sorry.
As I point him out on the far side. 9-4 two-way leads. We're approaching 7 minutes left to play. Our 2027 team's getting ready. Two-way getting ready to our left. Team 10 getting ready to our right.
And a good goal by Dukes.
It's Connor Mulligan, his first goal of the afternoon for the attackman. And that'll make the score 9-5 as Dukes tries to put together a comeback here. That was a good look there.
Good look, good way to stay with it. Dukes, they're not giving up. They're here to fight, and they're going to play it out. I like it.
And here we got a lockup on the face-off. Haven't had too many of these this afternoon. And coming away with it is Kian Patak. He was matched up with, that was Alex Vlasto, I believe. Number 98 it was, yes. So first time we really had much of a lockup on the face-off. Body hit the turf. And across midfield is Bartolotta in two-way. And a big collision there. Whew. Garrett Baroob took a shot, and he's slow to get up. And there's the whistles.
Yeah.
To bring some help his way. He got hit hard there.
Did not see that kid there at all as he was going for that spin.
And he was in the air. It looked like he was like in the process of jumping. We'll see it again here. Yep, in the process of sort of jumping and trying to turn to his backside, and he got hit hard.
But he's walking off on his own power.
Great to see Brady Rainwright, the sophomore, number 35 in white, making sure that Garrett Baroob had nowhere further to go north up the field. Will be just a quick stoppage and a restart. Two-way to keep possession here. Parker Barris will initiate as we approach 5 minutes left to play.
And there's number 99.
Mr. Fournier had 4 goals in the first game against BBL. He's been quiet in this one, at least on the score sheet. And two-way, an errant pass out of play along our near sideline. Inside 5 minutes. And Dukes try to get across midfield. And try to see if they can add to this lead. It's Chris Toohey across midfield, hands it off for number 14 in white, who I unfortunately don't have a name for. See if I can get his backside. Let's see, his jersey, Tinsley. I don't have a Tinsley on my roster here, so maybe just another add-on from our teams. Ball currently sticking Mason Becker along the far sideline. He's matched up with Bartolotta. And Bartolotta, it looked like he had one hand on his stick and a poke check. jars the ball loose. He gets taken down to the turf, and a body went flying over him, and he ended up losing his helmet. That'll get us to some sort of stoppage here. Looks like they're going to call a loose ball push. Now keep possession right here with two ways. We're inside 4 minutes. It's a wide open Maxon Nijadlik. Austin Tuttle. And now for Christopher Horner. And Aiden Fournier. Strong showing here from this two-way class of 2028 team today. 2 big wins, 10-4 over BBL, and probably going to get a very similar score here, 9-5, or they can tally on another goal or two, possibly 10 or 11-5 here for two-way. Here's Tuttle looking for his 4th goal of the game and possibly 7 on the day. Fournier was looking for his 5th goal of the day, 1st of the game. Shot off the mark. It'll stay right here, as James McGinty had the backup for two-way. Takes a pick from Tuttle. North of goal line, extended right-handed shot off the mark, just wide of the far high corner. It'll be Tuttle from behind the goal. Turns on the Jets. And a switch off defensively from Dukes. Good passing there as Fournier came cutting through. Here's Tuttle. Cut to the middle of the field and gets the ball dislodged. Ball, however, bounces its way to James McGinty, his right-handed shot off the mark after the quick hesitation. It'll be Fournier from our near sideline. So we had 2 minutes. Fournier down the alley, left-handed sidearm shot is saved. That's James Kyle in cage for Dukes Elite. Now Isaac Barone for 26, Kevin Stahl. And across midfield finds the stick of Mason Smith. $1:30 left to play here. Defender goes down to the ground. Smith using his big body. Matched up with James McGinty. And back to Smith at the top of the restraining box. Here's Blair. So we approach 1 minute left to play here for, again, what is game 6 of 9 in the preview series from Chase Fieldhouse. Pass off the mark. It was Chris Tuohy trying to find, that's Connor Mulligan, who was a long goal line extended along our near sideline. As we hit the 1 minute mark, you can hear the 1 minute from the officials and the coaches down on the sideline. It's Liam Doherty across midfield. And it's going to bring up a whistle. It's going to be an offsides called against two-way as they were trying to resettle. A big collision there. McGinty and Charlesworth. Charlesworth with the left-handed shot as he was making his way to the crease area. Trying to get one more here. That's Gabe Ryan. Has a goal here this afternoon in this game. Loose ball. Long goal line extended along our near wing. Going to draw another whistle from our near sideline official. Possession will stay right here with Dukes. 15 seconds left on our clock. I already hear digits getting counted down on the field. One more from Mason Smith up over the stick side high of Luca Frisco. So one more there for Smith, his first goal of the game, first goal of the day, and that'll be your final two-way, a 9-6 win. So that'll wrap it up for the class of 2028. 3 games started, 3 games done, two-way, 2 wins, and BBL took down Dukes in the first game of these 3. So there's your schedule. Momentarily set to start at 2:30. We've got two-way class of 2027 taking on Team 10, the new entrant here, joining our preview series. So don't go anywhere. Some high-powered, big-time lacrosse coming up. A bunch of juniors about to take the field. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the preview series live on YouTube, Artiplex Films. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the preview series live here on YouTube on our Dplex Films. My name is Ryan Holzbus. I'm joined by Ryan DePaul, operating the camera, our executive producer here for today's event. Also, Zach Morgan, he is the producer here this morning into afternoon, this full Sunday of lacrosse action live here from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. As the preview series, we've made our way to the class of 2027s, the juniors. As we just had the 2028s wrap up, the 2029s started this morning. We've been going here since 8:30, so a full day of lacrosse here from the Chase Fieldhouse. And we got two good teams here on deck, two-way lacrosse and Team 10. Team 10 out of Malvern, Pennsylvania, two-way up in Connecticut. And as that shot off the stick of Logan Pegg, Malvern Prep Jr., currently uncommitted, and I believe it got knocked down on its way there. Big collision there. As it's two-way in all black, and Team 10, the green jerseys and the gray shorts. And Will Vigiano will control from midfield. Vigiano uncommitted, a Wilton High School junior. And that shot off a pipe. It looked like it went off our near pipe and kicked its way all the way to the far sideline. Ball now in the stick of, this is 8 in black, Gus Markley. Choate Rosemary Hall. Ball played behind and now back up to the point for Markey. Markley to his left, hands it off for 55 in black. And his shot up off the crossbar. That was Liam Smith, also a Choate Rosemary Hall junior. Ball to play along the far sideline, right along the substitution box. Possession will stay here with two-way. Here's Markley. Across the field for TJ Nixon. Alvin Old Farms, and he's committed to Army. Nixon's shot looks like it got saved there by goalie Jackson Gillis, number 99 in cage for Team 10. He's a big dude. You can see him towering over the crossbar as Team 10 quickly the other way. Here's Ricky Jewell. Uncommitted junior, plays at the Salesianum School. Let me try that again. Salesianum? Probably could have gave that a shot. Zach, Salesianum?
Yeah, Salesianum.
I like Salesianum. Probably should have ran through some of those those tough school pronunciations. I was obviously so worried about the kids, making sure I got their names right here.
Yeah, the kids' names are what matters. The schools are.
It is a really talented kid. Finn French, number 17 overall in the class of 2027. He's committed to Duke and plays his high school lacrosse for the Forwards, Haverford. Spin move, Christopher Burnetta, also a junior at Haverford, and he's committed to Harvard, is Burnetta. And taking a tumble down along the end line was number 88 in black. That's Jackson Lynn. Able to get back up to his feet, but Team 10 will keep the offensive possession right here. Ball in the stick of Finn French. Number 17 in the class of 2027, committed to Duke, is Finn French. Here's Reed Dennis, Episcopal Academy junior. Plays both attack and midfield. Back to French here along our near wing. Middle of the field. Spin move on his defender. He's matched up with 0-0. That's Emerson Nappy. Late addition to the two-way roster here this afternoon. And now Team 10's got a number 1. And guess what? I don't have a number 1. Behind here, it's Christopher Burnetta. To the point for Reed Dennis. Dennis to his left. Hands it off for Shea Mulhern, number 17 in green. Plays his high school lacrosse at Lawrenceville, currently uncommitted. And that shot off the stick of, that's 33, Connor Morsell. Another Haverford Ford and a Notre Dame commit, just number 9 in the class of 2027. Here's Burnetta, committed to Harvard, and Burnetta finds the back of the net. First goal here in quarter number 1 between these two teams. Christopher Burnetta gets it going for Team 10. And it's a 1-0 lead.
Here's a look at that replay. Spin, steps into it, sidearm, no chance.
Goalie for two-way is Luke Kaplow. Horace Greeley High School. Hope I'm saying that right. Horace Greeley. I do some Section 1 sports. Capelao is currently uncommitted as two-way off the face-off win. Coleman McNamara, Western Reserve Academy High School, and he's a Towson commit, the face-off man. Shot off the mark, two-way with the backup. It'll stay right here, but just, touching quick on Capelao for two-way. Mention Jackson Gillis' name. He is huge in cage. He's bent at his knees. You'll see him in a second. His head's practically hit off the crossbar. Look at him, number 99 in cage. He's the number 62 ranked player in the class of 2027 and committed to Notre Dame. Knees bent and he's as tall as the crossbar. Here's Will Vigiano, Wilton High School, currently uncommitted as the ball is jarred loose on the turf and recovered. That's 25 in black, Tommy Michello. Plays his high school lacrosse at Clarkstown South in Rockland County. Here's TJ Nixon, Army commit, to his left, shot up and over the tall Jackson Gillis in cage. Quick pass from Michello to the point for Foysa, this is 16 Patrick Stern. Matched up with 21 in green, Zach Abrahams, W.C. Henderson High School. Now the ball in the stick of Gus Markley. Markley matched up with 25, John Yoder. Now far wing. I believe this is McNamara.
Number one on two-way.
I was going to say McNamara is the face-off man, so number one being Tice Weinkauf. Don Bosco Prep Jr. Goal and an assist in his sophomore 2025 campaign. Ball now in the stick of Markley. For Nixon, now back up to the point for Tommy Michello. Michello dancing to his left, and his shot off the mark. Weinkauf will go dig it out. Currently uncommitted. To his right, bounce shot off the mark, wide of both the near and far pipe. And scooping up that loose ball, Brad Hardy. Malvern Prep, defensive midfielder, and he's stripped from behind. Great job there by both TJ Nixon and Will Vigiano, 24 and 7 in black respectively. And Tice Weinkauf's shot is knocked down on its way there. And Gillis will start with it in between his pipes. Quick outlet pass, Zach Abrahams across midfield. His pass finds Jamie McCracken, and McCracken got taken off his feet. And then a pass found Burnetta. And Burnetta will now control 4 in green, has the only goal here in our 9 minutes that have passed. Here's McCracken. He's working to his right, back to his left. Stick now back in his right hand. He'll play it for, it's TJ Nixon, 24 in green, Dominic Flynn, my apologies. And now 5 in green, Reed Dennis to his left, back to his right. Jump shot with his right hand free, and it bounced and up and over the crossbar. Good look there from Dominic Flynn. And Reed Dennis. Nice look in front. Found the stick of Dominic Flynn. Pass came from Connor Morcell. Ball on the ground, scooped up by Rocco Scalia. Don Bosco Jr. And Scalia finds Will Vigiano. Scalia goes over to set a pick. Ball now in the stick of Liam Smith. And now to TJ Nixon, Army commit. Patrick Stern from midfield. Midfield soccer circle. He's matched up with Zach Abrahams. Now to his left is Stern. Back to his right. Back to his left. He'll keep the stick in his right hand. And he beats Gillis, stick side low. Nice job there by Stern to go find some good room. It's all about just finding some green grass to set his feet and get a shot off. And that ties our score at 1 inside 2 minutes. We'll see the replay again right here. Stern does it all himself here. Going to his left, and then he went back to his right, and then back to his left. But he kept his hands how they were set. And then he would step into that shot. 1-1 score. And TJ McDermott will come up with that loose ball off the faceoff. I believe he won the faceoff. Malvern Prep High School committed to Richmond. And two-way will now look to clear. Streaking across midfield is Liam Smith. He'll get a touch in the restraining box and slow things down. Smith matched up with Whit Lukens, Conestoga High School defenseman in LSM. Smith will take him for a ride all the way around. Goal line extended into the crease, and his skip pass knocked down by a green jersey. Nice stick there by Nicholas Shanahan, Haverford Jr., uncommitted. Number 20 in green got a stick on that pass that was intended for Will Vigiano. Starting the possession, two-way kept possession as it was a deflection. Here's Tice Weinkauf trying to get an angle north of goal line extended. Here's Nixon sticking his left hand, keeps it there, skipped into one, but it was a fake, and then as he got right in front of the crease, his shot up and over the crossbar, and winning the run to the end line, Jackson Gillis, the junior goalie heading to Notre Dame. Across midfield quickly, Ricky Jewell. Jewell, skip pass, finds its target, Dennis. Short time with the end of the quarter, and we'll get quadruple zeros on our score bug. And also down here on the field, we have the end of our first quarter. So 12 minutes through, the first of 3 games for the class of 2027. There's your schedule right there for the preview series. As a reminder, if you missed any 2029 games, 2028 games that you want to go revisit, you can rewind if you'd like right now. If not, after this event is wrapped up, we will have that game published and available on demand. But we'll jump to a quick break. Again, you're watching the preview series live here from Chase Fieldhouse. And quarter number 2 about to get underway as we're 12 minutes through our first of 3 games for the class of 2027s. Two-way and Team 10 tied up at 1 here after our first 12 minutes. Face-off won by Coleman McNamara, and he punched that ball forward. It was bouncing, and rather than grabbing it and cradling it, he just, like a tennis racket, sort of just punched it forward to his teammate. Two-way will control offensively here to start our second quarter. Streaking down along the far wing, that was 55 in black, Liam Smith. And then a shot off the mark. I believe that came from Tice Weinkauf, Don Bosco Jr. Again, he had a goal and an assist in 2025 as a sophomore for the Don Bosco Prep team that won the Gibbs Division, won Bergen County, and then fell in the non-public A championship game. If I remember correctly, 12-6 lost to Seton Hall Prep. Here's Smith, the far wing. He's matched up with Jack Martin, Pencrest Jr., defender in LSM. Now behind for Vigiano. Vigiano's matched up with Zach Abrahams. Weinkauf to the point for Markley. Markley. Nice job there by Markley. Silky smooth. I don't know how he snuck his way through there. There were a lot of green jerseys. And Markley finds the back of the net for the first time this afternoon. And a 2-1 lead for Two-Way.
Let's take a look at that replay. As you said, a lot of green jerseys there, but no one stepping to him. In fact, people stepping away as he comes towards the net. Easy goal.
Yeah, 22. It was Carter Kell there did not, put his stick out to try to cut him off. You can't fully commit to it because obviously you have an assignment, but when a guy is making his way towards goal, you got to get in his way and stop his momentum.
Do something.
Stop his forward progress, absolutely, yeah. In a face-off win, Ricky Jewell, 13 in green, controls. Was along our near sideline, now in the middle of the field.
Nope.
And Jewell handed off and hustle off the field. Shea Mulhern, Lawrenceville Jr., 17 in green, will control right in front of us at midfield. And here's French. Been French matched up with double zeros, Emerson Nappy. East-west is Logan Pegg to the far wing. Ball still in his stick. Logan Pegg uncommitted. Malvern Prep upcoming junior. And that was a great job right there by 18 in green. And now all tied up at 2, excuse me, between our two teams.
Here's that replay.
And an infraction here on the draw. Trip Murphy's whistled for the infraction. Two-way, now a chance to try to retake back the lead. As we're back to all tied at 2. 4 minutes through our second quarter. Ball on the stick of Tommy Michello. Clarkstown South High School, and now Liam Smith. Back for Michello. He bobbled it for a moment. Michello is matched up with Zach Abrahams. Here's Michello to his left. Abrahams prodding though, being a nuisance, getting his stick in there around the hands. Great job there. Here is Vigiano working east-west to the middle of the field. And Carter Kell walked with him step for step. Kell, an Episcopal Academy junior, already committed to play at Rutgers. And that shut off the mark. I believe that was Weinkauf who took that shot, one in black, and winning the run out to the end line were the green jerseys. Grant Large, Haverford defenseman in LSM, will carry from the defensive third for Team 10. Nifty pass across midfield finds Jamie McCracken. And McCracken will slow things down, allow some offensive personnel to check on. Finds Flynn, and now Abrahams, middle of the field, up at the top of the restraining box. See dodges against Michello. And then picking him up was Brady Simon, Fairfield Prep defender. And the ball found its way to Luke Kaplow. And two-way, quickly up the other way in transition. Timmy Hall, long pull out in transition, is shot off the mark. Timmy Hall plays his high school lacrosse at the Brunswick School and already committed to play his college lacrosse at Johns Hopkins. And here's Michello, uncommitted. Plays his lacrosse at Clarkstown South. And here's Markley. Markley has one of the two-way goals. He was the first. Spin to his right. Now stick back in his left hand. A split to his right. And he'll hand it off for Vigiano. Here's Vigiano. First to his right, then to his left. And what a look. As the slide came, Jack Martin was flying out at him. But Vigiano, Wilton High School, his first goal of the afternoon, gives two-way a 3-2 lead. And Zach, I think we got to see that one again. That was a nice look there.
Absolutely.
By Vigiano.
Take a look at this right here.
Back to his left and sort of using the defender as a shield. Able to get a good look. 3-2 lead now for two-way. After the missed shot, ball to play along the end line, and that's where two-way will restart play. Vigiano, the most recent goal scorer, will Vigiano. Here's Nixon. Nice handle. Quick check thrown there from Grant Large. So here's Nixon to his left. Connecticut versus Pennsylvania in that matchup, and Nixon wins it. And a flag comes in as well from our far sideline official. What a goal there by TJ Nixon. Army commit, his first of the afternoon. And now a 4-2 lead for two-way.
Here's a replay on that goal. Working hard against Large.
I was just about to say, two green jerseys, and then a third and fourth are even making their way into the picture there as well. Really nice goal there from, so they had the goal on here, 4-2, two-way. Nice goal there from TJ Nixon. And then a penalty following the play. So two-way, the goal, and now a man-up opportunity here. Chance to try to open this game up a little bit here if you're two-way. 6-on-5, man advantage for, I believe, the minute. I think it was a 1-minute penalty. Liam Smith playing catch with Patrick Stern. Stern has a goal here this afternoon. For Smith. Back to Stern at the point. Team 10 needing to play a very condensed box here. Again, 6-on-5, they're down a man. Nixon for a toe drag dodge for Stern. Swung to the near side. Liam Smith, sidearm righty shot, and it sizzled just high and over the crossbar. No backup by two-way. Team 10 will clear from their end line through goalie Jackson Gillis. Here's Shea Mulhern. Plays it across to Logan Pegg. Pegg has one of the two-way goals. Or excuse me, Team 10 goals, my pardon. Here's Pegg. Now long, the far sideline, along the far sideline, looking for help. So we approach 2:30 to play. Two-way is man up. So that is the reason why you're seeing two-way stretch so far out here. Stretching out defensively because they're able to, they're up a man. Shea Mulhern. He's matched up with Lucas Noft. Noft, a Choate Rosemary Hall LSM and defender. He's committed to Lafayette. That's 23 in blue. Here's Finn French, number 12 in green, going to Duke for 33. That was Connor Morcell, the Notre Dame commit. And I think that shot got knocked down on its way there. Christopher Bernetta has one of the two Team 10 goals. Back to Bernetta. He's matched up with Colin Delaney, Fairfield Prep high school defender. Here's Dennis. He's stripped. That was by Noft, 23 in black on the defense. And here's Connor Morcell, the 9th best player in the class of 2027, according to Inside Lacrosse. That had to be a jinx there, as he didn't even get the ball checked away from him quickly, two-way the other way.
Oh, you must be
Here's
familiar.
Markley. I'm sorry?
You must be familiar with the announcer jinx.
Every so often, right there, came into play. Fighting for the loose ball, Tice Weinkauf ends up finding Rocco Scalia. And the Richmond commit nets his first goal of the afternoon, first goal of the game, as we're inside 1 minute. 5-2 lead now for two-way.
Here's a look at that replay.
Just a loose ball. Weinkauf, I believe, one in black, scoop, or not even really. I thought he got the loose ball and passed it to him. Instead, he was trying to pick it up.
He like scooped it up.
The way that they teach you not to do, how you rake it back into your cross. He sort of did that, and as he was going to try to collect it in his stick, it just went off the plastic, and Rocco Scalia, right place, right time, and now a 5-2 two-way lead. As we're inside 10 seconds, looks like they're going to blow it dead a couple seconds before our clock there, as you see, runs out to quadruple zero. So 5-2 two-way lead after 24 minutes of lacrosse. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back momentarily with quarter number 3 action, followed by the fourth quarter here for the first of 3 matchups. You see them all right there for the class of 2027s on the preview series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with quarter number 3. Half number 2 action underway here, ladies and gentlemen. Two-way, a 5-2 lead over Team 10 after 24 minutes. And we have 24 minutes ahead of us here in the first of 3 games for the class of 2027. You see the white jerseys on the far sideline getting ready. That's Building Blocks Lacrosse, BBL. getting ready to go. They'll be playing next, I believe, against 2A, and then it'll be Team 10 and BBL to wrap up our afternoon. We got 24 minutes of second half lacrosse. First, here's Team 10. Zach Abrahams splitting to his right, to his left. I believe he ended up going to his left, and there's a big collision, able to keep the ball in his cross. He's trailed by 3 black jerseys. In comes a flag from our near sideline official.
A few big checks from number 16, Patrick Stern.
Yep, 16, yeah. And there'll be somebody heading to the penalty box.
It looks like it might be Patrick Stern.
There were 3 black jerseys who were trailing Zach Abrahams. He was doing everything he could as he's over on the sideline. His teammates giving him some love over there. Let's see what we got here. 6 out there in green. We got 5 blue jerseys. So a 6-on-5 man advantage here for Team 10, trying to cut up this deficit. Right now a 5-2 lead for 2A. As they swing it around, Christopher Burnetta for Reed Dennis now. Connor Morcell, Notre Dame commit. And the ground ball won by Reed Dennis. Morcell from the wing. Middle of the field for Finn French. His righty shot off the mark. Be Burnetta to dig it out from the end line. Skip pass, finds Morcell up and over the crossbar. New goalie in cage for 2A. It's William Droppo, number 6 in black. He's committed to Army, plays his high school lacrosse at the Taft School. And as for Team 10.
Same guy.
I think it is, right?
That looks like
Zach?
number 99.
Yeah, it looks like it's still number 99, Jackson Gillis in cage, and it is. He just turned over towards us. So Gillis remains in cage, the Notre Dame commit for Team 10. As for 2A, they go from Caplow to William Droppo. Other goalie on the roster for Team 10 is Trevor Cantlin, Episcopal Academy goalie. So we'll see if he gets some action in what will be their second game coming up in a little bit. Lefty shot on the run. That was Jamie McCracken, Malvern Prep High School midfielder, committed to Brown, is number 3 in green. It's Connor Morcell, Notre Dame commit, will start with it from the end line. He's matched up with Jackson Lynn. Nice pick, a nice handle there from Burnetta, Harvard commit. Ball, however, hits the turf. Burnetta hockeys it towards the end line. Nobody there, however, for Team 10. Ball to play, and here's 2A going the other way. And then across midfield is Gus Markley, has one of the 5 two-way goals here this afternoon. Distributes for Vigiano, who also has a goal this afternoon in this game. It's Tommy Michello. Handed off for Liam Smith. And now quickly behind the cage into the stick of Tyson Weinkauf. Here's Markley. He's matched up with Finn French. French matching him first step for step. TJ Nixon, Army commits, got a goal. Here's Michello. And quickly swung to the far wing, Liam Smith. Smith matched up with Ricky Jewell. Incoming help is Jack Martin, 15 in green. He's now on ball. There's Nixon matched up with Whit Lukens. And now behind the cage. Ball on the ground, popped up into the air. Gillis not in a great spot, but there he is, right on the spot to get that bouncing ball. He'll play it behind. And Team 10 will swing it to the near sideline. Whit Lukens looking for help. And now middle of the field, it's Ricky Jewell. who will be tasked with getting it across midfield. He'll do just that. As Mulhern will settle, no rush. Hands it off for Logan Pegg. Burnetta for Pegg. Pegg matched up with Tommy Michello, 25 in black. Shot off the mark and blown up. There's Morcell. Jackson Lynn just took Connor Morcell right off his feet. No flag, no whistle. We play on. It's a great job defensively. I mean, you got to take a guy off his feet if he's right there in front of your goal. Nice ground ball by Jack Martin. Quickly across midfield. Burnetta will slow things down. And to the point for Zach Abrahams. Now Mulhern as Team 10 trailing by 3 goals. We're over the midway point here in quarter number 3. Fresh out of the substitution box is Logan Pegg. Sticking his left hand. Hand off to his left for Christopher Burnetta. And now behind the cage is Connor Morcell. Giving it to Notre Dame. Skip pass. Nice job by Burnetta there. Really good job, I have to say, by Burnetta, because he ends up finding Shea Mulhern, who gets that ball into the back of the net and cuts the deficit now to 5-3 for Team 10. But I got to shout out here the great job by Christopher Burnetta. We'll see it in a second on the replay, but had an opportunity here. He for certain could have taken this shot. Opts for one more right on the doorstep. And then all that Mulhern had to do is step a couple steps north of goal line, extended into the middle of the field. And just like that, a 5-3 lead now for 2A. McNamara won the clamp, and then the clamp on the face-off, and then out of his cage is Will Droppo. And Team 10 recovers the loose ball. And Morcell was trailed by, that was Timmy Hall. Timmy Hall defensively had a trail check on Morcell to draw the ball loose. However, Team 10 able to recover the ground ball. And the possession will stay right here as they try to cut the deficit down from 2-1. Here's Dennis behind for Burnetta. Burnetta's got one of the 3 goals here this afternoon. And here's Dennis. Nice nifty job there as he had a dink and dunk to avoid a couple stick checks. And then just one more dink up to try to get that one into the back of the net behind goalie Droppo. Instead, the ball out of play. No backup for Team 10. And 2A will now clear. Not a great clear, though. Ball skips across midfield, and fighting for it is TJ Nixon along with Whit Lukens. Lukens trying to kick it into space. Black jersey trying to do the same thing, and it's recovered by Vigiano. And a great save from Gillis. Was down to his knees, and he's able to stifle that one aside. Team 10 trying to get it across midfield. They do. That was Zach Abrahams. Finds the stick of Christopher Burnetta. And Team 10 will now slow things down. 2:30 left to play in our 3rd quarter. We've got a tight game here. 5-3. 2-way leads. Jamie McCracken, Brown commit. Trying to see if he can make that score change. Dominic Flynn hands it off for Dennis. Now to our near side for Finn French. French trying to get his right hand free. He does, and what a save. William Droppo had to go up and get that one. Stick side high. He's now trailed by a handful of green jerseys, and he finds help. Jackson Lynn along the far sideline. Lynn now head up looking for help. Nifty job there by Markley. Didn't think that I'd see that he did the behind the back whatchamacallit, behind the back dodge. And that pass to TJ Nixon off the mark. Dominic Flynn will collect. And Team 10 now up across midfield. Finn French. He's got Morcell to his right, and that's where he'll play it, and French will head off. Yeah, from Gus Markley, though, up at midfield here just a couple moments ago, he did a behind-the-back split dodge. You don't see that every so often. You only see that every so often, especially now, which is how talented these kids are. It's a lot more prevalent these days. As here's number 1 in green. I don't have a 1 in green on my sheet, unfortunately. Here's Dennis. Reed Dennis to his left. Episcopal Academy Junior, he's uncommitted. And the pass from our near sideline up over the head of Jamie McCracken along the far sideline. Unforced turnover inside 1 minute. And 2A will look to try to add to their current 2-goal lead. Here's Scalia. Has one of those 5 goals here this afternoon. Spin move, splits the 2 defenders. Tried sort of like a one-handed pass there. And we get double whistles. That's going to do it here for our 3rd quarter. So a 5-3 2-way lead after the first 36 minutes of play. Don't go anywhere. We got 12 more minutes, 4th quarter action between these 2 teams, and then the matchups to follow, 2A and BBL, and then BBL and Team 10. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the preview series live right here from the Chase Fieldhouse in Delaware. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, one more quarter between these 2 teams, 2A and Team 10. 2A currently a 5-3 lead as we're just underway here into our 4th and final quarter. 2 more games on tap. We got 2A and BBL to follow this one, and then BBL 2A, or BBL Team 10, excuse me, is our finisher. 3:30 and then 4:30, the 2 games to follow. What's been a long, long day here at Chase Fieldhouse. This is game 7 of 9 for us here. As you see, our stream coming up on 7 hours. It's been a good day. Good day of lacrosse. A lot of really good play, too. The games, for the most part, have been back and forth. They've been tight, and it was a great job there by Will Vigiano, his 2nd goal of the afternoon, currently uncommitted. He's a Wilton High School junior. And that makes the score 6-3. As I mentioned, second goal for
There's the
Vigiano.
replay for you. Great bounce shot right past the Notre Dame commit.
So Two-Way has scored 4 of the past 5 goals. And now a 6-3 lead. And Lucas Noft will win the ground ball following the face-off. His shot off the mark, lefty shot. And the ball will carry him all the way over towards that open garage. And Emerson Nappy will start with it, wearing 00. And Liam Smith now in the 5s, standing up around midfield.
Good save there.
Yeah, really nice save from Jackson Gill, still in there in goal for Team 10. Bounce sideline and got Mason Holmes his name. He's number 1 for Team 10. A Rutgers commit, plays his high school lacrosse at Episcopal Academy. So just want to make sure we grabbed that for you all as Connor Morcell running out of an angle, sticking his left hand, saved by Will Droppo. And then another save here for Droppo following the shot coming from the top of the restraining box. Across midfield is Patrick Stern. He has a goal here this afternoon. And now Caden Ferrara looks for help. Long pull. He'll step across midfield. As we're 3 minutes through this fourth quarter. And it's Gus Markley. 1 goal here on the afternoon. Two-Way looking to add to this current 6-3 lead. Here's Markley matched up with Shea Mulhern. Mulhern also has a goal this afternoon for Team 10. Here's Stern. 3 green jerseys surround him. The ball jarred loose, and here goes Shea Mulhern the other way. Sticking his left hand, lefty shot, sidearm off the mark. Connor Morcell, the Notre Dame commit, with the backup. So possession will stay right here with Team 10. As we're 4 minutes through our fourth quarter. BBL standing along the far sideline in the white, itching to get on the field. And a loose ball push there from behind, going to be whistled against Connor McCarthy, wrong roster. Colin Delaney, number 34 in black, Fairfield Prep defender. He's whistled for the loose ball push. Shea Mulhern will now control with the red gloves, red helmet. He'll skip in, matched up with Gus Markley. Here's Reed Dennis. And it all for Mason Holmes, that number 1 heading to Rutgers. Here's Holmes, shoulder to shoulder with Markley. And then his shot skipped up and over the crossbar. Want to say it got deflected as it bounces all the way towards our near sideline. Here's Logan Pegg, Malvern Prep midfielder. His left puts a stick in his right hand. He'll play it behind for Morcell, who comes north of goal line extended. Finds a wide open Mason Holmes, who buries his first goal here of the afternoon. Great look there from Holmes.
Do we want to call it a coincidence that I go get his name, we have his name, and now he finally scores his first goal in the day?
And it was a good look, too.
Let's show you that replay right here, just make sure. And boom.
Let's check it out. Off the pass from the Notre Dame-bound Connor Morcell, and just a catch. Feet were already set. And just like that in the back of the net, 6'4", He had that goal, 6-4, two-way on top here. Team 10 trying to make this thing interesting here. The face-off between Coleman McNamara and TJ McDermott is won by McDermott's squad by Team 10. They're going to try to snip one more off this two-way lead, currently a 2-goal, 6-4 lead. As we're inside 6 minutes. Pass finds Jamie McCracken, Brown commit to his right, to the middle of the field for Reed Dennis, who plays it to his left for Dominic Flynn. Flynn right on the doorstep to Connor Morcell. Really good vision there, both by Flynn, 24 in green, and then Morcell, just knowing where he was on the field, knowing where his defenders were on the field. Quick lefty catch and finish. Zach, whenever you're ready, we'll see that replay, my friend.
Right here, my friend. Take a look at this. It starts with the pass from number 24.
He's just hiding back there. There's no black jersey in sight. They lost him. Is really all that happened there on that one. Thank you for that. 6-5 now the two-way lead. So we got a game here.
It was almost as open. If you've ever played soccer or even lacrosse as a child without offsides, it was almost as if he was cherry picking. He was that open on the corner.
Snuck his way backside. And just like that, we got a 1-goal game. Mentioned before, two-way had scored 4 of the last 5 goals. Team 10 has now scored 3 of the last 4 goals. Lacrosse, fastest game on 2 feet and a game of runs, especially with the face-off. And as that shut off the mark from Liam Smith, but just, with the face-off being a factor, it's not like, team that gives up a goal automatically gets possession.
I think the goalie got a piece of that.
Maybe. Jackson Gillis is standing, 6'4", 6'5". He's got to be there in between the pipes, which isn't an accurate, that's just a guesstimate. Staring at the kid here from 40, 35 yards away, yeah.
Looks like a strong guesstimate.
He's a big dude. He's standing next to 22. That's Carter Kell. He's a big dude. Both big dudes. And when you're a big dude, you go to Notre Dame and Rutgers. Morcell also going to Notre Dame. He got taken down on the turf as he came north. The goal line extended around the crease area. Droppo will hand it off to Tommy Michello as we approach 3 minutes to play. Two-way trying to cling on to a 6-5 lead. And they'll be right back in action. BBL waiting. Team 10 will get a chance to take a seat and relax as the ball makes its way out of play right in front of the two-way bench. Jamie McCracken for Team 10. Swim move, split 2 defenders. However, forgot about the lacrosse ball. It's going to be a turnover. And two-way, double zeros. Emerson Nappy will start it from right in front of the two-way, or in front of the Team 10, bench. Markley will carry behind. Yeah, it's Team 10 starting to sense their short time. Coming up on 2 minutes left to play. As Patrick Stern will stand and wait inside the midfield soccer circle. Here's Liam Smith with 2 minutes left to play. Stern. So stick in his left hand, back in his right, and he plays it out for Will Vigiano. 2 goals here this afternoon in this game. Vigiano shoulder to shoulder with 13 in green. That's Ricky Jewell. Surprised to see no flag. Thought we might have gotten a holding there.
Oh, we got something after that.
Some sort of hold, and we got players jawing at each other here. It was Jewell and Vigiano. They got tangled up just a couple of moments ago.
Just to show you kind of what happened
just to
here.
see right here. Thought we were going to get a hold.
3 green bodies.
Thought we were going to get a hold called against 13 Jewell. But nonetheless, we'll stay at 6-on-6 here. Final minute of action. Team 10's got to start pressing out here. Yeah, not that the final score really means anything aside from bragging rights and just the fact that you won or lost. I don't like to lose, so can't imagine these guys want to lose either, but we do get a stoppage, and it looks like that is what they were just playing out to the end of the game. So that's going to be the final 6-5 two-way win in the first of 3 class of 2027 contests. So we're going to step aside, quick break ahead of a 3:30 start here for our next game. It'll be two-way to play again, and BBL, you see it right there, the 3:30 p.m. game to get started in just a couple moments. So we're going to step aside, catch our breath, and we'll be right back. The preview series live from Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back to the Chase Fieldhouse. As BBL ready to go, they're wearing the white jerseys and black shorts. As for 2A in all black, they're just now taking the field. Game 8 of 9 here from the Chase Fieldhouse for the preview series. A big day and 2 more games ahead of us here.
An exciting day, too, at that.
No, absolutely, yeah. Some really good lacrosse. And here I think we're going to get a good one, too. BBL's got some, essentially, you know, in doing my prep for these games, I'm from New Jersey. I do a lot of work in Jersey in terms of high school lacrosse. So I have, you know, I know where I can find my stats and whatnot. Pennsylvania, Connecticut, New York, it's either max preps or if the coaches don't post it, you're kind of, you know, SOL, nothing you can really do about it. But for a lot of these guys for BBL, I got a lot of good stats here. So we're going to be running through a lot of, you know, these guys as we get into this contest. Starting with it is Owen Crowley. And I'll break down Owen Crowley, the unbelievable high school career he's already having just 2 years into what will be, you know, a 4-year varsity career for him at Ramsey High School. Here's 12 in white. It's Jack Merklinger. He's committed to Georgetown, plays his high school lacrosse at Seton Hall Prep. 2025 non-public A champ was Merklinger. And a quick goal, and that is the aforementioned Jack Merklinger. Gets the goal scoring started here for BBL this afternoon. Merklinger, again, Seton Hall Prep, had 6 goals and an assist as a sophomore in 2025, including that 1 assist coming in the non-public A final, the win 12-6 over Don Bosco Prep. You're going to see that goal one more time. Working to his right was Brandon Fodor. Talk much more about Fodor here as we get into it. And then right on the doorstep, right along the crease, was Merklinger. It's that goal to go, a 1-0 BBL lead. My name, Ryan Holzbus. I'm joined by Ryan DePaul. He's the cameraman and executive producer of this event here on RD Plex Films. Zach Morgan is your producer.
Happy to be here with you.
Absolutely. It's a great day. As we just mentioned, a lot of really good lacrosse here this afternoon. We just saw 2A, and BBL, the new team that we're seeing, is the last new team, as it will be BBL and Team 10 in our next game, the final game to start at 4:30. Here's Patrick Stern. We know a little bit about Patrick Stern. He had a goal in the last game that just played. However, a turnover here. And the other way, across midfield, 23 in white, Nicholas Fusari. And a quick shot off the mark. BBL will win the run out to the end line. And Leo Gillette will start with it, and he'll move it off to our near sideline for Dash Lane, younger cousin of Don Bosco head coach Matt Lane. Dash Lane, he does go to Don Bosco Prep with the Ironmen this past spring, his sophomore season. 22 goals, 15 assists, and 37 points as that shot rings off a pipe. And a good job defensively by number 9? I believe that is number 9, Sam Vakras. It is number 9. He punched it back across. Where's that number 5 as he now turns his back to me? Either number 5, Carter Baker, or 9, Sam Vakras. I'll have to see the other one to try to determine which is which. Or they both might be on the field here, 5 and 9. Regardless, Carter Baker, defender at Del Barton, and Sam Vakras, a defender for Lawrenceville. He's committed to Denver.
Are we talking about number 9 on 2A?
No, for BBL is
BBL,
what I was
okay.
talking about. Yeah, 9 and 5, 2 poles. I think they're both on the field.
I see number 9.
Yeah, number 9. 5's out there, too. He looks
5's
like
in the
number
corner,
9.
yep.
So I think it was 5, Carter Baker, who had pushed that ball across midfield, but the whistle, regardless, gives 2A the ball. So all that dancing around by me trying to figure out who's who. It was a turnover anyway, but all good. Rocco Scalia along the far sideline will hand it off for Patrick Stern. Scalia, also a Don Bosco Prep midfielder, committed to Richmond, as I mentioned earlier. I was talking about Dash Lane moments ago. 22 goals, 15 assists, 37 points. Those 37 points ranks 4th on the Don Bosco Prep program. And then for Lane, 2 goals versus Del Barton in the non-public A semifinal, 5 assists in the quarterfinal win over Immaculata, as Dash Lane and Rocco Scalia, both at Don Bosco, both committed to Richmond in a couple of years. So they're what, classes of 2027. They'll be class of 2031 there at Richmond. Here's number 9 in white, Sam Vakaris, Denver commit across midfield. He'll hand it off for Brendan Sommer. Plays his high school lacrosse at Del Barton. He's committed to the Air Force Academy. Now the ball in the stick of Brandon Fodor. You got 2 Fodors out there, number 8, Brandon Fodor, and number 10, John Fodor. They both go to Del Barton, and they're both committed to Johns Hopkins. Brandon Fodor being the number 4 ranked lacrosse player in the class of 2027. That's Brandon Fodor, number 8 in white. 23 goals, 15 assists, 38 points this past spring. As there's dash lane, shot off the far pipe, and the ball stays out. Opportunity here for Jack Merklinger to add his second goal of the game, his shot off the mark. And coming flying ahead of his cage is William Droppo, number 6 in black, the goalie here for half number 1 for 2A. As Owen Crowley will recover that loose ball, plays it behind for Leo Gillette, Boston University commit. Nice handle there by, that was number 12, Merklinger, looking for his second goal, just a shot off the mark. I believe it might have got kicked all the way out to that far sideline, where Owen Crowley will be matched up with Rocco Scalia. Crowley is a Harvard commit, and get a load of these stats. Just as an upcoming junior, has a couple stick checks, make the helmet there. A couple stats here for Owen Crowley. 39 goals, ranked 2nd on his team here in 2025. His 50 assists led Ramsey. 89 points as a sophomore in 2025. Had 4+ points in 13 games. And here's a varsity career stat line for Owen Crowley. 65 goals, 106 assists, good for 171 points. And he's not even a junior yet. Unbelievable. Dash lane, dancing around. The defender, Timmy Hall, lost his stick. And Dash Lane finds the back of the net for his first goal of the afternoon, gives BBL a 2-0 lead as we're inside 6 minutes.
He lost his stick on his own. He lost his stick on his own, but Dash Lane helped him lose everything else.
Right there, got it. Yeah, stick just out of his hands, and Dash does a whole 360 essentially around him, runs a circle around him, gets his hands free. How about another already high school stud at the face-off stripe? Dante Lamb doesn't win it here. But number 11 in white plays his high school lacrosse for Gill St. Bernard's. Here he goes right here. His pass over the head of Dash Lane. But Dante Lamb, 2 years, got a lot of action through his sophomore season. 22 career goals, 8 assists, including 10 goals, 3 assists in his sophomore 2025 campaign. Faced off at 70% as a sophomore, a career 68% face-off man for the Princeton commit. Am I in the shot here? No, almost, as Emerson Nappy got pushed out of play here right by our setup along the near sideline. But Dante Lamb committed to Princeton. 70% in 2025, and he faced off up over 70% in 9 games this past spring. Here's Nicholas Fusari, uncommitted. Now for Leo Gillette. The near wing, what a shot, Dean Chizano. Oh my goodness, Don Bosco Prep Jr. had an assist in 2025. He's uncommitted. A lot of coaches watching right now saw that shot. My goodness, Dean Chizano makes it 3-0 BBL. Let me update our score for you all. Nope, wrong team. You got it, Zach. Take 3-0 BBL. We'll see that replay here. The pass from Gillette. And just 1, a 2, a skip off stick side, and that's more, I'd say, hip level. If we're looking at the last goalie, Gillis, that would have been hip level. More so for Droppo, maybe like shoulder level.
Yeah, the other goal, what was his name? Gillis had to, bend his knees a little bit to get eye level with the crossbar. Yep. Our friend in number 6 may have to step on his toes a little bit.
Fodor across the midfield line. That's Brandon Fodor. Looking at Brendan Sommer's name, who's right above it. That's a big-time shot there. Owen Crowley, we gave him his flowers before. 171 points, 106 assists in his 2-year varsity career. Again, just a sophomore. And he buries that shot. Zach, we got to see it again because I did look down for a second. 2:30 left to play. Looks like that's going to wrap up our quarter, I'm guessing. But here is Crowley. Whew.
That will end.
Step on his
quarter.
defender, left hand free, and yes, that will end our first quarter. So 2 more games, well, more so a game and like 3 quarters left here from the preview series at the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. I might have mentioned it was a 3-0 BBL lead. It is 4-0. Goal scored by Jack Merklinger, Dash Lane, Dean Chisano, as well as Owen Crowley. That goal right there before the end of the first quarter of play. And off the face-off, ball to play. 2-way will kickstart the next possession. Still in goal, William Droppo. Crossfield pass finds Brady Simon, 10 in black. Simon plays his high school lacrosse at Fairfield Prep. Here's Ferrara, plays at Ridgewood. And now Rocco Scalia, 0 in black. Don Bosco Prep, Richmond commit. Not too much in terms of stats from this past season, but 5 ground balls, won 2 of 4 face-offs. Number 0, Rocco Scalia. I did a handful of Don Bosco Prep home games, and Scalia was sort of like their 8th midfield, one of those 6, 7, 8 midfielders that was coming off the bench, primarily defensively. Would expect to see him get a lot more offensive action here this season for the Ironman. Here's Stern. Takes the pick from Scalia. Sticking his left hand now back to his right. Another pick from Scalia. Trying to just get some sort of angle there with Stern. He's a big dude. Quickly swung to Tice Weinkauf. Another Don Bosco Prep product. Weinkauf, quick slide came from Sam Vacris. Denver commit. And 2-way quickly swings it behind the cage to Liam Smith. Smith is matched up with, that's 9 or is that 5? That's 5, Carter Baker. Del Barton High School uncommitted. Now we got a matchup of the 7s. Will Vigiano and Brendan Sommer. And the Patrick Stern shot is off the mark. I believe it came out of the stick of Stern. That might have been Liam Smith flashing north of goal line, extended as well, number 55 in black. Here's Scalia to Stern. And Stern, his shot was deflected and high and wide of the cage. Nice catch by TJ Nixon behind the goal there. You can see 24 off the wall. Here's Nixon. Sticks his left foot in the ground, trying to get goal side. Trying to curl north, get a good angle on his defender. Ball hits the turf, but a nice ground ball by Tommy Michello, 25 in black. Now taking to the turf for 2-way and a flag. That was Liam Smith. Patrick Stern able to collect the ground ball to keep the possession alive. Here's Weinkauf. Draws Brendan Sommer. Weinkauf going to turn on the Jets with the flag down. Here's Liam Smith. Now north of the restraining line, the top of the box. Gets a stick to his left hand, shot off the mark. So a flag down, going to be a 6-on-5 upcoming here for BBL. Or excuse me, for two-way. Didn't mention it yet. In cage for BBL is number 3, Brendan Whiteley. Here's two-way, trying to get a goal back here, trailing by 4. Shot off the mark, that was off the stick of TJ Nixon, had a goal in the first game. Stern will kickstart it for Smith. And now to the point for Vigiano. As two-way, just a couple seconds here on the man up. They're about to release that penalty from midfield. Ball on the ground. Thought for a minute BBL was about to get the other way. And instead, two-way able to recover, and TJ Nixon finds the back of the net for two-way for the first time here in this second game. Makes score 4-1. BBL still in the lead. Add that goal there, and we'll see the replay momentarily here on the goal.
Off the ground ball.
TJ Nixon, yep, off the ground ball. Keeps a stick in his left hand, underhand, sidearm finish there from Nixon. And it's 4-1 BBL. Now has the lead still, their deficit now, or their lead I should say, just cut down by 1. Face-off won by Coleman McNamara. He'll find help in form of Caden Ferrara. Ferrara touching the restraining box. He's going to cage. Left-handed shot, saved. That's Brendan Whiteley. Nice save there by Whiteley to keep our score at 4-1. Dean Chuzano flashing in front. Clears it across midfield. Matthew Good controls and now back up to the point. This is who? 37, Charlie Dunn. And some big-time high school stats as well already. Big sophomore season. Dunn scored 24 goals, 24 assists, good for 48 points, 51 points over 2 varsity seasons. Nice save there by the goalie, Droppo. And Droppo will collect. And there's a finish. Dash Lane. Second goal here of the afternoon, second goal of the game. And back up to a 4-goal lead for BBL. Mentioned Lane is a Richmond commit.
Take a look at this replay.
Yeah, just stepping in. There's Scalia, Don Bosco teammate out to pressure him. And Lane, all he had to do was sidestep him, and then coming in was Jackson Lynn, 88 in black. All he really had to do was just get past him and able to get it into the back of the net. Beats Droppo. It's now a 5-1 lead. Let me get that on there. Thank you, Zach. Beat me to it. 5-1 lead for BBL. Inside 5 minutes. Another quick shot from the far wing. Again, Dash Lane looking for his 3rd goal. And just off the mark. It'll be Leo Gillette, the Boston University commit. Approaching 4:20 left to play. Again, BBL 5-1 lead over two-way with essentially 1 game and a half to go. Here from the preview series at the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Been a great day, great Sunday of lacrosse. Here's Crowley, his shot saved by Droppo, who bobbled it for a moment but able to come up with it. Outlet pass finds its target, Timmy Hill. Timmy Hall, who had a long pole in the first game and now picks up a short stick here in game number 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here from the Chase Fieldhouse, the preview series live right here on YouTube. As we're underway here for quarter number 3, half number 2 of game 2 of 3 for the class of 2027s. BBL right now on top 5-1. And the face-off controlled by BBL. Brandon Fodor trying to evade stick checks at the moment. We'll hand it off for Jack Merklinger. Scored the first goal of the afternoon for BBL. Merklinger, going to be a junior at Seton Hall Prep, committed to Georgetown. Here's Dean Chisano, uncommitted, plays his high school lacrosse at Don Bosco. Swung to the far wing for Owen Crowley. Told you a lot about Crowley. His 89 points in 2025, his 171 career points over 2 seasons, putting together a remarkable career already at Ramsey. There was Brody Kozik, 38 in white, trying to get a goal on the afternoon. Trail checked from behind. That was Brady Simon. And BBL will win another possession back here. Ball in the stick of Charlie Dunn, Chatham High School, Villanova commit. Here's Brandon Fodor. Draws a matchup with Lucas Noft. Skip pass in front, Chisano. Found Merklinger, and Merklinger with a very nifty release there on the shot. Quick catch and shot and just off the mark. Possession, however, will stay right here. Crowley with the backup for BBL. Nice job there by Charlie Dunn. Trying to evade some stick checks, just backs it out outside the restraining box. And a nice job there by Dean Chisano. His second goal, was that Chisano? Nope.
Number 8.
Yep, number 8. So that's Brandon Fodor, his first goal here of the afternoon. That was 6-1 BBL lead.
And here's a replay of that goal.
Yeah, he does a nice job just getting past his defender. It's really what lacrosse is at the end of the day. You just got to beat your man. Just got to run past your guy. It's really all what it comes down to. Fodor does a nice job right there. And Lamb punches another face-off forward in front of him. He's able to collect. And he'll hand it off for Nicholas Fusari, 23 in white. And rolls one out here for Matthew Good, 24. Here's Charlie Dunn. Now Matthew Good. Good, skipping from his right to his left. Stick still in his right hand, trying to make sure he had the best angle possible as he took a shot on goal off the mark. BBL with the backup. Possession will stay right here. It's Brody Kozik to Charlie Dunn, and now up around our near wing, middle of the field, Dean Shizano. To his left, down the near alley, and he's forced behind the cage and forced to roll back. Now Matthew Good, pass in front. Great spot to be if you're Charlie Dunn. And a great find there. I believe that was Matthew Good carrying the ball. Get a chance to see that replay in a sec, but Charlie Dunn on the other end of that BBL goal. See
Just
right
like
here.
you said, it's Good. Finding our man in the center, and then a couple hand moves, easy goal.
Yeah, a couple really good positional awareness there by Charlie Dunn. As Good was flying east-west from left to right, and Dunn just kind of stayed where he was, found a soft spot. And then a couple stick fakes, as Zach mentioned, and a now 7-1 score with BBL on top.
Thank you.
Nice job there by Timmy Hall, picked up that long pullback. However, trying to find his new goalie that checked in for Drapo, Luke Capcloud. We saw him in the first half of the first game for 2A against Team 10. We'll get half number 2 duty here. But he was unable to come up with that pass, so BBL another offensive possession here. Taking advantage of the 2-way mistakes. As we approach the midway point here in quarter number 3. Here's Dean Shizano. To his left, keeps it stick in his left hand. Plays behind the cage for Merklinger. Merklinger above GLE and up to the top of the restraining box for Leo Gillette. He was on the run. His shot off the mark. And now behind for White, that's Shizano, Whiteley being the goalie. And I believe Whiteley might even be on the bench. They might have made a change. Haven't been able to call it out. There's a big-time goal from Merklinger. His first goal here in game number 2. Had 1 goal in the first game for BBL. Now an 8-1 score, BBL on top. Here's that replay for you. Merklinger got the pass from below goal line extended. Good job there against Scally. Actually ran into double zeros. So sandwiched by 0 and double zeros, and then just turned, let a shot go towards the cage, and he stings the far high corner, our near high corner from our near sideline. Approaching 5 minutes to play in our third quarter. Liam Smith will play catch with Tommy Michello. Now back to Smith. TJ Nixon along GLE. Now swung back to the far side for Patrick Stern. Stern matched up with Nicholas Fusari. Stern trying to get a step on his defender. Fusari, now the slide comes. Andrew Henson, Del Barton High School. And a nice steal there. Brendan Sommer, Air Force commit, plays his high school lacrosse at Del Barton, and the shot saved by Luke Kaplow. Keeps our score at 8-1, gets some whistles. This ball is along the far sideline in front of the two-way bench. And we'll get back to action here. Michello looking for help. Doesn't need any help, he's across midfield. Hands it off for Tice Weinkauf. And now Weinkauf looking for help. He's matched up with Brody Mansolino. Here's Scalia. Stick check from Mansolino. We'll work through it. Here's Vigiano. 2 goals in the first game against Team 10. He's been held scoreless here in two-way's second game here for the class of 2027s. Tice Weinkauf trying to spin and dodge his way around a handful of white jerseys. He's taken to the turf, slow to get up, but able to get back to his feet. Ball still on the ground, and the loose ball recovered by 45 in white. I don't think I have a 45, or excuse me, 42, Andrew Henson. And BBL will recover the loose ball. And Salino hands it off for Brendan Sommer, who plays it forward for Nicholas Vasari. Vasari will take a moment for a quick breather, as well as BBL to make the remainder of their offensive substitutions. Here's Fusari. I believe he is the 6th substitution to be made. Quick shot there from Brody Kozik, saved by Kaplow. And an errant pass cleared downfield. And BBL will take over. It'll be Sam Valkris, Lawrenceville Jr., and the Denver commit. Quick handoff for Chisano, and across midfield is BBL. Building Blocks Lacrosse is coached by, Peter Fusari, as well as assistant Carl Hauser. And for two-way, it's Spencer DeRosa, Bobby Lutz, and David Earl. David Earl, the founder of Two-Way Lacrosse, one of the assistants there for two-way. An 8-1 BBL lead as Crowley gets the ball knocked out of his cross. Trailed by 2 defenders, a skip pass. Owen Crowley unable to come up with it. So a turnover, and two-way will now take over as we're inside a minute 30. Probably more so closer to a minute here in quarter number 3. Brady Simon, shot towards the cage, as I believe that was the end of the quarter shot right there, as we have just over a minute on our clock, but that's going to do it for quarter number 3. An 8-1 BBL lead with 12 minutes of lacrosse left to play. As you see, one more game ahead of us. BBL and Team 10 to come up at 4:30, so in about, call it, 16, 18 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere. We still have 12 minutes left here for 2A and BBL. So we'll be right back live here from the Chase Fieldhouse. You're watching the preview series.
Speaking of economics,
I got no good economics to share.
welcome back to BBL versus two-way. This is the second game of our 3-game section for the 2027 class, our 8th game overall today. Zach Morgan on color commentary here with Ryan. I actually never caught your last name, and I know you've said it a million times, and I'm the worst person.
It's a tough one. You're not the worst person. Holzbus.
Holzbus. Okay.
And right there, first try, not bad.
Thank you.
It's going to be 2 in white, Dean Chisano. His shot off the mark. He was matched up with number 0, Rocco Scalia, 2 Don Bosco teammates. Shot off the mark and no backup for BBL. It'll be a turnover, and two-way will look to try to take advantage of it. They're trailing by 7, 10:30 left to play here, our final quarter. And then we will have that one last game. It'll be BBL and Team 10 waiting patiently over there along the far sideline. You'll see them in a second. There they are. Quickly, BBL up the other way and a quick goal. Dash Lane, the hat-trick goal here on the afternoon for the Richmond commit. And now 9-1, BBL on top. Mentioned Dash Lane's 37 points in his sophomore 2025 season, ranked 4th on the Ironman, along with 22 goals, 15 assists. It was Dash Lane and Heston Halesworth, the 2 sophomores that played a really big role for Don Bosco this past season. And then also another player on this roster that played a big impact, Justin Bozzolina. Not out there, at least I haven't seen him out there yet, and I don't see a number 44 on the far sideline in white. But Justin Bozzolina was more like the, call it, 5th or 6th pole, probably more like the 5th for Bosco. Last spring, Bozzolina was a junior. I think he might be the only senior, maybe the reason why he's not playing here today, because he is a class of 2026, committed to Virginia. Two-way, trying to slice up this lead. It's not 8-1, it's 9-1. There you go. Here's Liam Smith, working to his left hand free, shot up and over the cage as Brendan Whiteley checks in to goal. Ball on the turf. And scooped up by Liam Smith. TJ Dixon had a goal in the first game, the win for two-way over Team 10. That game much closer than this one. 6-5 two-way win, and BBL out in front of two-way 9-1 here in our second game. Inside 8 minutes left to play. Liam Smith trying to do something, trying to figure out something as he gets taken down at the turf.
Immediately grabs his knee.
And yeah, he's holding that right knee. That don't look too good. See if they can help him up to his feet. They do. Great sportsmanship from our fellas out there. Nick Fusari helping Liam Smith up to his feet. So 2 players of note for BBL that I don't see out there, at least that I haven't seen out there. Justin Bozzolina being one of them. I was expecting him to be in number 44. I don't see number 44 down there defensively for BBL at the moment. Scanning their sideline, I don't see him over there as well. Also had my eyes out for Nick Lagunowicz. Now, I mentioned that Owen Crowley had an unbelievable 2025 sophomore season. Nick Lagunowicz for Chatham might have had a better season. 69 goals, 28 assists, 97 points. Had 4+ goals in 10 games, 5+ points in 13 of 20 games. Nick Lagunowicz is joining the likes of a handful of the other guys over on Team 10. I know Jackson Gillis, just off the top of my head, there was another one as well heading to Notre Dame. So Nick Lagunowicz will be joining them with the Fighting Irish. Lagunowicz, 96 goals, 135 career points. Was expecting him to be number 17 in white, and as I mentioned, I don't see him over on the BBL sideline either. But nonetheless, BBL, a wealth of talent. Here's one of them, Jack Merklinger, Georgetown commit. He'll hand it off for Brandon Fodor, Johns Hopkins commit. Along with his, I believe, brother. I didn't confirm that, but Brandon and John both going to Johns Hopkins.
I was going to ask if there was any relation there.
I'm thinking I probably should have asked. One of the
Just maybe.
I did actually. I think, who did I have on a call? We had a pretty good call too. I believe it was, let me see, the coaches for BBL. I don't have that sheet. It was one of the BBL coaches that I talked with on Friday. That probably was a question I kind of probably should have asked him. Hey, these two guys, they last name, were they brothers? Nonetheless,
I'm liking the odds given the same schools and same commitment school.
yeah. Bouncing pass makes its way to Brady Simon as two-way looking to get one more goal here, and they
Very
do.
nice.
Quickly, Tommy Michello on the unsettled situation, his first goal of the day. And that gets two-way on the board again. 9-2 now is the score.
Here's that replay. Off a big outlet pass from behind his own goal.
Yeah, big outlet pass, unsettled situation. When you got defenders trying to recover and get back to a certain spot, that's when you get a good opportunity to try to take advantage. And two-way able to do that just right there. So back to the face-off stripe for BBL to be Braden Hammond, 13 in white, and Coleman McNamara for two-way. Western Reserve Academy High School, he's committed to Towson. It was Brody Mansolino right in front of us across midfield. He'll check back. Now Dean Cusano will control. As we approach 4 minutes left to play in what is our 8th of 9 lacrosse games here from the Chase Fieldhouse as part of the preview series. It's been a great day, great Sunday here from Wilmington, Delaware. We appreciate you if you stuck with us live here on this NFL Sunday. I believe the Giants were losing.
The
Jets.
Giants.
I think when did the Jets play? The Jets play today? I think the Jets fans want to know if they play today.
The Giants lost.
The Eagles were playing. I know we got Team 10 and Dukes, so some Eagles fans. I mean, we're in Wilmington, Delaware. This is Eagles country down here. We are North Jersey peeps here bringing you this broadcast. So I'm at least a disappointed Giants fan. Well, not really disappointed right now. We're pretty happy.
No. You
Happy
can be,
with the current situation.
You can be disappointed. We just lost to the Saints 26-14.
Yeah, now I'm a disappointed Giants fan. Nice save there by Luke Capclow. And now looking to clear Logan McDougall, Brendan Whiteley with the save ahead to Brody Mansolino to Dash Lane. So my apologies there. Called out some two-way players for BBL. Happens every so often. Here's Charlie Dunn. Nobody's covering him. He's going to just waltz his way into the crease area right in front of the goal. So the Jets also lost. Thought that was an opportunity there for them at home against the Cowboys, but I guess not.
No.
I guess not. As we're approaching 2:30 to play. Again, one more game to follow. In about 7 minutes, we should be underway. It'll be BBL to play again, fresh off what looks to be a big win here over two-way, and then Team 10 waiting along the far sideline in their green jerseys. Timmy Hall, number 5 in blue, gets play restarted. Currently holding a short stick. He's had a long pole throughout the afternoon as well. Across midfield is Brady Simon, Fairfield Prep defender. Hands it off for Tommy Michello. He was the most recent goal scorer for two-way lacrosse. We're inside 2 minutes. Michello will hand it off for Rocco Scalia. And the Richmond commit will dodge down the right alley, matched up with fellow Don Bosco player Dean Cusano. Another Don Bosco player, Tice Weinkauf, hands it off for Tommy Michello, Clarkstown South High School. And that don't look too good. Hopefully just a cramp there for Will Vigiano towards the end of this game. The minute 30 left to play. And we're going to get whistles for Vigiano. Looks like just a pulled muscle there, maybe a hamstring or a calf.
Looked like he was reaching at his foot.
He'll limp his way off. Checking in will be Patrick Stern as we have 1 minute left to play here between 2A and BBL.
It's good to see number 55 back out on the field after that earlier collision.
Certainly, absolutely, yeah. Good to see it's Liam Smith, number 55 in black. Thank you, Zach, there for calling that out. As we're approaching 40 seconds, Michello in 2A. One more chance here trying to get another goal in the back of the net. TJ Nixon has got a goal in each of the 2 games for 2A. Nixon, left hand free, shot off the mark. It's covered closely by John Fodor, Del Barn High School, Johns Hopkins commit. Here's Rocco Scalia from behind the cage. He's matched up with Dean Shuzano, 2 Don Bosco Prep juniors. Another Don Bosco Prep junior, Tice Weinkauf, number 1 in black. He'll hand it off for Patrick Stern. Now for Liam Smith. Get a pick from Weinkauf. And a shot from the outside up and over and wide of the crossbar. And that will do it here in game 8 of 9. So our production crew's got 1 more to go here as Team 10 takes the field. BBL will take a quick break, quick rest ahead of our 9th and final game as BBL a 9-2 win over 2A. Do we want to see that graphic here real quick, Zach, before
Let's
I
show
kick it out? Yeah, one more time. We got that one final matchup to get going here in a couple moments. So stick with us here. 1 more game to go as our stream up over 8 hours here on this Sunday, October 5th. Again, don't go anywhere. We're live right here from the preview series at the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one game to go here from the preview series, live here from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. It's been a great day of lacrosse. And one more, 9 games, and this is our 9th. It's Team 10 and BBL for the class of 2027s. Wraps up a full day. We had 3 class of 2029 games, 3 class of 2028 games with BBL, 2A, and Duke's Elite, the 3 participants. And then here for the class of 2027, we just saw Team 10 and 2A, BBL and 2A, so 2A's days got me tongue-tied there. 2A's day is now all complete, and this is now our final game. Team 10 and Building Blocks Lacrosse, the class of 2027s. Just saw BBL a 9-1 win over 2A.
9-2.
9-2 win, excuse me. Thank you. Oh, my. Trying to reach out and get my new scoring sheet. I'm bumping into things here. Fodor. I think that's Brandon Fodor. Yup, number 8. Shot saved by Jackson Gillis. We weren't sure if we were going to see Gillis here in this second game, as he played the entire game in the first contest against 2A. Thought we might end up seeing a change. The other goalie on the roster is Trevor Cantlin, number 36. He's currently uncommitted, plays his high school lacrosse at Episcopal Academy. Let's see if I see number 30. I think I saw him over there before on the sideline. So we'll see if he gets out there here in this second game. Here's Dash Lane. Skips to his right. His bounce shot sneaks under Gillis. So Dash Lane had a hat trick in the first contest and now adds another one early here in quarter number 1 in what is, again, our 9th and final game of the day. Gets the goal scoring started, gets BBL on top, 1-0.
Here's your replay.
Just it's sort of like he just flinged it at the goal. Can we see it again, maybe?
Of course.
Do you mind?
Not at
The
all.
play is going to get started here, but if he just sort of flinged it at the goal, here's Lamb. And his shot off the mark. Dash Lane, Don Bosco Prep, Richmond commit. Scored 22 goals and 15 assists in 2025 just as a sophomore. Ranked 4th on the team with 37 points. 5 assists versus Immaculata, the non-public A quarterfinal, followed up by 2 goals versus Del Barton in the non-public A semifinal. And as for some of those Delby guys, Brandon Fodor, 23 goals, 15 assists, 38 points in 2025. So very similar numbers there as Dash Lane, just 1 more goal, resulting in 1 more point. Got John Fodor, he had 3 assists as a defender. See if I can grab any more Del Barton guys off here. Andrew Henson, I don't have any stats for him from 2025. Carter Baker, defender.
Good save by number 3 on BBL.
Yeah, for BBL, that's Brendan Whiteley. Uncommitted junior, and I don't actually have a high school for him as well. Jack Merklinger has a goal in each of the 2 games, or has a goal, excuse me, or I think 2 goals actually in that first game for BBL. Flag comes in, and Dean Shuzano will scoop up the loose ball to keep the possession here with BBL. Delayed penalty, and Dash Lane, his shot saved by Gillis. Nice save, and an even better job by BBL and Jack Merklinger to recover the loose ball. So the delayed penalty will continue here. Matthew Good hands it off far wing for Leo Gillette, Boston University commit. Tends the Hill School. And his lefty shot on the run.
Great save.
Is saved by Gillis.
While the pause is happening, here's another look at that goal from before.
Certainly, yeah, thank you. Dash Lane working against Braden 13 in green. That's Ricky Jewell. And yeah, it looked like he sort of just flung it towards the cage.
Good, got a good bounce and went right past our Notre Dame commit.
Couple Notre Dame commits out here for Team 10. Got Jackson Gillis in between the pipes. Connor Morcell, 33 in green, even though Team 10 has struggled to get it across midfield and possess it offensively. Here thus far, again, we're only 4 minutes through, or 3 minutes, or whatever it is, 5 minutes through so far. So still a lot of time here for Team 10 to get things figured out, both offensively, defensively. They trailed just 1-0 as we're approaching the midway point in quarter number 1. Sort of a nonchalant pass there from Merklinger. Probably wanted to make it appear that way. Trying to find a teammate right on the crease, right on the doorstep. Whit Lukens will opt to go back to Jackson Gillis. And now across midfield is Shea Mulhern. He had a goal in the first game for Team 10 against Two-Way, and he draws a flag. So for Mulhern here in Long Iron near wing, delayed penalty, opportunity here for Team 10. Try to get a goal here on the delay, or out of the delay, they'll have likely 6-on-5 upcoming. As they were just for the moment there, Team 10, because BBL was man up, so that penalty released. It's TJ Nixon checking in. Right, number 24, Dominic Flynn, TJ Nixon for Two-Way. Calling out a player not even on the field. Just saw 24. Like, oh, TJ Nixon.
It's got to be him.
It's Dominic Flynn. And the shot there.
We are in the home stretch.
Very little angle. Yep, in the home stretch. Shot there, very little angle from Connor Morcell, Notre Dame commit. Off the mark, so that penalty will now come. Let's see who's going to serve it. Looks like it's going to be penalty against number 8 in white. That's Brandon Fodor. So we'll take a kneel down in the penalty box. 5 minutes left to play in our first quarter. BBL a 1-0 lead as Team 10 trying to tie our score at 1. Here's Morcell. For Reed Dennis, middle of the field, back to Morcell. And behind for Burnetta. And Burnett, a lot of contact. Our official right there, far wing, and a wave off the goal. But a flag did come in, so it should be a push from behind. It'll be a 1-minute penalty, a crease violation. So the goal does not count, but the penalty will be enforced. So now BBL staring down a 6-on-4. Man down coming up here. Yeah, Whiteley in cage, joined by Vaccaris, John Fodor, along with Monsalino, and 42, that's Andrew Henson, the 4 poles for BBL. What a save by Whiteley. You have to see that one again, as taken down is Jamie McCracken. Loose ball. Arguably, Burnetta probably should have taken a shot there, as he had a one-on-one. Opt for the unselfish as he's taken down. More flags come in, and another whistle. As BBL released the 5th white jersey, so it was there momentarily, I believe, 6-on-5. We're going to get 6-on-4, drop to 6-on-5, and I think we're going to go back to 6-on-4 here. The penalty to come against Andrew Henson. As Team 10 tries to tie this score at 1, as we're coming towards the end of quarter number 1. Let's see, they got 4 white jerseys out there at the moment. And here comes a 5th. Sam Vaccaris will check in for BBL, and all that will do is check out a short stick defender. So it will be 6-on-4. And then in comes now that defender. So scratch that, it's a 6-on-5 here for an unknown amount of time. I want to say it's a 30-second push from behind. We'll find out momentarily. Here is Burnetta. Hands it off for Dennis. Sticking his left hand. Here's French. Do commit. Back to French as he bobbled it for a moment. For Dennis. Now Morcell, Notre Dame. And that was the Brown commit, Jamie McCracken, getting his right hand free. trying to take advantage of the man-up opportunity here. 6-on-5, man advantage for BBL. 2 minutes left to play in our first quarter. The Kraken for Dominic Flynn.
Great save.
Great save, yeah. And Vacris, as he was clearing, has Whistles trailing behind him. And I think that's going to do it for our first quarter. So 1-0 BBL leads. After 1 quarter of play, we'll step aside. So we have, 36 more minutes of lacrosse ahead of us?
Absolutely, 36
Roughly,
minutes left.
something like that.
Of our 9th game of the day.
It's been a gauntlet of a Sunday here from the Chase Fieldhouse as you're watching the preview series live right here on YouTube. Players are out there waiting. Our officials take the field, and we're underway here in quarter number 2. My name is Ryan Holzbus. I'm joined by Ryan DePaul. He's your executive producer and cameraman here. This, what was morning, became afternoon. And then Zach Morgan is the producer here for our stream. Flag came in from our near sideline official. We're going to get another stoppage here, as it was Andrew Henson, 42 in white, who got pushed out or pushed down to the ground as he was out of play along the end line. And it looks like it'll be a man up coming up for BBL. And before that comes, we'll count out the numbers to make sure we got the right numbers for both teams. Let's see, for Team 10, 2, 4, 5 green jerseys because they're man down, 2, 4, and I think 6 for white. So we are a man-up opportunity here for BBL as we get the second quarter started, 1 minute through. Be Charlie Dunn to kickstart this next possession. Owen Crowley for Jack Merklinger. Nice pass finds Crowley, and Crowley left hand free, and he beats Jackson Gillis. And that adds to Dash Lane's goal in the first quarter. And it's now 2-0 BBL. Crowley.
Take a look at this replay here.
Certainly. Crowley, his second goal of the day, first goal of the game. Quick catch. And goes off stick side low. And a good job by Crowley, too, because the pass necessarily wasn't right to him. He had to kind of cross his arms across his body to handle it. And then able to get the stick back into his shooting setup. And then able to get the shot past Gillis. And another quick goal here from BBL. And now a 3-0 lead. So following their last game, a 9-2 win over 2A. BBL slow out of the gates, but already 2 goals quickly to get our second quarter started. We can see that replay right here.
Right off the face-off.
Yeah, quick win there for Braden Hammond. And I think it was Dean Chisano. Or possibly Dash Lane, because I don't see Chisano out there.
We'll take a closer look. The
clock
stops.
Yeah. Ground ball picked up by TJ McDermott. Face-off man. He plays his high school lacrosse at Malvern Prep. Committed to Richmond. Cross-field pass finds Carter Kell. Rutgers commit who plays his high school lacrosse for the Episcopal Academy.
Number 0 on the goal.
So Dash Lane, 5th goal of the day, 2nd goal of the game. Thank you, Zach. Having a big day is Dash Lane. Plays for his older cousin Matt Lane at Don Bosco Prep. As I mentioned, a big 2025 sophomore season, 22 goals, 15 assists, ranked 4th on the team with 37 points. Here's number 1 in green, that's Mason Holmes, committed to Rutgers. He's matched up with Nicholas Vasari. And now a handoff for Christopher Bernetta, Harvard commit. And stripped is, who is that? 33, Connor Morcell. Lost his stick, and flinging that thing up in the air was John Fodor. And here's Fusari across midfield as we are 4 minutes through our 2nd quarter. Here's Dean Shuzana. Thought he was the goal scorer of the last BBL goal. Shuzano had 1 assist in his sophomore 2025 campaign with Don Bosco. Have to imagine a lot of run playing JV as just a sophomore. Ball on the turf. Good man ball there by Matthew Good, 24 in white. That was for his teammate, Leo Gillette. Number 4 in white to come pick up that loose ball. Here's Gillette, swim move on his defender. That is Zach Abrahams. Again, going to re-attack that matchup. And able to find the back of the net, Leo Gillette. First time here this afternoon. And is now a 4-0 BBL lead. 3 quick goals in the opening 5 minutes or so here in quarter number 2.
Here's a replay of that last goal.
Yeah, Gillette just going to work on his defender. It was Abrahams.
And here was the goal before that.
Very nice. Dash Lane. Defender flying out at him. And just not able to get down there in time was Jackson Gillis, who still is in cage. He played the whole first game for Team 10 and has been in between the pipes here for this entire first half up to this point.
I don't see another goalie on the sideline for Team 10.
No other goalie, so he might be the only option here for Team 10. And not too bad of an option. Notre Dame commit. Another really good option offensively for Team 10, the Duke commit Finn French. He hands it off for Shea Mulhern. And here goes Dominic Flynn, uncommitted. So attackman for St. Joe's Prep. Morcell splits the 2 defenders there, wearing 33 in green. And the Haverford attackman looking for a teammate, looking for help, and instead does it all himself. I believe there is a broken stick. See a stick on the field. I'm not sure whose it is. And there is a snapped stick. Player must have ran off. But nonetheless, Connor Morcell, 2nd goal of the day. 1st goal of the game gets Team 10 on the board.
Absorbing a lot of contact.
Oh, a ton of contact.
Through. Someone broke a stick during that piece of contact and still got the goal. Make it 3-1 in favor of BBL.
You know what? I'm going to add a goal for BBL.
4-1, excuse me, you're
right.
right.
4-1, so there we go. There we go, 4-1, our score now reflective.
Excuse me.
Here's Morcell, most recent goal scorer. He was matched up with John Fodor behind the goal. And here's Christopher Bernetta. Jamie McCracken. He's matched up with Nicholas Vasari. And that shot saved by number 3 in white. That's Brendan Whiteley, the goalie for BBL. But on first turnover, Bernetta will take over. Plays catch with McCracken. And here goes Bernetta. 2 Ivy League commits. McCracken heading to Brown and Bernetta heading to Harvard. And here's Logan Pegg, currently uncommitted. and a flag comes in. And quickly, Peg takes off his helmet. He'll put that back on. We'll see if he stays out. We'll see the penalty, though, in a second. As Team 10 an opportunity here, trying to cut that deficit from 3 to 2. Inside 4 minutes here in quarter number 2. Kraken. And swung quickly out to Morcell along the far wing. Behind for Burnetta. As he carries north towards goal line extended. Skip pass towards the far wing for Morcell. And Connor Morcell's shot is off the mark. Lefty shot by the Notre Dame commit. Here's Flynn. Goal line extended now. Punched back up to the top of the restraining box. Far high corner. And now Morcell trying to gather. Unable to. And it's going to be a turnover. And BBL will take over. Inside 3 minutes here in our second quarter. BBL will clear from their defensive third. John Fodor. Pass across midfield, finds his intended target, Jack Merklinger. Georgetown commit, Seton Hall Prep High School. A 2025 state champ, the non-public Group A, non-public A for New Jersey. Dean Chuzano will control. Chuzano, a couple green jerseys hit the deck. His bounce shot off the mark. Controlled from behind. That's Dash Lane, 0 in white. He'll be there for the backup on that missed shot attempt. Here's Dash Lane. He's matched up with Nicholas Shanahan. And Lane will play it up to the top of the restraining box. Charlie Dunn, or excuse me, Brady Kozik, excuse me. Here's Gillette. A couple stick checks. He's able to brush him aside. Here's Chizano. Chizano's matched up with the Duke commit, Finn French. French going to walk with him step for step. Nice check right there. A nice lift by French. Jars the ball loose. And he's across midfield. As we're inside a minute here in half number 1. Team 10 trailing 4-1, looking to add a second goal here before halftime. Here's French. I want to lean on him. The Duke commit, number 17, ranked in the class of 2027 per Inside Lacrosse. A couple players on both of these two teams nationally ranked in the class of 2027. Skip pass, Flynn across for Burnetta. Burnetta ran out of an angle. Here's Morcell from behind. He'll hand it off for Burnetta. And now back up to the point for Dominic Flynn. Flynn working against Charlie Dunn. Slips back up to his feet. Hands it off for Mulhern. And a shot from our near wing from Burnetta gets knocked down on its way there. He's able to collect. And then Burnetta trying to find Connor Morcell behind. Unable to come up with the pass. Shot flung downfield towards the Team 10 goal, and that's going to get us to quadruple zeros on our scoreboard and our two teams heading towards their respective sidelines. One more half of lacrosse in front of us here for the preview series. We're into the 2027s, our 9th and final game here from the Chase Fieldhouse. Don't go anywhere. 30 minutes of lacrosse on the other side of this quick break between BBL and Team 10 live on YouTube here on RD Plex Films. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 30 minutes, 2 more quarters of lacrosse. And it'll be between BBL and Team 10 to wrap up our preview series. Hope all you family, friends, coaches watching at home have enjoyed the coverage. Here live on YouTube and RD Plex Films production. We've had a fun time being here. A great afternoon of really high-level club lacrosse between some really, really good programs. The players on these teams, just the school, especially these 2027s, just knowing where a lot of these guys are committed and where these guys are going to high school. Just some studs out here. And there's another one, Charlie Dunn, his second goal of the day. First goal in this game early here in our third quarter. Extends BBL's lead out to 5-1. So quickly there.
Here's a look at that goal.
Building blocks lacrosse. Here's Dunn's goal again. Working east-west, sticking his left hand, working to his left. And a bounce shot goes, beats Jackson Gillis, who we're expecting will have this whole game in between the pipes. The other goalie again that I have on the roster is Trevor Cantlin, number 36 in green, and I don't know if I see a 36 over there. So I can expect Jackson Gillis. He'll be the only goalie all day to play the full 2 games. Most teams have either been going one half for one goalie, another half for the other, and then they switch, or likewise. Really good defensive play here. You're going to draw a flag, so I'm not sure how good of a defensive play it was from Dash Lane, but good hustle, as it was TJ McDermott who ended up going down to the turf.
And if he went down just a couple yards past where he did, that could have been a lot of fun for everyone involved.
Yeah, it would have came right on in. Ryan is up on a stand here. Yeah, there would have been a little bit of
that would have been the end of the stream.
Morcell working east-west to his left, hands it off for, that's Logan Pegg. And Pegg, I think a distribution pass, able to find its intended target, being number 3, Jamie McCracken. We'll want to see that one more time, but Team 10 able to get a goal back, now 5-2.
Ask and you shall receive. Here is the replay.
It's a great job here by Pegg. Working to his left. And yeah, great spot was McCracken. A little bit of a dicey pass. Threw a couple white jerseys, a couple sticks were in the way, but great job. Great head up there by McCracken to be able to finish. And then obviously by Pegg, keeping his head up and distributing. Ground ball secured by Dante Lamb, number 11 in white. And his shot off the mark, back up by Jag Merklinger.
What was that?
Not really too sure. Zach Abrahams lost his helmet. He will go and retrieve that. Not sure if we have a flag. We did have a flag down before the last goal, but since the goal was scored, flag gets wiped off.
An attempt to show what just happened here?
Yeah, Abrahams looks like he just...
I don't even know.
Sort of in the middle of a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
So you see Brandon Fodor lining up to take a right-handed shot, just kind of stuck his head right in the way of it. Wouldn't really recommend, but as here is Brandon Fodor. We are all even, 6-on-6. Quick slide came from Angus Bono. Malvern Prep High School, Loyola, Maryland commit. Ball almost out of play along the far sideline. It's scooped up by Leo Gillette. Here's Gillette looking for help. Trailed by 2 defenders. Instead, going to get a shot off. Bounce shot beats Gillis. Oh my goodness, Leo Gillette, his second goal here in this game, second goal of the afternoon. And we're back up to a 4-goal lacrosse game at 6-2 BBL.
Look at the replay. Starts from behind the net. Swim move to get past number 23.
He worked hard.
Looking. Taking these stick checks. Firing. Just finding the openings.
Off stick side on the bounce shot along the far pipe of Jackson Gillis. And here comes a late substitution for Team 10. Checking in is Carter Kell. Rutgers commit will come along our near sideline along the wing. As we approach the halfway point here in quarter number 3. Face-off won by TJ McDermott. Malvern Prep High School lacrosse, Richmond commit. A couple Richmond commits for each of these two teams, as well as two-way had a few as well. Rocco Scalia, just off the top of my head. Here's Mulhern. He's currently uncommitted and playing at Lawrenceville. Ill-advised pass is stolen away, and very easily Brendan Sommer puts that shot in the back of the net. Quick transition in a blink of an eye, and BBL now up 7-2.
We see here on the replay, he jumps this pass and he's thinking one thing the entire way. Sprint, sprint, no one's between me and the goal. I'm going for it.
And even if you had Merklinger wide open, if that slide did come it sort of came a little out of control, but it was a little more under control, he could have possibly sidestepped that and would have had Merklinger wide open right on the doorstep. Nonetheless, 7-2. Thank you, Zach, for updating our score there for us. Pushing it forward is Trip Murphy. Taken down to the turf. And we do have a flag down from our far sideline official. And it will go against BBL, so Team 10 about to get back up on the power play. Chance to try to make this, or get this back, I should say, to a 4-goal game. It will be Braden Hammond, number 13 in white, to serve the penalty for BBL. As for Brendan Sommer, the most recent goal scorer, he plays his high school lacrosse at Del Barton, an Air Force Academy commit. Here's Dennis behind the cage for Bernetta. And his pass deflected down. Good defense there by John Fodor. Stretching out. Now a skip pass, able to control after he bobbled it for a moment, is Dominic Flynn. And a bounce shot goes there for Jamie McCracken. The Brown commit scores his second goal of the quarter, second goal of the game. And that does cut our deficit down to 4. Now a 7-3 lead for BBL. Nice look there for McCracken as I don't think he came out of the substitution box or out of, checking in from midfield. I think it was just he was hanging out up there, top of the restraining box. And maybe I think it might have been BBL maybe that made a late change that allowed him to be a little bit open there with the defender trailing him. BBL wins that next face-off. Dante Lamb hands it off for Leo Gillette. Now Matthew Good will slow things down inside 4 minutes, approaching 3:30 to play in our third quarter. BBL a 7-3 lead over Team 10 in what is our 9th and final game here of this Sunday, October 5th. Dean Shizano, uncommitted, plays his high school lacrosse at Don Bosco. Skip pass intended for Matthew Good. And instead it will be, who's this? Dash Lane, number 0 in white, who retrieves that pass that went up and over the head of Matthew Good. Here's Dash Lane. Skips to his right, down to the middle of the field. Plays it to his right for Leo Gillette, who now works his way back to the middle of the field to his left. Left-handed shot is wide of the cage, off the mark. BBL with the backup. It'll stay right here as we're inside 3 minutes. Here's Jack Merklinger, has 2 goals on the day. Matthew Good, swim move back to his left, except he kept the stick in his right hand. BBL with the backup. Leo Gillette will kickstart from the end line. He's matched up with number 13, Ricky Jewell, in green. So we hit the 2-minute mark here in our third quarter. Dean Shizano matched up with Zach Abrahams. Pass out to the point for Dash Lane. To his right for Charlie Dunn. Dunn's shot saved by Gillis. Ball on the ground, scooped up by Angus Buono. And Bono will hand off to a teammate. However, he's stripped from behind. That was 13, Ricky Jewell.
Another broken stick out there.
And a flag skied up into the air and hits the turf, and ball to play. We'll get our penalty here as we approach $1:30. Left to play in our third quarter. To serve the penalty might be Dash Lane, number 0, as he walks off. Number 2, Dean Shizano, also walks off. 33, Brody Mansolino standing over there, so not entirely sure who is going to get docked for that penalty. As I'm counting out BBL players, it's a Team 10 penalty, so 6-on-5 man advantage here for BBL. Leo Gillette trying to sneak one in there, but off the outside of the goal. And a great save there by Jackson Gillis, as Owen Crowley stepped into a lefty shot there. Shea Mulhern across midfield as we're approaching 30 seconds. Skip pass. Found its way to, that's number 4, I believe, down there, Bernetta. And we get a handful of whistles, and that might do it here for the quarter, and it will. It's going to be the end of our third quarter. So 12 more minutes of lacrosse here from the preview series. Been a long day, and we're down to our final quarter of action here between BBL and Team 10, our final 2 teams here of the preview series, live here from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with the final quarter of play, live here from Wilmington, Delaware and the Chase Fieldhouse. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, from the Chase Fieldhouse here as you're watching the preview series as we're coming up on 9 hours of our live stream. And one more quarter left to play here between BBL and Team 10, as that was Brad Hardy just running out of room there as he backpedaled out of play. And a turnover, BBL will take over. Number 8 in white. I don't have an 8 in white. He steps in. Bernetta behind the cage for Finn, or excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong team. 8 in white, Brandon Fodor. And he handed it off for Jack Merklinger, whose shot was off the mark. Here's Dash Lane from behind the goal. He'll carry north of goal line extended towards the far wing, and he'll hand it off for a teammate. And now ball in the stick of Owen Crowley. Crowley matched up with Zach Abrahams. And now Fodor running into Abrahams. Fodor continues towards the middle of the field, towards the right alley. And a great job there by Leo Gillette. Sneaks that one in as he came north of goal line, extended, rolling along the crease. Hat-trick goal for Leo Gillette. Got to see that one again there, Zach. That was a good one.
Oh, yeah. We have to start with the juke step into that pass, because Fodor makes an incredible move here. Draws away the attention of the defenseman away from number 4 and allows number 4 to make the move and skirt it right between the legs of Jackson.
Couldn't explain it much better than that, Zach. Leo Gillette, a hat trick here in this second game for BBL here for the class of 2027s. You get what I mean. Third game for the class of 2027s, the second for BBL.
9th game total today.
Yep, big day. Pass in front. Christopher Bernetta finds the back of the net. Off the face-off win, bit of an unsettled situation as BBL trying to recover following the face-off. Bernetta, his first goal of this game and his second goal of the day. Makes our score 8-4. 8-4 BBL.
And here's your replay. Good passing by Team 10.
Really nice handle too there by Bernetta. Had his stick kind of in an offhand. Able to handle that pass and obviously shuffle it home for the goal. (8-4) with 9 minutes left to play. Face-off won by Trip Murphy. Hands it off for Jack Martin, 15 in green. Now here's Reed Dennis.
Is Team 10 on the man advantage right now?
They are 6-on-5. Not sure what the penalty's for, or why there might have been a penalty. Or maybe I just lost track after almost 9 hours of lacrosse.
Yes. This
Behind here for Connor Morcell.
This is our 9th game in these exact same chairs.
Yeah, we haven't moved very much. I usually stand for these games, but there was no way I was doing that for 9 hours. What a save there. Brendan Whiteley coming up big to the task there. Didn't really have to do too much to move to make the save, but ball more so found his cross. Nice cross field pass. Good job by momentarily by Carter Baker because he didn't catch the ball. He more so knocked it down with his leg, but unable to come up with the ground ball. Team 10 takes possession, and Christopher Bernetta. Back-to-back goals now for Team 10 and Chris Bernetta, the Harvard commit. Now an 8-5 game inside 8 minutes. Team 10 making this a little bit of a contest here in our closing stages.
Look at the replay. Starts with the battle for the ground ball. Great pass. And second straight goal for number 4.
Yeah, great job by Morcell. Head up as he was making his way down our near left alley. And then on the shot placement by Bernetta. I think it was, stick side low on the goalie Whiteley. And just like that, again, lacrosse, game of runs, Team 10. Bounce shot just off the mark. It was Jamie McCracken looking for his hat trick goal here in this second game for Team 10, looking for his 5th goal overall on the day. Score will remain 8-5. Here's Mason Holmes. Episcopal Academy and a Rutgers commit to his left. He's matched up with 37 Charlie Dunn. 37 in white. Here's Morcell. And Morcell's shot is off the mark. And no backup there for Team 10. Holmes was unable to get to the end line in time. A good job there by Charlie Dunn. And BBL up across midfield. Fusari in trouble. Team 10 possession from the near wing, near sideline. Played to the middle of the field for Zach Abrahams. Bounce shot, lefty bounce shot, and it beats Whiteley. Zach Abrahams, we've seen him play much more defensive midfield here this afternoon, but he's been going both ways. Nice goal there. Can we see that replay, Zach?
Absolutely.
From Zach Abrahams. Look at that split. That was nasty. And a bounce shot, stick side. That was a nasty split. Any chance we could see that one more time?
Of After when I will find us time to see
Find
that
some time
again.
for it. Yeah, that was a
That was
beautiful,
a great shot.
more so, I just want to see the split dodge to get the left hand free, get past his defender. I just watched it on our YouTube preview by a little small screen here. I think Gillis might have shaken that shot aside, but
Wow.
unable to make the save on that one. Dash Lane, Don Bosco product, committed to Richmond now as a hat trick in both games here for BBL. And now a 9-5 BBL lead.
Signs of life from Team 10 immediately responded to.
Dante Lamb, the initial shot saved by Gillis. And then loose ball, Dash Lane on top of it, gets it. And 5-hole on Jackson Gillis. As we're inside 5 minutes, BBL a 9-6 lead here in our final game of the preview series. Jamie McCracken hands it off for Christopher Burnetta. One Ivy League future player to another. McCracken heading to Brown, and Burnetta in 2 years heading to Harvard. And Connor Morcell heading to Notre Dame. And one more goal there for the Haverford Junior, the Haverford product. It's his third goal overall of the day, second goal here in this game. Back to a 3-goal game, 9-6.
All right, so here's this most recent goal.
From Morcell, nice, able to get north of goal line extended and just get that angle.
And here's that split dodge
There's
again.
that split dodge and get into his left hand that I was talking about, Zach Abrahams. W.C. Henderson product. Calling his name a lot here is Abrahams defensively, offensively. Here's Trip Murphy, face-off win, matched up with Braden Hammond. Murphy looking for help as we approach 3 minutes to play.
a 9-7 game. Signs of life from Team 10 in the last couple minutes have really, really made this a completely different ballgame.
Certainly, yeah. It's made this close here in the closing stages. Again, this game really not meaning anything to win or loss, besides nice save there from Whiteley. Not really meaning anything in terms of wins or losses. So we'll see how these two teams handle this final 2.5 minutes. Carter Baker plays it back to Whiteley as Whiteley carries north towards midfield. In the middle of the field, unable to connect as Matthew Good was the intended target. Here comes Team 10, excuse me, Mason Holmes. One in green, his jump shot off the mark. And a timeout, I believe, called, or I don't know if we even have timeouts. I saw the official point the other way. Some sort of turnover from Team 10.
Offsides?
Yeah, I believe an offensive offside. So just a change of possession here as we're inside 2 minutes. Matthew Good across midfield, takes a hard slash. One more for good measure. No flag, no whistle. As we're down to our final minute 30 here. What a day here from Chase Fieldhouse. Beautiful facility, great event to hear the preview series. Just being here from our sideline, commentating over all the games, I want to say the kids really seem to enjoy it as we're closing in on a minute. And really just as we were saying earlier in the day, great opportunity just for, the coaches that are recruiting, the college coaches that don't need to come here physically to the event. We had the three of us here able to deliver it to you all at home.
Plus out-of-town family members, friends.
Absolutely, yeah. For the family and friends for these BBL, two-way more so, coming from northern New Jersey and Connecticut. Didn't all have to make the trip down, hopefully watching alongside us here. As we're inside a minute, two-way, my apologies again, Team 10 trying to scratch across one more goal here. Don't know if we're going to get it as BBL controls Across midfield is Charlie Dunn. And there are our whistles to wrap up our long day. 9 games up, 9 games down. It's a great event here from the Chase Fieldhouse as the preview series getting wrapped up here. Your 3 games. Again, if you are just joining us now or if you joined us intermittently, throughout the day, this stream will be available on demand following this event, so make sure to tune in. You can check it out right here. It'll be at RDPlex Films. And, that'll do it. Again, for Ryan Holspos, I'm your broadcaster here for the afternoon. Ryan DePaul is your executive producer, the cameraman behind the ones and twos. And then Zach Morgan, producer here for this full day of club lacrosse action. We appreciate you joining us, and we hope you enjoyed our coverage here of the preview series. Looking forward to future similar events, so make sure to keep a lookout for that. And I'm going to sign off. Again, for Ryan Holspos, Ryan DePaul, and Zach Morgan, we wish you a great rest of your Sunday, October the 5th, and a great week upcoming. Have a great day, and talk to you on the next broadcast live right here. RDPlex Films on YouTube.